Tower of Time by Keith Robinson. Book 12 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. A Captain's Treasure. "I want you all to walk in an orderly manner along the corridor," Miss Simone told the curious group of shapeshifters as they clustered outside her research room. "Stop when you reach 40 paces. "How intriguing," Emily cooed. Fenton shrugged. "Beats going back to school." Thomas rolled his eyes. "Sounds lame to me, whatever this is." "Everything's lame to you," Robbie retorted, "including you." Darcy shushed them. "Focus. There's a point to this." Hal wished he knew what that point was. The moment Miss Simone had greeted them outside the doorway to her lab, she'd urged them to spread out and face back the way they'd come. "No shuffling," she ordered. "Just normal, evenly spaced steps. Count to 40. And go." The corridor stretched before them, lit by loosely hung and occasionally flickering overhead bulbs. The sprawling science laboratory was the most modern building in the town of Carter, and right now it was filled with the dull thuds of 9 pairs of feet as the shapeshifters marched back toward the entrance. "Quit counting aloud," Fenton muttered to Abigail. "You're making me lose my place." "Then keep up," she shot back. 15, 16, 17. 14, 15, 16, Fenton growled, raising his voice above hers. Hal tuned them all out, concentrating on his own 2 feet. Not that he really needed to. Emily was in front, and she could be relied upon to do the counting for them all. When she stopped, they could all stop. They passed several rooms, one with a patient laid out flat and a nurse standing over her, another with a couple of goblins unloading a wheelbarrow full of geo-rocks into a cabinet. A white-coated technician stood aside as the shapeshifters marched past, then continued on his way. 40, Emily announced, stamping her feet to make her point. Everyone else shuffled to a halt alongside. 38, Robbie muttered. 43, Dewey said. Emily shouted along the corridor to where Miss Simone paused in the distance. "This is exactly 40 paces right here." They all turned to face the blue-eyed, blonde-haired scientist who stood with her arms folded and her green, silky cloak pulled around her shoulders. "According to scientists in Old Earth," she called to them, "that's about how long the very biggest of the giant squids might grow, maybe 90 to 100 feet. She waited for everyone to digest that information. "They don't have feet," Robbie whispered under his breath. Lauren giggled. "But in reality," Miss Simone continued, "the biggest specimen ever found was only about half this length." After a pause, Robbie yelled back to her, "That's nothing compared to what we saw." Miss Simone smiled and gestured for them to approach. She disappeared into her research room, and the shapeshifters broke into a run to be the first in after her. The room smelled of something strong, acrid, perhaps like vinegar or a pickle juice of some kind. "Nobody really knows for sure how large they can get," Miss Simone went on as the group clustered together. She stood next to a table on which a white sheet covered a rounded lump the size of a sleeping potbelly pig, or maybe 2 of them lying side by side. Giant squid live in the blackness of the deepest oceans, and most studies have been extrapolated from carcasses found in the stomachs of dead whales. But cephalopods are hard to measure. Even if you find a well-preserved squid and lay it out flat, its arms are too soft and stretchy to obtain accurate measurements. It's largely guesswork. She absently laid a hand on the white sheet, giving it a gentle pat. "Is that what I think it is?" Lauren said, a tremor in her voice. Robbie nudged up closer to her. "This is going to be cool," he said with obvious glee. Miss Simone smiled. "I wanted to give you an idea of the size of a normal giant squid in Old Earth. Scientists studied and dissected one famous dead specimen and estimated its length at 33 feet, quite a bit longer than this room, but only a third of what you just paced in the corridor. It weighed in at 770 pounds, about the same as Dewey when he's a centaur. Dewey blushed when everyone turned to stare at him. The squid's eyeball, Miss Simone went on, measured about 13 inches across. She spaced her hands apart, as if boasting about a fish she'd caught. Her point became clear when everyone returned their gaze to the huge covered mound on the table. The bottom of the sheet was wet, the table glistening from some kind of clear goo. "I don't want to see this," Lauren said, turning toward Robbie and closing her eyes. Miss Simone gently pulled back the sheet. "This squid's eyeball," she announced, "didn't fit through the doorway until we turned it on end." Despite a number of disgusted exclamations and a couple of squeals, Hal was immediately intrigued. The eyeball wasn't as spherical as he'd expected. It lay there, mostly round, but a little flattened, pure white in color, with a huge black disc in the center, staring lifelessly at the ceiling. He'd imagined the eyeball to be glassy and perfect, but instead it resembled the bulbous head of a hideously deformed mushroom. It was so big that it hung over the edges of the table on two sides, dripping on the floor. "I need to put it back in the tank soon," Miss Simone said, gesturing toward a glass container half filled with murky water. "But for now, take a good look. This, my dears, is the eyeball of a kraken." "We know," Thomas said gruffly. "We saw the kraken." "I know you did, and I'm envious. Judging by the size of this orb, I would estimate the monster to be at least twice as long as a ship," Hal interrupted. "Yeah, we know that too. But why are you studying it?" Miss Simone raised her eyebrows at him. "Because it's the eyeball of a kraken. Ask yourselves who stole it and why." Darcy spoke up. "4 dead sailors in a lifeboat. They were found at sea with this nasty thing dangling in the water behind them. Obviously crazy." "Ah, but why did the captain of their doomed ship risk everything to gouge out the eyeball in the first place? Do you know what it must have cost to hire a captain, his ship, and his crew to carry out a mission that involved tracking down a kraken and attacking it?" "What does it cost?" Fenton asked. Miss Simone threw up her hands. "I have no idea, but I'm sure you can imagine that the reward for such a rare prize must have been huge. Why else would a captain risk everything? And look what happened. The enraged kraken sank the ship and killed everyone on board. Well, everyone but 4 sailors, who died later, stranded at sea with their precious treasure." Hal suddenly understood why they'd been called to the science lab. "Is this our new mission? To find out why someone would want a giant eyeball? Surely we just need to figure out who's rich enough to pay for it and go from there." Miss Simone covered the eyeball. Everyone let out a relieved sigh. "Naturally, the Council has considered such a question, and subtle inquiries have been made. Nobody has turned up any suspects. Count Balfour in the Magma Mountains is an obvious choice. So is a young man named Ted Braxton over in Old Earth. He was recently suspected of capturing fairies and selling them on the black market." Hal glanced at Abigail. Her eyes had grown wide. "But being wealthy or sinister isn't enough of a reason to interrogate someone," Miss Simone said. "Besides, the bigger question is why. Why would anybody want a kraken's eyeball?" "It's not even a kraken." Everyone turned to Dewey, who seemed to quail under the weight of the stares. "I mean, it was called something else," he went on. "Koromadako," Abigail said with a nod. One of the yokai from Haven, Hal thought, an idea forming. "And we have another yokai locked up in a barn. How about we ask Kitsune? Maybe she knows." Miss Simone clapped her hands and beamed. "Very good. I can't get a word out of her, but maybe you can." "No school today," Robbie said, grinning as he took Lauren's hand and dragged her off into the crowded streets of Carter. "See you over there," Hal called to his friends before they vanished from sight. The others had zigzagged off too. Miss Simone had simply told them all to head over to the big barn in the woods on the south side of the village and wait for her. She'd be along shortly after. That meant they had time to pop by the market square to sniff out some of the delicious fresh-baked pastries and pies they'd missed out on for the past month. They'd taken a voyage to the Sea of Legends, as Emily called it, where a mysterious people known as the yokai lived in the wondrous land of Haven. A mission fraught with danger, Hal and his friends had been forced to take a prisoner, Kitsune, a very powerful shapeshifter. Returning from that voyage on the back of a giant turtle on Friday, they'd sailed into Broden and spent the night there, finally arriving home to Carter late Saturday afternoon. Sunday was quite literally a day of rest, with most of the shapeshifters confined to their houses by relieved parents. Not even Miss Simone had been able to pop by and see them. "Not today," Hal's mum had said in a stern voice, holding up the flat of her hand to Miss Simone's face in the doorway. "Today, Hal stays here. Please go away." He hadn't minded. Sleeping in his own bed, kicking around in the living room, raiding the pantry. He'd enjoyed every minute of it, at least until mid-afternoon, when he'd grown restless. But his mom and dad had kept him home anyway, demanding more tales about the yokai. And now here they were, on a Monday morning, excused from school yet again, so they could go interrogate Kitsune. They all wound up at the big barn in the woods within minutes of each other. Fenton and Thomas were still munching on pastries, and Darcy had a caramel-coated apple on a stick. Even though he'd already had breakfast, Hal felt he could have managed a strawberry crepe on his own, but Abigail had insisted on eating half of it. "I don't want a whole one," she'd said between mouthfuls. "It'll make me too heavy to fly." In fact, it was more likely a pocketful of coins that made her too heavy to fly, so she rarely carried any. They were downright impractical when she was only 6 inches tall. "Is Miss Simone here yet?" Lauren asked Emily. Emily stood by the huge barn door, grasping the handle of the smaller door within. "It's locked, so I guess not." They hung around a minute or two, enjoying the fresh air and watching the sun rise higher in the cloudless sky. On their journey to the edge of the world and back, the ocean wind had been relentless, but it had felt reasonably warm for the most part. Here in Carter, the air was biting and crisp, and their breaths puffed in front of their faces. Stand still for too long, and the cold would creep up from the ground into their feet. "It's quiet in there," Darcy whispered. They all listened for sounds of Kitsune inside the barn, but the yokai woman was silent. The barn belonged to Blacknail and other goblins. Today, it was a prison. A small room in the science lab would have done the trick to keep Kitsune in her place, but Miss Simone wanted the yokai to spread her wings, so to speak, literally, if need be. "Here she comes," Emily said, nodding toward the trees. Miss Simone marched briskly with goblins at her side. Blacknail wasn't among them, but Gristletooth was, and the grumpy fellow pulled out a large key to unlock the door. "Don't provoke her," Miss Simone suggested. "Just talk." She eyed Thomas. "In fact, why don't some of you stay out here while—" "No way," Robbie answered for them all, and he darted through the door the moment Gristletooth pushed it open. Following him in, Hal was surprised to find himself surrounded by bars. It was like a prison cell had been erected against the inside of the giant barn doors. The visitors were caged, while Kitsune had the run of the enormous building. The barn had to be twice the height of a house with 6 times the floor space. Much of the flattened earth was covered with straw. Sunlight streamed in through small, barred windows high up, and dust floated lazily in the rays. "Where's Kitsune?" Robbie asked, his voice loud enough to echo about the place. Nobody answered. Several small enclosures lined the sides of the barn, and a hayloft stretched across the far end. She could be sleeping. "Rise and shine," Thomas yelled suddenly, making everyone jump. They all watched and waited. "Hello!" Abigail shouted. Movement in the hayloft drew their attention. A woman appeared. She had long, straight black hair and was wearing a silky robe, much like the kind favored by the shapeshifters. And no wonder. She was a shapeshifter herself. She peered down at them, a small figure standing to one side of a wooden ladder. But rather than swing herself onto the first few rungs, she approached the edge of the loft and stood dangerously close, her toes protruding into thin air. Kitsune sprouted huge white-feathered wings and a fine coat of white fur across her face and neck. Her black hair turned white, and her eyes gleamed yellow. Crouching low, her feet morphed into the powerful talons of a bird right before she leapt from the hayloft and fluttered down to the barn's floor with a draft strong enough to stir up the dry hay. "Show off," Lauren muttered. Everyone knew Kitsune was deliberately mimicking Lauren's harpy form. Hal wouldn't be surprised if the yokai shifted into one of the others next. He groaned. The prisoner was already busy changing form again, this time into a manticore. Her silky robe melted like liquid and reformed into a band around her throat. With red fur covering her lion body and a segmented scorpion's tail ending in a deadly stinger, she was an exact copy of Thomas, except that she kept her own face. She smiled, showing 3 rows of teeth. "We need to ask you something," Abigail said. But Kitsune wasn't done. She shifted again, this time expanding outward into a dragon. Hal watched, fascinated. It was a pretty accurate copy, only much smaller, no bigger than a horse. Still impressive and fearsome, but nowhere near a match for him. Finally, Kitsune switched to her most familiar form, a pure white fox with 9 tails that swished gently from side to side. Trotting closer, she sniffed around the bars for a moment, then sat and stared at them. "Are you done?" Fenton growled. Abigail gripped the bars and spoke clearly. "We need to ask you a question. Some sailors attacked Koromadako and stole one of his eyes. Do you know anything about that?" The white fox tilted its head. Then, abruptly, the black-haired woman rose up out of the white fur, morphing in the blink of an eye. "It is unfortunate that those sailors died." A few of the shapeshifters muttered under their breath. Apparently, opinions were divided. Hal heard comments like, "Horrible! And what did they expect?" and "poor idiots." Personally, he thought the captain of the ship was both brave and heartless, not only for gouging out an eyeball, but also for endangering an entire crew in the pursuit of riches. Then again, the crew had probably wanted the treasure as much as their captain. Unfortunate, yes, Abigail agreed. They should never have attacked a poor, defenseless creature, even one as big and dangerous as a kraken. Kitsune narrowed her eyes. "No, I meant unfortunate that they did not succeed in killing Koromadako while they had the chance. Instead, they took his eye and let him go. That was their mistake. Koromadako returned and crippled their ship, and it drifted into haven and smashed on the rocks before they could be saved." She sighed. "All those lives wasted." Thomas scoffed. "Wasted? You mean they could have ended up your slaves? Well, it's a good thing they went quickly then." "Thomas," Emily murmured, giving the red-headed boy a nudge. "Tell us about the eyeball," Hal said, getting impatient. "Why would that captain want to steal it?" Kitsune's robe was long enough that it hid her feet, which made it seem like she glided toward them. Abigail took a step backward, releasing her grip on the bars. "I assume the captain was paid handsomely," Kitsune suggested. Robbie spoke up. "Yeah, but why would someone pay the captain for an eyeball? What's so special about a giant peeper?" "There's nothing in the books about a kraken's eyeball granting special powers or anything," Hal added. "But someone must have had a reason to send a ship after one." They all waited as Kitsune gazed at them with her large brown eyes. Her round face, with skin so clear it had a porcelain quality about it, seemed to glow in the subdued light of the barn. Perhaps it did. Magic oozed from every pore of this demure but deadly sorceress. Not only could she morph into any shape, she could project utterly convincing illusions. Only now she had no source of magic. In Haven, she'd had an ample supply of sparkle from the mines. Here, she had nothing. Kitsune smiled. That yellow-haired woman asked me the same question more than 10 times. I don't like her. She smells of seawater. Why is that? She's a mermaid, Robbie blurted. Lauren nudged him. A mermaid, Kitsune repeated. That would explain it. So you have no idea why someone would take a giant eyeball? Hal prompted. When Kitsune annoyingly clammed up, Thomas clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. She doesn't know anything. Let's get out of here. Let me go, Kitsune said. She pressed up to the bars and gripped them much like Abigail had earlier. Release me, and I will help you solve the mystery. I can already conjecture as to what kind of person would want it. Tell us, Abigail said. If you want out of here, you have to prove you're of use and on our side. Bargaining isn't the way to go. Give us something for free, and if it's helpful, maybe the people in charge will reward you. Kitsune frowned. What is the difference? The difference is... But what Abigail would have said next was forgotten when the prisoner suddenly morphed again, this time becoming a squid with a lively mass of tentacles that curled through the bars and wrapped around several wrists and waists. Yelling and screaming, the shapeshifters fought to clamber backward out of Kitsune's reach, but her somewhat squishy head pressed against the bars so hard it seemed she might squeeze all the way through. Meanwhile, her appendages, 8 arms and 2 extra-long feeding tentacles, thrashed and whipped about as Hal and his friends beat at them to get loose. A kraken, he thought. Of all the... Just a small kraken, though. Despite being a versatile shapeshifter, she couldn't deviate too far from her own mass. This resulted in an undersized dragon, a pitifully puny ogre, a tiny kraken. And conversely, a fairy too big to fit through the closely abutted bars of the small windows high on the wall. Everybody ended up stumbling against the huge barn door, finally getting free of the sticky squid tentacles. Kitsune fell back in an oozing heap on the hay-strewn floor, glaring at them all with one of her huge eyes. Her mantle, rather like a tall hat, drooped to one side, and the fin on the top hung limp and useless. Hal had just a moment to study the enormous eyeball before Kitsune reverted to her human form and climbed to her feet, brushing herself down and smoothing her black hair. That is a rather difficult form to manage out of water, she said. Gross, Darcy exclaimed, rubbing vigorously at her arms as though she were covered in slime. Robbie turned to her. Not gross at all. Pretty amazing, actually. Did you know that squids... Oh, shut up, you nerd, Thomas interrupted. He pointed accusingly at Kitsune. Annoy me again, and I'll stick a few poison quills in you. She glared back. Annoy me again, and I'll stick a few poison quills in you. Fenton headed for the door. This is a waste of time. Darcy and Lauren were right behind him, with Dewey and Thomas next. They were gone in a second, leaving the door wide open and letting in a stream of welcome sunlight. Hal, Robbie, Abigail and Emily remained inside, though at a safe distance. So you won't help us? Abigail pressed. Kitsune stood there a moment, staring at the floor. Then she studied Abigail with a faraway gaze. I will help you when you let me out. Hal saw Abigail's shoulders slump. Emily sighed and turned away. Well, that's that. Come on, guys. Back to school, I guess, since we completely failed here. I'd rather be tied up in knots with sticky squid tentacles than go back to school, Robbie muttered. They rejoined their friends outside and closed the door. Miss Simone waited there with the goblins, and it was clear from her expression that she was both disappointed and unsurprised. She shrugged and offered a smile. Kitsune is a handful, isn't she? It was worth a try, though. Well, the truth about the eyeball will come out eventually. Maybe I'll go to the docks and ask the fishermen. There could be some kind of legend among sailors, an old tale of the seas or something like that. So now what? Robbie asked. Anything else you'd like us to do? We could go with you to the docks and— Miss Simone shook her head. Off to school, please. I know you've missed a lot of classwork over the past month, and we need to get you back on track. I'm sure Mrs. Hunter has plenty of homework for you. The shapeshifters groaned. Chapter 2. The Stolen Eyeball. Hal, wake up! The voice cut into his dreams. Just a few minutes more, he murmured. I'm not used to getting up so early. Monday class had been torturous after a month at sea. It almost seemed Lauren's mom, Mrs. Hunter, had relished piling on the work. They'd spent the half-day puzzling over math problems and then reading a dull story about a boy and his kestrel. Tuesday had been worse. Chemistry without lab equipment was nothing more than strings of numbers and symbols, utterly pointless. Mrs. Hunter had dumped more math on them too. It couldn't be Wednesday morning already. Hal, you have a visitor. His mum's words filtered through to his brain at last, and he blinked awake, staring at the ceiling. It was still barely dawn, judging by the feeble light. He sat up. Mum? She stood in the doorway, beckoning to him. Come on. Miss Simone sent a goblin with a message. Suddenly interested and nervous at the same time, Hal clambered from his bed and rushed to follow her. But then he paused, realizing he still had pajamas on. He quietly closed the door, got dressed, rubbed sleepy dust from the corners of his eyes, and absently smoothed his hair. Then he hurried after her. She needs your nostrils, the goblin said, without preamble. The gnarly fellow loitered in the kitchen, leaning against the counter where Hal's mom fussed over a pot of slowly boiling water. Ever since the survivors of the old Earth virus had emerged from bunkers and found their feet after 13 years. Some of her favorite things had become available again, including coffee. She had a couple of mugs ready, though Hal doubted a goblin would care for it, or even wait around long enough for the water to boil. My nostrils? Hal queried. And your sharp eyesight? And your wings? Hal frowned. What's going on? Abruptly, the goblin stalked from the kitchen and headed for the front door. Get to the lab, he growled. Quick! And with a slam of the door, he was gone. No coffee, then? Hal's mom muttered. May I see you out, Mr. Goblin? No? She sighed and slid one of the mugs to the back of the counter before pouring boiling water into the other. Guess you'd better get going, my dear. Do you know what's happened? He asked. I do. And if I were like one of Miss Simone's sour-faced, short-tempered henchmen, I'd rather annoyingly neglect to tell you and instead keep you guessing all the way to the lab. She stirred her coffee and shot Hal a smile. But I'm not one of Miss Simone's goblins. I gather the eyeball has been stolen. What? He gasped. The eyeball has been stolen. The eyeball stolen. He stood there a moment, his mind reeling. Why on earth, or rather, who would do such a thing? But the answer was obvious. The thief had to be the same person who'd paid the captain to gouge it out of the kraken in the first place. He wasted no time getting ready, which was to say that he raced from the house without brushing his teeth or even using the bathroom. He cursed his foolishness the moment he stepped outside, and the cold air hit him, and he raced back in, took care of business, and tore off again. It annoyed him that he couldn't easily launch in the yard. Too many overhanging trees. He ran along the forest path, and to his delight, found Abigail waiting at the intersection as usual, even though school had apparently been cancelled. "Did you hear?" she called long before he reached her. "The eyeball's been stolen." "And Miss Simone needs my nostrils," Hal said, panting. Abigail didn't allow him to pause. She simply matched his pace through the forest. "Yeah, she's probably sending us after the thief, like dogs tracking a scent." This reminded Hal of the time he and his friends had put their shape-shifting talents to use, trying to locate the villainous fawn that had plagued the nearby forest with her deadly blue smoke magic and turned people to dust. He remembered all too clearly using his dragon senses to sniff her out. "We'll find the eye thief," he said, feeling confident as they hurried from the woods into the open. "Get on my back. We'll be there in no time." He transformed and spread his giant dragon wings with a roar of enthusiasm. Going on a hunt was way better than sitting in class. Once Abigail had climbed aboard, he launched into the air and headed for Miss Simone's laboratory complex. He barely rose above the rooftops before it was time to descend again, and he thumped down on the grass by the front entrance where Darcy and Emily were already waiting. He reverted to human form a little too quickly and rushed to help Abigail where she'd tumbled off. Robbie and Lauren arrived then. More than half the team was ready to go. Good enough, he thought. The others will catch up. They dashed inside and along the corridor. Hal absently counted 40 paces again, thinking how pitifully small an ordinary old Earth squid was, compared to a new Earth kraken. "Do you think they rolled it away?" Robbie called from behind as they arrived at Miss Simone's research room. Hal blinked at him. "The eyeball? Well, maybe. Gives a whole new meaning to rolling your eyes, doesn't it?" Miss Simone stood in the room, staring at the empty tank of murky water by the wall. She swung around as the shapeshifters thrust themselves through the doorway. "Quick, get a sniff of this water, then head out. We can't lose the scent. We must find that eye and catch the thief." Hal and the others crowded the tank, standing on tiptoes to lean over the glass walls. They all recoiled at the same time. The water was pretty pungent and sharp. "It's like the pickled eggs old Ma Pumpkin sells," Darcy said with a grimace. "Formaldehyde," Miss Simone said. "Hurry, get a good waft up your nose." "No need, I won't forget it any time soon." "I should think anybody could follow a scent like this," Emily commented. "Where did the thief break in?" Miss Simone's expression darkened, and it seemed like a small draft swept in and ruffled her hair. "Back door, brute force, must have been as strong as an ogre. There's a trail of formaldehyde. This door was locked too, but whoever it was just wrenched the handle and walked in." Glancing back, Hal noticed the damage for the first time. "And this was when?" he asked. "How long ago?" "In the last hour," Miss Simone said. "One of the night guards left that way before dawn and locked up. Someone must have been waiting for the shift change." A moment of deep contemplation followed. Then Emily cleared her throat. "Did you send goblins out?" Yes, everybody is searching already," the scientist grumbled. "But I need some stronger noses, and I need Hal and Lauren in the air. If I were to steal an eyeball, I think I would hoist it away in a net or something, carried by a rock or some other airborne creature. I can't imagine anybody dragging it along paths, and there's been no sign of horse-drawn carts this morning." "Centaurs?" Abigail asked. "Don't know." Miss Simone looked more impatient than Hal had ever seen her. She bustled them toward the door. "Don't stand here asking questions. Go, find that eyeball, and don't come back without it." "Aye, aye, Captain," Robbie said, unable to stop himself breaking into a grin. As the shapeshifters were herded into the corridor, he laughed quietly. "Get it? Aye, aye. I'll bet that's what all the sailors were shouting after they finished attacking the kraken." It seemed nobody could muster the energy to tell him how lame his pun was. Outside, they found Fenton, Thomas, and Dewey waiting on one of the wrought-iron bench seats. "Hey!" Thomas complained. We thought we were the first here. Have you been inside already? Emily brushed past him. Been inside, sniffed the tank of formaldehyde, and are now off to hunt down the thief. Are you coming? Sniffed the what? Hal felt the urge to track down the eyeball before anyone else. He grinned at Abigail. Shouldn't be too difficult to follow a scent that strong. Shall we go? She smiled. I'm with you. My sniffer's not so hot anyway. Transforming again, Hal waited for Abigail to climb on and watched his friends as they split up. Robbie gave Lauren a quick hug, shifted to ogre form, then blundered away. Lauren flung out her white-feathered wings and flapped into the air, quickly disappearing over the trees. Emily morphed into her land-dwelling Naga form and slithered away, her dark, scaly coils thick and shimmering. Thomas the Manticore sniffed the air with disdain. What are we looking for exactly? The smell of pickles in the lab, Darcy told him, already invisible. Her voice floated on the air, seemingly from all around. Hal launched, noting that Dewey and Fenton acted a little lost, seeking inspiration as to which way to head first. Dewey's olfactory sense was probably no better than a human's, and Fenton, even if he were in lizard form picking up a nasty smell, wasn't exactly the fastest tracker. We've got this, Hal thought with glee as he circled the science buildings and drew in deep breaths through his flared nostrils. All I need is one tiny whiff. Who or what would be strong enough to smash their way through two sturdy doors? What about picking up that hideous eyeball and carrying it? It must weigh quite a bit, not to mention being awkward to handle. An ogre. But not a full-sized one. Maybe one like Robbie, a shapeshifter who could only partially transform. Just for a second, he wondered if his best friend could possibly have... He shook his head. Ridiculous. Anyway, there were plenty of strong creatures that might not be as huge. Trolls, for example. Minotaurs. And who was to say it had been only one intruder? It could have been a legion of gnomes. They were pretty robust, hard-headed creatures. I wonder if Kitsune escaped, Abigail called from behind his neck. Hal almost fell out of the sky with the realization. Of course, she'd broken into the lab. She could be any form she wanted, something strong to break in, something dexterous to maneuver that giant eye through narrow doorways and outside, and then... Heck, she could have flown away with it. Hal immediately veered left and set his sights on the approximate location of the barn where she was supposedly locked up. Abigail was right. Kitsune was the culprit. To his surprise, he found the barn door intact when he landed. Just a ruse, he thought. She pulled the door shut after her so nobody would raise the alarm. He waited for Abigail to climb down. Then he reverted to human form. The door was not only shut, but still locked. No damage either. Clever. She escaped another way. Could she have fit through one of those high windows? They don't have glass, but they do have bars. No, he already knew she couldn't shrink down that small, no matter what form she took. Since the door was locked, Abigail shifted to her tiny fairy form and buzzed up to one of the windows. It became clear then just how tiny they were, even without the bars. There was no way Kitsune had exited that way. Abigail disappeared inside to investigate. Hal pressed his ear to the door when he heard muffled voices. Another visit? Kitsune said. I feel blessed. Where's the eye? Abigail demanded. She had to be full size again, otherwise her voice would be a high-pitched squeak. Did you hide it up here? Kitsune sounded puzzled. In the hayloft? What do you mean? Hal couldn't see through the door, but he guessed Abigail was rummaging around, trying to find the eyeball. Kitsune made comments here and there, but Abigail ignored her. After a while, he heard a soft clang. Then her voice high up, as though she were standing on top of the cage inside the door. Hal, Abigail said softly, I'm not sure it was her anymore. There's no way in or out except through this cage and the barn door, and neither one has been forced. He stepped back and scowled at the sturdy wood and solid hinges. Yeah, but... And do you smell formaldehyde? He paused, then sniffed the air. Well, no. Abigail sighed. It wasn't her. I'm done here. Moments later, she joined him in the sunshine. But it had to be her, he complained as she retracted her wings. Be a dragon again, see if you smell anything. If not, we need to get back to the search. Hal felt like he was lagging 2 steps behind her as usual. But as he transformed and carefully sniffed the air and the ground by the barn door, he slowly came to the conclusion the eyeball hadn't been here at all. Maybe she'd hidden it somewhere else, though. Go, Abigail urged as she climbed onto his back. The idea of Kitsune being the thief crumpled around him, and he launched into the air, feeling a little deflated. Back to square one. He flew high above Carter. The thief had either lifted the giant eyeball into the sky or had snuck it away through the trees. Most of the others were already searching the surrounding forest, so it was up to him and Lauren to scour the sky. Sighing, he had the distinct feeling clouds were about all he was likely to find in the sky. He spotted a harpy in the far distance, Lauren swooping around above the treetops, so he went off in another direction, squinting and looking for the slightest movement, grumbling when he spotted harmless birds. Whoever or whatever had taken the eyeball had too much of a head start, and he or she had to be fairly small to fit inside the lab corridors, which ruled out a griffin or a rock. Someone or something small and dexterous that could squeeze through a doorway, yet was strong enough to lift the stolen goods in the air. If it were a winged creature of some kind, maybe it had flown just a short way and then dropped into the trees to a waiting horse and cart, or maybe someone had ridden in on the back of a rock. There were just too many possibilities. Then again, he sniffed. Just for a second, he thought he'd caught the scent of formaldehyde on a current of air, but it faded, and he flew aimlessly once more, his nostrils flaring as he tried to pick up the smell again. There! Sniffing furiously, he latched on, then lost it, then caught it again. It faded, and he twisted his head from side to side, slowing to a hover. There it was, and gone again. A little frustrated but excited, he flapped around in a slow circle, trying to figure out a direction. It was only when he'd gone almost all the way around that he caught the scent, and this time he snapped his head in that direction and set off. He lost the trail once more, but he flew a little while longer and circled around. As before, the foul whiff of formaldehyde tickled his nostrils, and he quickly turned toward it. "Call the others," Abigail said. "You're obviously onto something. Shout for the others so we're all heading the same way." Hal twisted around and roared for all he was worth. The noise he made carried across the treetops, and in the distance, Lauren spun around. Though just a tiny figure, her white feathers were in sharp contrast to the deep blue sky when the sun hit her a certain way. He couldn't see if she waved or acknowledged him, but after a moment she started flapping in his direction. Sniffing furiously again, Hal realized the scent was strong now. It drifted away and returned over and over, a little more pungent each time. Whatever was carrying the eyeball hadn't got very far, or it had stopped to rest. Either way, it was down below, among the trees. He peered closely, looking for clearings. Much farther north, the forest petered out and eventually became open plains, dry and dusty. It seemed the smell was closer than that. Somewhere here, Hal thought. In the forest. Knowing he needed some shifters on the ground, he spun around and headed back, making a beeline for Lauren as she flew toward him. Abigail read his mind again. "Lauren!" she yelled. Hal picked up a scent. He thinks the thief is in the woods back there. "We should get the others then," Lauren yelled back as she swooped closer. "Follow me. I know exactly where they are." Hal hated leaving the scent behind, but he felt confident he'd pick it up again. Trailing after Lauren, he flew low and dropped into the woods where a suitable gap in the trees offered a safe landing spot. He then just had to wait for Lauren to fetch the others. "Come on! Come on!" he grumbled, swishing his tail from side to side. He spotted a centaur peering at him from the trees, and for a second thought, it was Dewey. Then he wondered if it were the thief. But no, there was definitely no formaldehyde around here. This was just an innocent centaur, and judging by the way he hid behind a sturdy tree, he was simply a passerby trying not to be seen by a ferocious dragon. Hal turned his back on the centaur. Minutes later, his friends came tramping out of the woods. "You found the thief?" Darcy called. Hal grunted, impatient to get going. Once they were all on board, all in human form and chatting excitedly, he launched into the sky and set off to pick up the scent. Thankfully, he found it soon after, and he veered this way and that until he felt confident about his direction. The thief has to be somewhere around here, somewhere on the ground, whoever it is. He sucked in a breath, and all his friends fell silent. Directly ahead, a figure had just risen from the forest, flapping hard. Man-shaped, dark gray in color, a mixture of fur and feathers, huge wings, and dangling a giant eyeball within a net. The thief! Hal could hardly believe it. Even though he'd been on the trail and confident they were close, it struck him as extraordinarily lucky to see the thief pop into sight right before his eyes. "It's a Mothman," Robbie said quietly. The creature appeared to be struggling with his cargo. Perhaps that explained why he'd dropped into the trees. For a rest. Now he'd resumed his journey, carrying the eyeball to his lair. What does a Mothman want with a kraken's eye? Still, it somehow seemed fitting. Mothmen were known for catching glimpses of the future, for portending calamitous events, and generally warning of doom and gloom. A Mothman with a giant eye? Maybe he wanted to see farther, beyond his normal capabilities. That's ridiculous, Hal thought. It's just a gigantic dead eye. He kept his distance, curious to see where the somewhat creepy creature would lead them, but afraid to be spotted. What if the Mothmen panicked and dropped the eye? Then the special orb would be gone forever, a huge mess on the forest floor below. But the Mothman never once glanced back. The smell of formaldehyde wrinkled Hal's snout and made him wish his olfactory senses weren't quite so acute. He'd follow the thief a little longer, but he knew his patience would wear thin soon. Plus, it was difficult flying at such a slow, ponderous pace. "Guys, we've been here before," Lauren said quietly. "Isn't this where—" She trailed off, but some of the others muttered their agreement. Hal thought so too. As forests went, this section looked familiar. "Oh no," Abigail groaned. "I'll bet the Mothman's heading to Madame Frost's house." Chapter 3. The Witch in the Woods. They passed over the so-called swamps of misery. Hal shuddered, remembering the depressing, dense forest filled with orange-furred squonks that dissolved into puddles of tears at the slightest glance. A journey into that awful place would have them all crying their eyes out in no time. There was no need, though. Hal grumbled with satisfaction at the sight of the Mothman dropping below the tree line right about where he expected to find Madame Frost's dismal home. It all made sense now. Who else was macabre enough to want a giant eyeball in their home? Witches had all kinds of uses for severed body parts, strands of hair, and gouged-out eyes. All would end up in her cauldron as part of a sinister potion. A kraken's eye, though? No cauldron was large enough. A one-story, stone-walled cottage came into view. It stood in a clearing on an island in the middle of the swamp, and had a steep slate roof and a tall, twisted chimney. An iron fence surrounded the cottage, its bars black and pointed. Hal looked for the gargoyles at the gate, but this time none perched atop the stone columns on either side. There was no sign of the Mothman. He'd probably entered the house to deliver the ghastly treasure. Hal thumped down just inside the gate, landing on the path that led to the house. Once everyone had dismounted, he reverted to human form. He had a feeling of déjà vu as he wandered toward the front door. The first time he and his friends had visited, the witch had been extremely unhelpful. Not long after, dragons had torn the place apart, and he'd later seen her trudging about, picking books and bottles up off the ground. She'd repaired the damages to the structure, probably with magic, since he couldn't imagine her hiring builders. "I don't like it here," Darcy whispered. "Nobody in their right mind likes visiting a witch," Fenton murmured, "especially this witch." "The place is different," Robbie said, studying the cottage. "Not so many windows, the roof is lower, it's all just a bit different." Thomas sighed. "Robbie, do we look like we care?" "He's right, though," Emily said. "I think the island is bigger too, or maybe the swamp water is drying up." Hal absently glanced beyond the fence and frowned at the shoreline, which did indeed seem a little farther out than he remembered. "Ooh, what's this?" Lauren said, approaching the front porch. A huge bowl of strawberries sat on a small table. A rocking chair and an open book suggested Madame Frost had been sitting here recently. The strawberries looked delicious, freshly washed, judging by the sparkling beads of moisture. The little green leaves had been neatly cut off. Lauren popped one into her mouth and closed her eyes as she chewed. "Oh my," she said with her mouth full. "That's gorgeous." "They're not yours," Emily whispered fiercely. Thomas promptly stole one too, then Fenton. "Best I ever tasted," Robbie said, as he bit one in half and studied it. "I wonder if witches put spells on their gardens to help them grow." Since everyone seemed to be helping themselves, Hal took one as well. He had to admit, it was pretty fantastic. Then again, he couldn't help noticing the book was open to a page elaborately titled Spells of Persuasion. He felt pretty well persuaded right now. These really were the very best strawberries he'd ever tasted. Emily sighed and gave in, then Abigail, Darcy, and Dewey. By the time they'd all had one, the bowl was half empty. "That's enough," Emily scolded the group as she chewed. "We're not here for a picnic. We're here to find the eyeball and arrest the witch for being a thief." Abigail stepped up to the sturdy door and thumped on it. Everyone gasped. She glanced around, one eyebrow raised. "What? Emily, you just said we're here to—" "I know what I said," she hissed. We can't stand here all day eating her strawberries. Let's get this done." At first, Hal moved toward her to stand by her side in case the witch flew out in a rage and attacked. But then he edged away from the group, thinking he'd better be ready to transform if he needed to. Nobody answered the door, so Abigail thumped again, harder this time. The others shuffled closer with obvious reluctance. "Madame Frost!" Abigail yelled. Several seconds later, she opened her mouth to yell again, then backed up in a hurry as the handle rattled and the door creaked open. Madame Frost stood there, glaring at them from the threshold. Her long, grey hair was wiry and tangled, her face lined and weathered like she was 200 years old. Despite that, she stood straight and tall, showing no signs of frailty. "What do you want?" she growled. Narrowing her eyes, she pointed accusingly at Hal. "You have a lot of nerve showing up here, if you've brought steamer dragons to tear up my home again." "I haven't," Hal broke in, "but it can be arranged. We came to collect the eyeball you stole." She tilted her head back, peering down her nose at them all as she gazed around the group. "I don't know what you're talking about." Fenton snorted. Thomas rolled his eyes and laid on the sarcasm. "Of course not. Oh, but wait. What's that weird smell? He sniffed the air. Is that formaldehyde? What an odd coincidence. That's what the kraken's eyeball was preserved in. What of it? Madame Frost snarled. We followed your Mothman, Abigail said calmly. We know the eye is here, and now we're taking it back. Don't give us any trouble. The witch launched herself out of the doorway and grabbed Abigail around the throat. The old woman was shockingly fast, and everyone's immediate reaction was to recoil in fright. Don't threaten me, young lady, she screeched in Abigail's face. You think being a shapeshifter prevents me from harming you? Do you have any idea how many different ways I can curse you? All I have to do is sneak into your bedroom one night and... Hal rushed forward and kicked the woman as hard as he could in the shin. His action surprised him as much as the witch. Madame Frost yelped and released Abigail, then hopped and staggered on the doorstep while letting out colorful expletives. Hal put himself in front of Abigail and stood as tall as he could, which wasn't very tall, with his fists balled and his heart hammering in his chest. He fought to keep the flames from erupting. Though if she tried anything like that again, he'd certainly let her have it. Abigail looked a little shaken. Please don't give us any trouble, then. We're coming in now, Fenton said, brushing past Hal and standing in such a way that Madame Frost would have to fight her way past him to get to the others. This is, official business and all that. On behalf of Miss Simone and the Council of Carter, Emily added loudly, and she knows where we are, so don't try anything. Actually, she doesn't, Hal thought, realizing that was probably a mistake on their part. As the shapeshifters filed into the cottage, Hal glimpsed the witch's furious and astonished expression over Fenton's shoulder. But his attention quickly switched to the inside of Madame Frost's abode. He stopped in confusion. The place was definitely different from what he remembered. Redecorating was one thing, but this was something else entirely. Walls that weren't there before, living areas all turned around, a pantry or closet he didn't recognize, the kitchen in the wrong place, a higher ceiling than it ought to be despite a lower roof line, and a fairly grand staircase leading down to a basement he never knew existed. How come it's changed? He asked the witch as she stomped past him. She swung around to face them all. Do you see an eyeball anywhere? Well, do you? They all peered about the place. Hal recognized the smell of formaldehyde wafting in the air. It masked whatever might be brewing in the witch's cauldron, which hung on a metal frame near the fireplace, as it had last time Hal had visited. Numerous bottles, leather pouches, books, trinkets, and wooden boxes crammed dozens of warped shelves on every available wall. Dusty drapes hung from windows, and the flagstone floor looked like it could do with a good sweep with a magical broom. Had it been flagstone last time? He couldn't remember. The staircase intrigued him. Had she built a basement recently, using powerful magic? Or had the way down simply been hidden until now? A witch's basement. The most sinister of lairs. Is it downstairs? Lauren asked, evidently just as intrigued. She, though, had the expression of someone who definitely did not want to investigate. Why don't you all take a peek? Madame Frost said, a smile creeping across her face. She stepped aside with a flourish. Go ahead. Robbie gave a strangled noise. You want us to go down there? Are you nuts? I'll go, Thomas said, sounding bored. But some of you stay here, or we'll end up locked in. He shot the witch a glare, because obviously she thinks we're idiots. He headed down the steps. Wait for me, Abigail said. Hal automatically followed. I think 3's enough, Lauren called after them. Shout if you need us. Thomas, Abigail, and Hal stamped down the wide wooden steps. They started off nice and polished, but they degenerated lower down, becoming gnarled and twisted, with nail heads sticking up. Darkness flooded over them, pooling around their feet, and creeping up to their ankles and knees. The steps went on and on. Hal counted 10, 15, 20, 25. Finally, in total darkness, they reached the bottom. Thomas stopped. Abigail bumped into him, and Hal bumped into her. The floor was cold and hard. Abigail gripped Hal's hand as they stood in silence. "Light up," she whispered. "Can't you see with your fairy eyes?" he asked. "I'm not a fairy right now." Hal turned away from her and Thomas, and he reached out to make sure nothing would bounce the flames back at him. To his surprise, as he sucked in a breath and prepared to let loose with some fire, his fingers touched something flat and solid, a wall. Carefully, he breathed a flickering jet of flames. Instantly, in the dancing shadows, he saw the wall in front of him and more walls to his side. "Hey," Thomas complained, "the basement is tiny. Let's go back up." Hal had stopped breathing fire by now, and he glanced up the steps to see the glow of light from above. It looked inviting, but he was intrigued. "I think the wall to the right is a door," he whispered, not sure why he was keeping his voice low. "The basement's through there. Can you feel for the handle?" After a little fumbling, Abigail sighed with relief. "Got it." She fumbled some more, twisting the knob until she was able to fling the door wide open. Daylight flooded in. Hal, Abigail, and Thomas stumbled almost blindly into the light, aware that they had entered a large indoor room with windows. As they squinted, a cackling laughter pierced their ears. "Oh, your faces!" Madame Frost screeched as she doubled up. "Oh, that's just precious!" Somehow, they were back upstairs with the rest of the shapeshifters, who stood right there in the living room as before, waiting at the top of the basement stairs, their heads turned toward Hal in amazement. Confused, Hal looked at the door he'd just stumbled out of, recognizing what he'd earlier assumed was a pantry or broom closet. "What?" he stammered. Abigail and Thomas appeared just as perplexed. "How did you do that?" Robbie blurted, pointing down the steps and then at the small closet. "How did you get from down there to—" The witch laughed harder. Darcy huffed with annoyance. "She's messing with us. Ignore her. Let's just find the stupid eyeball and get going." "And take the witch to prison while we're at it," Thomas added. His remark caused Madame Frost's mirth to dry up. The smile faded from her face and a frown developed. "You're not taking me anywhere. You're nothing but a group of big-headed, self-righteous kids with superpowers." "I'm not big-headed," Robbie exclaimed. Hal was getting tired of the bickering. It seemed the witch was deliberately distracting them. "Where is it?" he growled, allowing his voice to deepen and a puff of hot smoke to erupt from his mouth. "Enough messing about. We might be big-headed, self-righteous kids to you, but I'm still a dragon, and I'm going to fly you into the sky any minute now and hang you upside down until you start being helpful." To punctuate his point, he belched up a fiery breath in her direction, causing her to leap backward. She brushed herself down while grinding her teeth. In the silence that followed, with everyone glaring at her, she finally sighed and rubbed her nose. "All right, I'll show you. Maybe I can persuade you not to give it back to that Simone woman. She doesn't understand what it can do, and if she did, she'd lock it up so nobody could ever benefit from its power." "You're not persuading me of anything," Hal thought in sudden alarm, thinking of the strawberries they'd eaten and the book of witchcraft that had been open at a page related to persuasion spells. He vowed to stay on guard. Madame Frost curled her index finger to indicate they should follow her, and she headed off toward a back room, ducking under a collection of creepy, low-hanging necklaces, amulets, and trinkets made from wood, string, and hair. There were a few dolls, too, with pins stuck in them. Hal couldn't help feeling intrigued. He shrugged at his friends, then went after her. The old woman, who moved like someone half her age, disappeared through a set of double doors that sprang back into place with a bang. Hal gave them a push and entered a surprisingly large room lit only by a few candles. The smell of formaldehyde hit him, and he knew in a flash the eyeball was right here. It sat on a table. The net had fallen away and lay spread out like a tablecloth. Unlike in Miss Simone's lab, someone had balanced the eyeball upright, so the huge black pupil stared across the room at the group clustered in the doorway. And that someone had to be the Mothman, who lurked in the corner, silent and motionless. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be asleep. Madame Frost circled the table, her eyes glinting in the candlelight, her fingers twitching with anticipation. Now this is a prize. I paid handsomely for it, and it's mine. You paid the captain and all those poor sailors? Emily asked. Indeed. I paid them whatever they desired in return for fetching me this rare treat, a spell for each crew member. I demonstrated my power before they left, curing one man of scurvy and another of partial blindness. I promised a spell for each and every brave soul who sailed to the edge of the world and stole the eye of the kraken. I promised more than money could buy. And did you pay them before or after they died at sea? Abigail asked bitterly. After, of course. The witch cackled in a way that only witches could. And by that, I mean I paid them nothing, because they never showed up to claim their reward. Hal heard several irked sighs, but he was too busy staring at the eyeball to care about the witch's callous attitude toward the lost crew. Why do you want this so bad? They all crowded closer. The eyeball was a little deflated, a sorry-looking orb that had forever lost the fearsome gleam it might have had at sea. Madame Frost hunched over the odd treasure, apparently unaffected by the foul smell. If you hadn't all burst in here in such a hurry and interrupted me, I would have had it cleaned up and ready by now, in the throes of the greatest discovery of all. As it is, you'll have to wait a minute. She turned to the Mothman and snapped her fingers. The sharp sound woke the creepy figure, and his eyes opened, blazing red in the gloom. Your debt is paid, she said curtly. You may go. She fished in her pocket and pulled out a talisman, some sort of intricate carving on a triangular base. The Mothman's eyes widened, and he reached for it. The witch dropped it into his hand, and his fingers closed around it. Whatever it was, it meant the world to the Mothman. He bowed deeply, then abruptly left the room, his grey-furred wings brushing against Hal as he went. What was that about? Darcy asked. Madame Frost scowled. At what point, young lady, did you decide you were important enough to be owed an explanation into the dealings of another person's affairs? Fenton leaned toward Darcy and cupped a hand to the side of his mouth. I think she's telling you to mind your own business. What I want to know, Robbie demanded, is how a Mothman broke through a door in the lab like it was made out of paper. 2 doors, Lauren added. Madame Frost shook her head impatiently. A simple and temporary strength spell. What of it? The potion lasted several minutes. He just needed to drink it when he arrived at the laboratory building, enough time to break down the door and retrieve the eye. Let's not bore ourselves with petty details. You, boy, hand me that rag. Thomas handed her the rag before he could stop himself. A second later, he frowned as if realizing he should have offered a terse retort instead. As everyone watched in amazement, the witch closed her eyes, whispered a few words, and breathed hard on the rag. Then she began wiping the giant eyeball, specifically the huge pupil, which stared lifelessly at Hal and the others as they shuffled backward in an effort to avoid its gaze. "Ew," Lauren murmured. "That's gross," Dewey said. Despite their disgust, the shapeshifters couldn't help but watch as Madame Frost carefully polished the enormous black disc. Whatever spell she'd cast on the rag seemed to be working, because the pupil began to shine, reflecting the candlelight. "It has to be nice and clean," Madame Frost muttered as she worked. "We need our view to be free of smudges." Clearly, she was talking about peering into the eye for some reason. She wanted their reflections untarnished by smudges? Why? Hal found Abigail frowning at him. He could guess why. Somehow, they were losing their grip on the situation. The witch was so weird that she threw them into a puzzled, motionless state every time she opened her mouth. Well, no more. "That's enough," Hal barked, making everyone jump. "Robbie, wrap the eye up in that net and carry it out of here. We're going back to Carter. And you, Madame Frost, are—" "I can see it already," the witch gasped suddenly, pausing with the rag poised. She peered intently into the eye's inky black depths. "Look at that. Do you see?" "See what?" Thomas complained. They all surged closer. The shiny black surface reflected their faces as clear as a mirror. Hal saw himself and Abigail next to him, and Emily and Dewey, and all the others standing behind, and the witch, who was doubled up with silent glee. Hal swung around. "What are you cackling about now?" Having been exposed, Madame Frost's laughter exploded into the room. She staggered and swayed, pointing at them, hee-hawing like a donkey and screeching louder than a banshee. The shapeshifters turned away from the table and stood there waiting, simmering with annoyance, rolling their eyes and shaking their heads. Hal's patience had run thin. "Let's bag this up and go," he muttered. "You kids," the witch wheezed between peals of laughter, "all of you bent over, staring like idiots at that ghastly monstrosity on the table. Oh, I had you good and proper." "Complete waste of time," Fenton grumbled, helping Robbie pull the net up around the sides of the eyeball. While he stood on tiptoes to tie it at the top, he shot a glare over his shoulder. "You're going back with us. Just because you're a witch doesn't mean you can break in and steal things. You're going to jail." Madame Frost had tears running down her cheeks as she struggled to compose herself and wipe the smile from her face. "Oh, goodness. All right, calm down. I was just having a bit of fun at your expense. You owe me for all the damage you caused to my house last time you paid me a visit." With the net secured, Fenton, Robbie, and Thomas manhandled the eyeball off the table and onto the floor. Hal, standing well back, could have sworn the whole thing sagged as they set it down, but now it stood about chest height and was easier to get hold of. Thomas stepped away as Fenton and Robbie grabbed the netting and lifted. They headed toward the door as the old woman stood aside and observed with an indiscernible expression. "It's not so much heavy," Robbie grunted as they walked the eyeball through the doorway. "Just awkward." It squeezed between the frames with inches to spare. Turned flat so the pupil was pointed upward, it wouldn't have made it through the opening. Madame Frost said nothing as her prized treasure was carried outside. Hal watched her carefully, expecting her to cast a spell that would freeze everyone in place, or worse, turn them into toads. But she did nothing except follow the rest of the shapeshifters. In the brisk, fresh air, Hal felt a wave of relief. Now he could transform and fly everyone back to Carter, including the witch. "No trouble," he warned her. "You'll climb on my back like everyone else, and you'll sit still and quiet the whole way. If you cause problems, Lauren will carry you off." Lauren nodded. "Yeah, by the ankle." Madame Frost rolled her eyes. "So many warnings. I'll be good, I promise." She smiled and pushed her straggly hair away from her face. "But of course we're not going to Carter. We're going to the Broken Cliffs." Everyone stared at her blankly. Fenton and Robbie put the eye down with a soft thud. "Huh?" Darcy said. Chapter 4. The Broken Cliffs. Madame Frost, there is absolutely no way we're going to the Broken Cliffs wherever they are. We're taking you and the eyeball back to Carter right now, and you're going straight to jail. That was what Emily had exclaimed with vehemence at Madame Frost's preposterous suggestion. The others had chimed in as well, telling the witch she was a thief and that the kraken's eye needed to be returned to the lab at once. The old woman had ignored them all and insisted they go to the Broken Cliffs. Hal had quite rudely laughed in her face when she'd told him to fly directly south. "We'll be there in a few hours," she'd said. Hal sighed as he approached Carter, and then flew straight over, heading south over the great expanse of forest land with the giant eyeball dangling from a net in his front right paw. Nobody complained. All of them seemed committed to the journey. What were they doing? How had the witch persuaded them and the others to do as she asked? "She put a spell on us." He thought again of the strawberries. It's the only explanation. He groaned and ran it all through in his mind. Definitely a spell. We all felt it. I transformed and grabbed the net with the eyeball in. Everyone climbed on my back, including Madame Frost. She kept talking about the Broken Cliffs, and we just scoffed and laughed at her, and she didn't seem to care, just talked more and more about the stupid cliffs in the south and how we'd be there in a few hours. And now we're here, flying south just as she told us to. He glanced back. It wasn't too late. He could veer right and circle around. They'd be in Carter within minutes. They'd send the witch to jail and return the eyeball to the lab. Easy. Steeling himself, he banked suddenly, eliciting a few yelps and screams from the passengers on his back. Madame Frost immediately called to him. "I'm fairly certain you want to keep heading south, young Hal." And she was right, actually. Hal shook his head, feeling foolish. This had nothing to do with persuasion spells. It was just a simple fact that he and his friends wanted to head south, to the Broken Cliffs, just as the witch said. He resumed his southerly course and put on a bit of speed. He felt better now, having banished from his mind all thoughts of returning to Carter. "What are the Broken Cliffs?" Dewey shouted above the wind. Madame Frost answered with the sort of excitement Miss Simone often adopted. "Some say it's where our world began, where magic erupted from the ground and spread out across the planet, forming all manner of creatures and creating the wonderful land we know today." "So why are the cliffs broken?" Thomas demanded. "It's a canyon, a great split in the ground with cliffs rising up on both sides." "Is it full of magic?" Abigail asked. Hal smiled to himself. Being a fairy, she loved magical hotspots. If New Earth began among the Broken Cliffs, surely the place would be full of energy and life. But the witch didn't seem so sure. "Many have explored the cliffs, and very few have come away impressed. It's just an old story after all. Still, there's something there. The place we're going to, an old tower perched on the cliff, is very special." It was Robbie's turn to badger her. "What's special about it?" After a pause, Madame Frost said, "I don't really know how to explain it. You'll find out soon enough, though." The journey south was uneventful and rather pleasant. At the back of his mind, Hal knew they should probably turn around and head back. His parents and Miss Simone would be wondering where they were. Of course, visiting the Broken Cliffs was their top priority right now. A few hours, that was all. They'd be home in Carter by nightfall. He squinted, seeing a distant range of mountains he recognized. Whisper Mountain stood among them. Somewhere down below was the old quarry with a huge treadmill crane, and ogres lived east of here. It had been a while since they'd traveled this far south. "Look!" Darcy gasped. A herd of glowing white unicorns galloped in a meadow. There had to be 24 of them. A spectacular sight, horns jutting forward, manes and tails flowing, hooves kicking up clods of dirt and grass. They were larger than horses and much faster. "Hal, stop being so menacing," Emily scolded him. Hal felt sure she'd smacked him, but he might have imagined it. Anyway, how was he supposed to refrain from being menacing? He was a dragon. He focused on the horizon ahead and tried to ignore the beautiful equines, even though all his friends and Madame Frost oohed and ahed for the next half-minute. Whisper Mountain remained in the distance. Their route to the broken cliffs gave the peaks quite a wide berth. Soon, Hal was way beyond, still heading south. "Not far now," Madame Frost shouted. She sounded happy. Just for a moment, it was easy to forget how wily and untrustworthy she was. Still, something troubled Hal. He felt he'd been tricked into doing her bidding. Those strawberries. He really should turn around and head home to Carter. "See the canyon?" the witch urged. "We're nearly there. Keep going, Hal." Of course, he thought, his doubts evaporating. The broken cliffs. That's exactly where we need to be. It was only when he landed on a cliff edge about halfway along the gigantic crack in the earth that he realized what a fool he'd been. The taste of strawberries suddenly filled his mouth as though the fruit were taunting him. He flicked his tongue among his fangs, thinking he might have dislodged an uneaten morsel. But he knew that was ridiculous. His dragon mouth was enormous, the strawberry tiny. "We've been duped," he thought in sudden anger. He felt like stomping the kraken's eye into the rock and watching it explode all over the witch, but he knew Miss Simone wouldn't approve. He could barely contain his impatience as some of his friends climbed down. The witch refused, though. "You landed on the wrong side, you silly boy," she griped. "See that tower opposite? That's where we're going. Why on earth did you—" Hal reverted to human form in an instant. He was sorry a few of his friends tumbled to the ground. Dewey, Emily, and Fenton hadn't dismounted yet, but he relished the sight of Madame Frost screeching as she slammed down flat on her belly. As his friends picked themselves up, Hal marched towards the witch and stood over her. "You put a spell on the strawberries." "Well, of course I did," she said, rolling onto her back and propping herself on her elbows. "I saw you coming. In fact, I saw you coming before I saw you coming. Even before then, actually. I'm so glad you followed my trusty Mothman friend. I knew you would, though you took your time. I understand he had to drop into the woods and wait for you." Hal groaned. A trap. "And the strawberries?" Madame Frost grinned. "For you to enjoy." "So you poisoned us?" Emily exclaimed. "Nonsense," the witch said, finally climbing to her feet. "I simply cast a persuasion spell and waited until it was firmly in your system before asking you to accompany me to the broken cliffs." Fenton and Thomas began complaining loudly, and Darcy muttered under her breath to Lauren. Hal could see everyone was as irked as him, but he could also tell the spell had worn off. Or perhaps expired, now that the witch's primary wish had been granted. "Well, we're going right back home," Hal said. He moved away from the group. "Ready, everyone?" "Whoa!" Madame Frost exclaimed, holding up her hands. "Now that we're here, don't you want to know why? That giant eye and that tower over yonder, together they form the most wonderful magic you can imagine. Wouldn't you like to see it?" "What kind of magic?" Fenton said with a scowl. Thomas leaned closer and spoke out of the corner of his mouth, but in a voice loud enough to be heard by all. "It's where they make all the broomsticks." Though Fenton chuckled, Robbie looked a little puzzled. "That doesn't even make sense. Where does the eye come into it?" "It's a joke, moron," Thomas retorted. "Yeah, but even jokes have to make sense. It's only funny if you work the eyeball into it somehow, like the eye is there to supervise or—" "Guys," Emily barked. She turned to the witch. "You tricked us into coming here, and we're not interested. We're going home right now, and you're coming with us, right, Hal?" Hal jerked. Huh? Oh, right, yeah. Except... Emily narrowed her eyes at him. Except what? He tried to avoid glancing at the witch, who was smirking. Except I'd kind of like to know why we came all this way. I think Miss Simone would like to know, too. Madame Frost screeched with laughter. Well done, boy. Shut up, he growled. As his friends discussed what they wanted to do, Hal peered across the canyon at the structure perched on the cliffs opposite. It was simple enough, a tower with 3 spires and a shorter building alongside. Built not just on top of the cliff, but partly overhanging it, he imagined the construction crew must have cursed the architect's name every day. Who would work on something so dangerous? And why? The views were probably spectacular, though. From where Hal stood, gazing down into the canyon, he saw nothing of great interest, just a relatively flat, rocky floor far below. But he suspected the tower overlooked a more noteworthy scene only visible from the cliffs on that side. In fact, it did seem that the cliffs spread wider apart a little farther along. The discussion came to an end. They all agreed to allow the witch to show them whatever wondrous magic she had in mind. Madame Frost smiled and nodded, rubbing her hands with enthusiasm. "Climb on, then," Hal said with a sigh. After transforming and allowing his passengers to get comfortable, Hal once more picked up the eyeball in its net and launched into the air. He flapped several times, just enough to get him airborne, and then he was able to glide back down on the other side of the canyon. He landed as close as possible to the large tower's entryway, which was thankfully around the backside, away from the cliff. The path leading to it was surrounded by rock, a kind of deep passage with no roof. The tower rose high above, much taller than it appeared from afar. Fenton and Robbie took the eyeball from him and carried it between them toward the entrance. Meanwhile, the witch hurried ahead to open the door. It creaked noisily. Madame Frost wasted no time. She plunged into the darkness, calling back over her shoulder for them to hurry up. The shapeshifters filed in one by one. Abigail waited for Hal, and they were the last to enter. By the time they ducked inside, the others were already pounding up the stone steps in near darkness. It was cold on the narrow, winding staircase, cold and dank. The stone steps, stone walls, stone ceiling, all of it was icy to the touch, and in some places moss grew where rainwater had evidently leaked in over the centuries. It dried out higher up. Sunlight poured in from a room at the top of the stairs, and Hal heard some of his friends exclaiming long before he and Abigail caught up. They emerged into a circular room with a couple of tall, wide, glassless windows, large enough to let in a flood of slanting sun rays. The one facing the rear had bars, the other, overlooking the canyon, had none. "This place is awesome!" Robbie shouted as he ran to the window with no bars. He stopped short and sucked in a breath. Oh man, it would be really easy to trip over this and fall. The windowsills were knee-high. Hal felt sure at least one person in history must have stumbled to their death. He gingerly leaned out. The tower perched at the neck of the canyon, just where it opened wide. Low hills ranged in the distance, but right here the cliffs loomed over a huge, barren arena, an enormous rocky depression with a gaping hole at its center and cracks radiating outward. Hal stared and stared. It was like a colossal giant had stomped and split the ground apart. "What is this?" Darcy exclaimed. She spun to face the witch, her eyes wide. "Madame Frost, what is this place?" The witch had her arms folded, and the delight on her face wiped about 20 years from her age. "This, my dear, is where New Earth began. It said that a god, as tall as the clouds, stood right here and struck the ground with his staff in a fit of anger, cracking a hole in the earth and breaking the surrounding landscape." "Yeah, right," Thomas scoffed. "Or maybe a meteorite hit." "That sounds more likely," Abigail said, giving Hal a grin. "Don't let Miss Simone hear us talking about gods. She'll tell us they're nothing but legends." "So was the edge of the world," Lauren exclaimed. "But we found it anyway. It wasn't actually the edge of the world, but maybe there's some logical explanation for this too. Something that looked like a massive god, but wasn't really." "Well, we just came from Haven, where a giant skeleton was stomping about," Darcy said. "And with all that mist, it's easy to tell tales afterward and say that the giant was as tall as the clouds." "Robbie would definitely say that," Abigail agreed. As interesting as the cracked crater was, Hal couldn't see anything magical about it. "Why are we here?" he asked the witch, putting on a stern enough tone that everyone stopped babbling and fell silent. They all faced the old woman. She paced slowly, circling the giant eyeball that Robbie and Fenton had dumped in the middle of the room. Its net had fallen away, and the eye tilted backward just a little, so it was staring at a spot above one of the windows. "I've been here several times," she said. "To explain the magic of this place, take a peek in that storeroom there." They all turned to find a sturdy wooden door. It had to lead to the squat building alongside the tower. "What's so special about a storeroom?" Emily asked, marching toward the door. She grasped the handle, then paused. "Should I?" Several of the group said yes. A couple said no. The witch smirked. "You may open the door, but be warned. What lies beyond might give you nightmares." Hal wandered closer. They all did. Emily's hand remained on the handle, her knuckles white, but still she paused. "Just open it," Thomas grumbled. "It's probably a pantry full of rotten food." Lauren shot him a glance. "Huh? People who come here have to eat, right? That's where they store stuff. What's the big deal?" Emily yanked the door open, and everyone crowded forward. It was pretty disappointing. "Just an ordinary room," Fenton said. "A big room, but nothing special." It was pretty big, as wide as the circular building that adjoined the tower. It had a tiny window that let in a few dusty rays of light. Yet Emily's eyes shone as she glanced around. "Loads of wooden boxes on shelves. What's in them?" "And beds," Lauren said, her excitement far more reserved. She wrinkled her nose. "Who would sleep in a smelly room like this?" Madame Frost cackled. "Never mind the beds. Open the boxes." They all surged into the oversized closet. Above the 6 bunks around the outside of the room, shelves were filled with small wooden containers and bulky sacks. Dust coated everything. A small table stood against one wall, a cobwebby lantern in the middle. Hal felt weird standing there. He couldn't help thinking he'd stepped into a tomb of some kind. Fenton chose a wooden box and carefully pulled it down from the shelf. It was one of many, though a little bigger than most. He set it down on the small table and fiddled with the clasp, holding it shut. "Be warned," Madame Frost called in a soft voice. Hal felt a chill, and he wanted to tell Fenton to stop, to leave the box alone. The others did too. They all took a step back, but Fenton threw the box open. Everyone yelled and backpedaled at the sight of a plate-sized eyeball staring back at them. "What the heck?" Robbie exclaimed, swinging around to glare at the witch. "Why didn't you warn us that was in there?" "Well, I did try." "Gross," Darcy said with a grimace. She pointed accusingly around the room. "What's in the other boxes?" Thomas was already reaching for one. Smaller and lighter, it opened easily and revealed another eyeball, this one the size of a soup bowl. "What is this place?" he growled. "Is this some kind of witch's playhouse?" Madame Frost couldn't help cackling again. "A witch's playhouse. I like that. No, not quite. But let me show you something." She gently pushed Thomas aside and scooped both hands into the box, deftly picking up the eyeball as everyone recoiled. The orb seemed squishy and dry, with none of the sheen and luster it had probably once had. I believe this one is from a cyclops, she murmured. A dead one, she considered. At least I assume it's dead. It could still be alive and stumbling about blind. Emily turned away. That's horrible! That other one, Madame Frost said with a nod to Fenton's bigger box, is most likely from a simurgh, one of the largest creatures in the land, or perhaps a whale. Abigail, with her hand over her mouth as the witch strode past clasping her prize, said, "What are you doing?" "Showing you something." Despite the horror of a room filled with eyeballs in boxes, curiosity once more rose in the shapeshifters, and they shuffled after her as she headed for the window overlooking the cracked crater. Hal watched with bewilderment as the witch bent and placed the eyeball on the windowsill, rotating and tilting it so the pupil pointed up at her. "She's stark raving mad," Thomas said, shaking his head. "An absolute lunatic." "Are you going to kick it?" Robbie asked, his eyes wide with wonder. Madame Frost had only just stood back up, but now she bent forward again and wheezed with laughter. Her shoulders shook as she struggled for breath, and after she sucked in a lungful, her laughter erupted into screeches. "Kick it! Kick it!" She went off again, and Hal grew impatient. All right, come on, old woman, get to the point." At last she composed herself, wiped her tears away, and knelt. She waved the others closer. "You have to see for yourself, otherwise you won't believe me. Now, one at a time, look into the eye. Stare into the blackness, into that dilated pupil." "I can't," Lauren said with a shudder. Thomas shoved his way to the front and bent over the eye. "All right, I'm looking." "So what?" Hal stared with suspicion at the witch, seeking a telltale sign of mirth. Was she tricking them again? Was this just a repeat of earlier, when they'd stared into the kraken's eyeball back at her house? "Keep at it," Madame Frost said, her voice soft and earnest now. "Do you see?" "All I see is an eye staring back at me." "Look closer. Do you see the canyon? Focus, boy, focus." Thomas huffed. "I'm focusing already. What am I supposed to... He went quiet. And a few seconds later, his voice took on an awed tone. "I think I see it," he whispered. Chapter 5. What the Eye Sees. The shapeshifters surged closer, shoving the old witch aside. Breathing down Thomas's neck, they crammed in tight, trying to see past his red-headed noggin and into the black, sightless pupil. "Careful," Thomas complained. "You'll knock the eye off the windowsill, and then it'll go rolling down the cliff and won't be any good to anybody." Actually, the windowsill was a good 12 inches thick, a solid slab of flagstones, so there was plenty of room for the eyeball to roll about, and time for someone to grab it before it toppled off the edge. "What do you see?" Abigail urged. "Move over and let someone else have a turn." With his friends squabbling and shoving, Hal glanced sideways at Madame Frost, half expecting to see her laughing silently at another huge prank she'd played. Instead, she watched the scuffle with nothing more than a satisfied smile that suggested she was pleased to have proved her point. Making a deal with the captain of a ship to bring back a kraken's eye. Stealing it from the science lab. Using magic to persuade us to come here to this place. Nobody would do all that for a prank. Hal decided the witch was telling the truth. "Let me see," Abigail said, finally shoving Thomas aside. The boy grumbled and picked himself up as the rest of them squeezed closer to Abigail. Hal sighed. Somehow he always ended up at the back of the crowd. Another silence fell. Abigail stared into the black pupil, and the shapeshifters watched her. "Oh," she said, "I can see something. What is that?" She broke off, peered around the eyeball at the canyon outside, and then gazed once more into the staring blackness. If you look hard enough, a picture appears. But it's not a reflection. It's inside, at the back. The eyeball is like a little telescope, and I can see right through it. I can see the canyon. Only it's a moving picture. I can see the canyon exactly as it is, but the ground is changing. The cracks are closing up. Everyone hung on her words until she stopped talking, then craned their necks to squint over the windowsill and down into the canyon. The ground was changing? Hal saw nothing untoward, but clearly Abigail did. Madame Frost spoke softly. "What you're seeing, young lady, is the past creeping into the present. This place is special, and for some reason the eye taps into the past and shows us what it was like many thousands of years ago." Thomas sputtered with indignation. "That's crazy. Why would it do that? Why do we need an eyeball to see it? Who came up with the idea of putting an eye on the windowsill and staring into it like some kind of lunatic? What kind of place is this? That room over there is filled with eyes." "Those are all perfectly reasonable questions, lad. I'll explain as best as I can while you're taking turns to look." Abigail moved aside so the next person, Emily, could have a go. Madame Frost stood by the window and clasped her hands behind her back, letting the draught blow her tangled grey hair and ruffle her robes. "This place," she began, "was built by mages of old when they sensed the power emanating from the splintered eye. That's the hole in the middle of the canyon. Nobody but witches, warlocks, and Callans can feel it, but it's there, an energy so profound that it has to be the center of it all." "Callans?" Dewey piped up. "I suppose you could call them a guild of Naga wizards." Emily spoke without averting her gaze from the eyeball. "The Naga don't practice magic. They have rules against that sort of thing." "And yet they do," Madame Frost murmured. "In any case, this is a very special place, full of magic." "Well, we've been to some pretty magical places," Darcy countered, "like the Chamber of Ghosts." "Pah!" the witch scoffed. "If the earth were a creature, then those mines you speak of are mere arteries. This place, deep below, this is the heart." "Were arteries," Thomas said, shooting Hal a smug look. "Hal blew 'em up." "So I heard." Hal sighed. Would Thomas ever stop mentioning that? It wasn't like the boy cared. He just liked to take little jabs at people whenever possible. "If Earth were a creature," Abigail said, her eyes wide with awe as she stared down into the canyon, "then maybe this is the head, and that would be one of its eyes." The gaping hole in the center yawned black and ominous. It was almost perfectly round and had to be the size of a house. "The splintered eye," Madame Frost said again. "You should view it from high above. I did once on the back of a rock. It looks exactly like a bloodshot eye, and these cliffs are its brow, if you come at it from the right direction." Hal immediately wanted to fly into the sky and check for himself. He studied the window opening, wondering if he could launch himself from it. He probably could. But when he was done flying around, he'd have to land outside and climb the stairs again. Maybe later. "The splintered eye," Emily breathed, who had now finished her turn staring into the pupil. Fenton had already taken her place. "It's so magical and mysterious." Dewey spoke up again. "So we're looking down at New Earth's eye through an eye." "Using our own eyes to see it," Robbie added. Madame Frost shrugged. "It was because the canyon so resembled an eye that mages were struck by the notion we were being watched. And if we were being watched, what was this mysterious god seeing in us mere mortals? If that's an eye," Robbie said, with a little scorn creeping in, "then it's gawking at the sky. Maybe it's just stargazing." "The point I'm making," the witch went on, "is that mages thought we were being watched, so they forced a group of monks to stand up here and stare back." Thomas was incredulous. Made a group of monks? Persuaded. Maybe they ate cursed strawberries, Hal muttered. Yeah, but a group of monks? Thomas persisted. Made them stand here and stare into the canyon? What do you mean? Madame Frost slowly turned to study Thomas with a twinkle in her eye and a half-smile on her lips. It never ceases to amaze me how many children repeat what their elders say before they fully comprehend the words. Why can't you simply wait a few seconds and let the statement percolate first? Digest the meaning, contemplate a little, ponder and cogitate a while. That shut everyone up. Still, Thomas couldn't help himself, and a few seconds later exploded with a reddened face. But what do you mean by that? The witch sighed and turned again to the window opening. Monks would stand here and gaze down into the canyon. 3 monks, each with an 8-hour shift, a mind-numbing task. They lived here for weeks before being replaced by another group. And then eventually, the monks were supplanted by eyeballs. Mages decided it didn't matter that these eyeballs were sightless, only that they pointed down into the canyon to emulate staring. Lots of them, lined up on the windowsills, the bigger the better. Okay, that's completely nuts, Thomas complained. The old woman didn't move. If you think that's beyond comprehension, you should research the history of Old Earth and examine the many strange and often horrifying rituals performed by cultures around the world. Trust me when I say that lining up eyeballs on a windowsill in defense against an evil force is relatively sane. Once more, everyone fell silent. Fenton was done looking into the orb, and Robbie, next in line, was busy daydreaming, staring off into the canyon without realizing his turn had come. Hal moved quickly. "Hey!" Robbie complained. "Oh, sorry, were you next?" Hal said with a grin. In his periphery, Abigail approached the witch. "When you say evil force, is that what you think the splintered eye is?" "I have seen no evidence either way, my dear. Whatever's down there is powerful, but it seems to be just that, a source of magic. Plus, a giant snake." "A giant snake?" Emily repeated. The witch rolled her eyes. "There you go, repeating me again. Yes, a giant infinity snake that rules over 1,000 Naga." Her words hung in the air. When Emily questioned her again, the old woman said nothing more, apparently bored with the interrogation. Hal continued staring into the blackness of the eyeball. A picture was forming of the canyon below. But it was jumpy, perhaps because he was too busy listening to focus. "You said the eyeballs on the windowsills were pointing down to the splintered eye. When did these mages or monks decide to turn the eyes around? Why? What made them do that?" "Ah, a good question." Madame Frost clapped her hands together. "This is where the Callans come in. As I said, they're a guild of Naga practicing in the dark arts. Been around for centuries. They came here and immediately decided that pointing eyeballs at the splintered eye almost certainly was folly. They suggested that, instead of trying to outstare the hidden force under the ground, it would be better to enhance its view of us, to allow it into our minds." Staring into the black pupil, Hal imagined a group of Naga surging into the tower and picking up eyeballs from the windowsill. He could almost see them trying to talk sense into the monks. The witch continued. "They suggested that inviting the entity into our heads would be like accepting the enemy into our homes. A risky move, but where better to fight an enemy than on your own turf?" "So they turned all the eyeballs around and—" Darcy whispered. "That's so creepy. The idea of dozens of eyeballs lined up around the room, staring at me." "Like standing there with 20 flashlights pointing at you," Abigail said. "Flashlights?" the witch said, sounding puzzled. Abigail grinned. "I wish you'd quit repeating me." Madame Frost made a huffing noise, then continued. "And as a result of that, the Callans believed they saw images in the eyes, moving pictures on the retinas, as though the entity was inadvertently letting the Callans see directly into its mind. into its memory. Hal frowned. What he'd thought was his own imagination seemed to be an actual image in the back of the eye. Not of the canyon floor, though. He saw Naga and monks standing in this very room. He blinked and backed away from the staring eye. Robbie immediately shoved himself into place for his turn. Despite the size of it, as large as a soup bowl, Hal wished it were bigger so he could see a little more clearly. Maybe he should try the other eye, the one Fenton had first found. That one was as big as a plate, or... He mentally slapped himself. The kraken's eye would afford a much better view. Why were they messing about with these ridiculously tiny orbs when they had one wider than a door? He asked Madame Frost that very question, and she turned slowly. "Because, my boy, I wanted to build up to it. You don't get to come here and jump straight in at the deep end. First, you have to see what I've already seen, what many mages have seen over the past few hundred years since this secret was discovered. Once you all fully understand, then we'll experiment with our doomed captain's precious treasure." There was so much wrong with everything they were doing that it almost seemed pointless to stop now. They were too far gone. What would Miss Simone say when she discovered they'd not only fallen for the witch's obvious trap and eaten cursed strawberries, but had voluntarily stayed on at the broken cliffs and participated in playing with the gouged-out eyeballs of numerous creatures? It was macabre. He didn't even want to ask if the victims had been dead already. The kraken certainly hadn't. He shuddered. Despite all that, he and his friends were as curious as Madame Frost. This could be, as she had hinted, a monumental breakthrough in... what? Science? Magic? Either way, once Miss Simone found out about this, she'd demand to see for herself, and they'd all be back here doing the exact same thing. It transpired that Hal's brief experience of the monks and Naga in the tower room wasn't shared by anyone else. His friends had seen the canyon floor shifting and changing, the cracks closing up, the hole in the center shrinking a little, the terrain altering and becoming less barren. As if time itself was rolling back to a much earlier period, when the splintered eye was not quite so cracked, when the land teemed with life. The crater remained, though. Madame Frost suggested the visions never preceded the existence of the anomaly. The splintered eye was the beginning. As the eyeballs were put back in their boxes and the boxes returned to their shelves, Madame Frost ordered a couple of the boys to help roll the kraken's offering to the window. "Careful," she demanded. "Do not let it tip backwards." While they tilted it and set it against the knee-high sill for support, the witch stood in front and gestured until the huge dead pupil was angled upwards, directly away from the splintered eye. "I always think of it like aiming a telescope, where the pupil is the eyepiece," she explained. "But of course, there's no hole in the back of the eye to look through. Still, it seems to matter. It has to be aimed just right." Hal stood on his own, deep in thought. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to mention that what he'd seen hadn't aligned with everyone else's experience. Even Abigail's. She walked over to him. "What's up?" He sighed and took her by the elbow so they could speak privately. "I didn't see the canyon floor like you did." "Oh, well, don't worry. Maybe you will next time. It's really cool. I never thought I'd agree with Madame Frost, but I saw something else." She paused and blinked. "Something else?" "I saw monks and Naga arguing about the placement of the eyeballs. Madame Frost was talking about it at the time, and I thought I'd imagined it, but the vision kept going after she stopped." Abigail gave that a lot of thought before speaking. "So, what you saw was influenced by what you were hearing?" "I guess so." Put like that, Hal didn't feel like such an outsider. It just happened that he'd listened well, and his mind had switched the view to something more relevant. Everyone else had been focused on looking at the canyon, and that was what they'd seen. "Thomas was first," Hal said, "and he saw exactly what Madame Frost suggested. The canyon. And then you had a go and described it to us all. After that, everyone just expected to see the canyon. Which they did, Abigail agreed. But then the old woman was talking about Callans and mages and monks, and you were distracted and saw that instead. She frowned. Robbie didn't, though. He had his turn after you, and he got the canyon like the rest of us. Hal shrugged. Abigail rubbed her chin. So you actually witnessed a scene of living people from the past. That's amazing, and way more interesting than the scenery. Something else was bothering Hal, though. I want to see something. Fancy a ride? She smiled. Always. Hal marched over to the others. We're going for a quick flight. Back soon. Emily frowned and pointed at the kraken's eye. But Hal, we're about to start. Go ahead. We'll look when I get back. He and Abigail took the safe route down the staircase rather than risk falling onto rocks from the window. Before he could transform, she reached for his hand and stared hard at him. What's going on? What are you wanting to show me? The splintered eye. Ooh, from high above? That's fine. He pursed his lips. And below? Below? It's just all this talk about where New Earth began and the source of all magic has got me thinking about, well, you know. He always hated talking about it. The giant brain under the ground, she said for him. Right. He'd neglected his brain-feeding duties lately, for quite some time, in fact. After the run-in with Scraggs at the castle in Broden, he and all of his friends, and some others, including Miss Simone, had ended up together in what he called the World of Darkness, a mysterious mindscape that only he recalled. It had actually been his second visit, and for some reason the Lady of Light had singled him out and ensured his memory remained intact. Everyone else had forgotten the experience. Of course, he'd filled them in afterward, but being told wasn't the same as remembering. With something as weird as the World of Darkness, simply being debriefed didn't quite cut it. He transformed and flew with Abigail into the clear sky. Wasting no time, he flapped hard and rose high, avoiding a glance down. He wanted his first impression to count. He'd vowed to the Lady of Light he would feed the brain. That meant going to the prison of despair and sitting for a short time under a tree of white tentacles while it absorbed his thoughts. That creepy white tree out back was a feeler, one of numerous trunks that had snaked its way up through the rock from deep underground. It was attached to something huge far below, a gigantic organism that throbbed and oozed among the caverns. It had to be miles long, and as far as Hal could tell, looked like a giant brain. His friends knew about it from his own accounts, but they didn't truly believe in it. Nobody did. He doubted Abigail did either. When he reached a suitable altitude, he stopped flapping and began circling, an ever-descending spiral as he glided. The splintered eye was an apt name. Just as Madame Frost had said, the round hole in the middle was the black pupil, and the crater formed the rest of the eye, with numerous cracks rather like capillaries. And when he squinted, the nearby cliffs did indeed resemble the brow to some extent. He grumbled. Seeing the splintered eye from above had been a mild curiosity compared to what he wanted to do next. He dropped as smoothly as he could and thumped down at the edge of the hole, which was a little wider than his wingspan. Despite how cracked and unsafe the region appeared from above, the rocky rim was solid underfoot as he stood there peering down into darkness. "Want me to check it out?" Abigail asked from his back. With fairy vision, that might be a good idea. But he shook his head and huffed. So, what then? Hal felt he could probably descend into the abyss without smacking his wings against the walls. His nerves jangled at the thought of it, and of what he might find below. But he just had to know. When it came to sources of magic, Madame Frost had compared the Chamber of Ghosts to veins and arteries, whereas the canyon was the beating heart. But with the splintered eye staring up at the sky, Abigail had corrected her, saying the canyon was the head. And where else would a giant brain lurk? This was, after all, where New Earth had begun. Before Hal could lose his last shred of confidence and abandon his madcap journey into darkness, he tipped forward and spread his wings. Abigail emitted a little scream, but he had it under control, especially as a powerful updraft buffeted his wings and slowed his descent with almost no effort. He dropped, flapping with care, alert for signs that the shaft might narrow. If it did, he'd have to abandon the descent before he ended up in a space too tight to fly out of. To chase away the darkness, he breathed fire downward, mindful that the wind might blow it back at him. It did too. But in the brief, flickering firelight, he saw exactly what he expected: smooth walls of rock all around, and absolutely nothing but blackness below. How deep does this go? Chapter 6. The Hole in the Ground. Flying in one place, hovering like a hummingbird, was not easy for a dragon, and much harder with the walls closing in all around. It took all Hal's concentration, and once or twice his wingtips scraped the rock and sent waves of panic through his body. He decided he couldn't keep up this level of precision for too long. As it happened, he touched down on hard rock moments later. Folding his wings, he breathed fire and turned slowly. The upward draft continued, whistling as it caused his flames to dance and flicker. The slab he'd landed on protruded from the side of the shaft, but didn't go all the way across. A gap remained, far too small for a dragon. The wind blasted from the gap. A person could easily slide through if they dared, and continue the descent into the pits of the earth, but it was the end of the road for him in dragon form. He couldn't help feeling disappointed that he could go no further, and relieved for the same reason. He gently reverted to human form and tried to hunker down so Abigail wouldn't topple off. Judging by the humming sounds from behind him, she'd already spread her wings and was buzzing around in the darkness, struggling against the powerful draft. "We didn't go as deep as I'd hoped," he complained. "We didn't? This is pretty deep, Hal. Look up." He spotted a tiny white disk of light far above. "Yeah, but it's not deep enough. If the giant brain is down here." "Maybe it's just below this ledge," she offered. "I could slide down through this gap if you like. It's not quite wide enough for me to keep my wings open, though. I'd have to just kind of drop down and hope that—" "No!" he barked, taking a step toward where he thought she was. "No, don't do that. We'll come back with ropes or something." "Okay." She sounded relieved. Hal wished he could see her. She'd landed somewhere close by, and her wings were still. She could probably see him with her fairy vision. "Well, I guess we'll head back up then," he said. "Shh!" He froze. "What?" he whispered, though he doubted she heard him over the whistling wind. He stood listening. When Abigail spoke next, she was right by his side. "I thought I heard—" Hal sucked in a breath and swung around at the sound of something scuffling across the rocky ledge. "Oh!" Abigail cried out, gripping his arm. Reacting with instinct, Hal breathed fire in the direction of the scuffling sound. The instant he lit up the darkness, he spotted the silvery face and arms of a woman hurtling toward him. But this was definitely not a human, not by a long shot. The wind snatched his dancing flames away, and he yelled, pushing Abigail backward before transforming as fast as he could. In full dragon form, his fire roared across the shaft and cast everything in an orange glow. But the figure had already been spooked by his earlier flare-up, and all he glimpsed was a tail disappearing somewhere above their heads. A passage! "Let's go!" Abigail yelled, the sound of her wings buzzing. "A passage in the wall. Where does it lead?" His curiosity would have to wait. Knowing Abigail would rise quickly on that powerful updraft, Hal leapt into the air and began his own ascent after her, flapping carefully and breathing fire to light his way. What was that down there? He wondered. It wasn't human. A Naga, maybe. Madame Frost mentioned there were Naga down here, but it looked different, a pale silver color. And agile. How did it jump up into that passage so easily? It had to be 20 feet up. He recalled the brief image he'd caught, a snapshot that was still burned into his retina, a face contorted in rage, fingers bent into claws, the creature swaying from side to side in a decidedly non-human way. Exactly as Emily did when she was in Naga form and moving fast. A Naga, then, but a crazy one. And silver? When he burst out of the shaft with Abigail just ahead, the draft eased and the incessant whistling cut off. He landed on the surrounding rock and let her buzz up onto his back, and then he continued on to the rear of the tower on the cliff. As they climbed the winding stairs, Hal asked her what she'd seen. Naga, she confirmed, but different to the usual kind. Did you see her skin? It was silver. Yup. She was skinny and small, but wild. Yup. And she had wings. Yup. Wait, what? You didn't see the wings? Just small ones, but definitely wings. A bit like mine, actually. Well, a cross between mine and a bat's. Hal tried to imagine that. An insectoid translucent membrane shaped like a bat's wings? Was that what she meant? Or stretchy and leathery, but shaped like a dragonfly's? It didn't matter. A Naga with wings. They stamped breathlessly into the circular tower room to find all their friends, and Madame Frost clustered together, staring into the giant eyeball. Hal and Abigail stopped dead and watched for a moment. He hadn't seen such a creepy image in ages. The kraken's eye was eerie enough on its own, but to find 7 shapeshifters and a tall woman standing there in front of it, shoulder to shoulder, absolutely still and silent. "Are they in a trance?" Abigail whispered. "Sure seems like it." Hal hurried over and began shaking a few shoulders. "Hey guys, wake up! Are you with us? Darcy, Emily, hey!" They stirred one by one, blinking and turning away from the eye, looking like they'd just woken from a deep sleep. Madame Frost jerked backward with a gasp. "What? Oh my." "Does it work, then?" Abigail said with a hint of amusement. "Maybe too well," the witch murmured. She frowned and blinked some more, then gripped Hal's shoulders. "New rule. No more than half the group at a time to lose themselves in this very special eye. Is that understood?" She'd addressed everyone, and they all nodded and muttered their agreement. Then she released Hal's shoulder, and he rubbed it with a grimace. That woman had a vice-like grip. Since they all seemed a little out of sorts, Abigail waited a moment before asking what they'd seen in the eye. Hal moved closer to it, itching for a look. "It was incredible," Darcy exclaimed. "We just got completely sucked in. It was like we were down there at the edge of the crater, walking around the hole in the center. We were right there." "So you saw us?" Hal asked. "You saw us go in?" Darcy shook her head. "What? No, we didn't see you at all. We saw the rock becoming less worn. The cracks shrank, the surrounding area grew grass, the hills turned a beautiful green. I mean, it was just like before, watching the clock turn back time, only we were there." Everyone chimed in with the same story, adding details like the sky flickering from day to night to wintry to blue, and intermittent crowds of people showing up to study the hole in the ground. A flash and plume of smoke that seemed to be in a perpetual state of repetition, over and over. "The day New Earth was created," Madame Frost said, apparently just as caught up in the excitement. "I'm sure of it. The very moment the crater appeared. It all ran too fast to discern the details, and things kept getting fuzzy and repeating. But we were glimpsing history, children. We went back in time to a day thousands of years ago. She carried on and on about it, and Hal grew more curious about the kraken's eye. But he also wanted to know about the mysterious underground Naga he and Abigail had encountered. He halted Emily in her pacing. "Tell me about the Naga, the third kind." "The what?" she stammered. Everyone fell quiet. "The third kind," Abigail said, repeating Hal's words. "When you were a Naga the very first time, you were pale-colored and had no arms, swimming around in the sea. You were an underwater Naga, with a flattened body like an eel." "Right," Emily said with a nod. "And then I figured out how to be the land-dwelling kind, with arms and shoulders." "With a darker snake body," Hal said. "The Naga in the forest are all tans and dark browns, some of them black. Their human skin was all different colors, too." Emily shrugged. "And then there's a third type that I've never seen before." "Can you show us?" Hal urged. She shook her head. "I don't know how. Miss Simone said I have the ability to be one, but I've never met one, so I don't know how." Hal understood. It was hard to will yourself to morph into an unknown creature. "There's one down there," he said, pointing to the window. "That hole in the center? It's a shaft. We went down it just now, and—" "You went down it?" Thomas exclaimed. "Are you—" "Nuts?" Abigail finished for him. "Yes, probably, but we went down it anyway, and we met a Naga, a different kind. It had silver skin and wings." All the shapeshifters broke into a babble of noise, asking questions that were hard to distinguish from one another. In the end, Madame Frost yelled, "Quiet!" The noise died. Everyone shuffled their feet and cast their eyes down like scolded schoolchildren. "Clearly these two," the witch said, gesturing vaguely toward Hal and Abigail, "had an adventure of their own. Now, if you'll listen for a moment, I believe I can shed some light on this." Suddenly, all eyes were on the tall woman as she stood there with hands on hips and her robe fluttering in the breeze. "The Naga do indeed live in these parts. They've taken up residence deep inside the splintered eye where a giant infinity snake lives." "What's an infinity snake?" Darcy asked. It was Fenton who answered. "An Ouroboros. Remember when you all tried to come up with a name for the type of lizard I am? Stupid names like Lizofen, Phenogator, and Crocofen." Everyone chuckled at the memory. "Anyway, Miss Simone was thinking of something more along the lines of an Ouroboros. She said it's a serpent that circles around and eats its own tail, and it symbolizes the eternal cycle of renewal." They all gazed at him. Clearly, Miss Simone's words had made an impression. "Infinity snake," Emily said with a nod. "So the Naga lived down there with an Ouroboros." "But," Madame Frost went on, "since nobody has any intention of descending into such a dangerous and inhospitable place, why on earth should we care?" Hal had no desire to tell her about the giant brain or its tentacles, or the lady in white for that matter. She would probably be very interested, but he just now remembered who she was. A sinister, wicked witch who would go to great lengths to satisfy her own curiosity and protect her well-being. She was being civil at the moment only because it suited her, but go against her or stop being of use, and she would likely throw them all out of the window, dust her hands off, and head on home, free of incriminating evidence or witnesses to prove she'd stolen the kraken's eye. The next week, she'd happily go to Carter, bump into Miss Simone, and innocently inquire about the missing shapeshifters as though she were a nosy neighbor fishing for the latest gossip in town. So he said nothing about the giant brain. "I care," Emily exclaimed. "The third Naga. I can't believe this. I have to see one." "They have wings," Abigail added. Emily's mouth fell open. "Wait, are you saying that if I learn how to become that type of Naga, then I might be able to fly?" Abigail finished with a smile. Imagine. Trust me, I'm imagining. She abruptly headed for the stairs. I have to go see. I want to learn how to be a rock dweller. A rock dweller, Fenton said with a snort. Ah, don't go alone, Hal called after her, but she was already gone. Somebody go with her? Robbie? Robbie nodded. I'm on it. As he hurried away, Lauren simply went to the window, shifted into her harpy form, and flew down to intercept them. Thomas rolled his eyes. I need to stretch my legs. I'm done with giant eyeballs. Darcy shot Hal an apologetic look, said me too, and headed out. And her exit prompted Fenton to sidle off down the stairs as well. Suddenly, only Dewey and Madame Frost were left with Hal and Abigail. I'll stay and keep watch, Dewey said with a grin. You carry on. Thanks, Abigail said, giving him a pat on the shoulder as she swept by him. Nice to know you're not deserting us like everyone else. Madame Frost had watched the mass exodus with a raised eyebrow. They're seriously more interested in silver-skinned Naga than viewing scenes from the distant past. Honestly, kids today, I don't know what the world is coming to. Hal rubbed his hands. Right, our turn. So you'll keep watch, Dewey? Don't let us stay in there more than, I don't know, 10 minutes. Right, Dewey agreed. For some reason, the small boy took that as his cue to transform. Perhaps he felt his duty as a watchman demanded a more impressive, striking presence. He became a centaur, clip-clopping noisily about the room and causing Madame Frost to glare at him with annoyance. Can't hear myself think with all that racket, she muttered. Hal heard her perfectly, but couldn't help putting a hand to his ear and leaning toward her. What? I can't hear you with all that racket. She scowled and pointed at the kraken's eye. Focus. Staring into the creepy blackness of the sightless pupil, at first Hal saw only his reflection, along with Abigail's and Madame Frost's, as they stood shoulder to shoulder. In the background, a centaur trotted by. Before long, a picture formed. It seemed to float out of the darkness toward him, almost as though the eyeball was turning transparent and allowing the landscape beyond the window to bleed through. Hal spotted his friends down there, Emily, Robbie, Lauren, Fenton, Darcy, and Thomas, as they approached the splintered eye's center and peered in. They began to fade away, and other figures appeared. Naga. Seen from a distance, it was hard to spot any major differences aside from their silver coloring, their slightly smaller size, and of course the translucent wings hanging from their backs. Those wings were indeed bat-like in shape, but far more delicate and insectoid, just as Abigail had said. Are they here right now? Abigail whispered. Hal shook his head, though their reflections had faded now, so he doubted she could see him. Nah, this is a scene from the past, and the sky is dark, see? It's nighttime. The moonlight was bright enough to illuminate the crater. This might be last night for all I know, Hal went on, but the point is, it's not now. It can't be last night, Madame Frost muttered. These visions are never from such recent times. They're always of the distant past. Why isn't it showing the splintered eye as it was thousands of years ago? As soon as she said that, the Naga winked out of existence. The sky began flickering as days and nights passed. The sun streaked across the sky, leaving a dazzling yellow arc. But it all became a blur when weeks and months and years whizzed by in an instant. As they watched in fascination, the cracks in the canyon floor slowly narrowed, and the distant hills turned green. Trees sprouted from nowhere. There, the witch exclaimed, that's more like it. The event she'd described played out, a flash of light and a plume of smoke. Seen over and over, Hal found he could focus on one detail at a time, and he watched carefully as a hole appeared in the center of the canyon floor, then vanished, then appeared again, all in perfect timing with the flash. It was pretty obvious something had smacked down, but the scene ran too fast to see what it was. Hal frowned, wishing it would go slower. To his surprise, it did just that, and the details cleared a little. He watched in amazement as something shot down from above, something spherical that punched a hole in the ground and exploded in a fiery flash. Seconds later, the smoke billowed out. Then the scene reset, and the canyon floor was intact again, until that sphere shot down and punched a hole in it again, and fire raged and smoke belched. "Slower," Hal said to himself as he peered at the vision in the back of the kraken's eye. "Slower." The sphere appeared high above the canyon. Hal squinted, wishing it were close enough to see, and suddenly it was. He blinked at the object. It descended no faster than a falling leaf, completely filling the viewing area. He heard Madame Frost utter a cry of astonishment. It wasn't a meteor, at least not a natural one. It glowed with heat like a ball of fire, but underneath was a perfect sphere of rock with a series of square, blocky patterns etched into it, not lettering or even hieroglyphs, but something otherworldly. Then they were back in the tower, viewing the scene from afar in slow motion. The boulder smacked into the smooth canyon floor and punched straight through like the rocky ground was soft dirt. The hole it created spread wide, with chunks of rock flying outward in slow motion like splinters from a shattered mirror. Most of the debris was pushed downward, though, but as the sphere disappeared from view, a great column of rock and soil erupted in its wake, shooting up and around, scattering all across the canyon floor. But that wasn't all. As though the rock ground had turned to liquid, the entire canyon floor rippled and rose upward, then crashed back down again, somehow sinking lower and forming a crater. The rock split and cracked as it bounced, and by this time the air was filled with dust and bits of rock. Still in slow motion, it seemed like ages before the ground fully settled. Only then did the great rush of thick smoke billow from the Earth's puncture wound, and Hal was reminded of the old foghole back on the island they'd grown up on. "Unbelievable," Madame Frost said in a strangled voice. "I have never seen the clarity of it. I feel like I'm really there." Her words sparked an idea, and Hal narrowed his eyes in concentration. Zooming in on the vision from afar was akin to looking through a telescope, but what if they simply got closer, like when he'd viewed the sphere? He felt like he was floating. Abigail clutched his hand, and Madame Frost cried out, so evidently they were joining him on this adventure. The three of them tilted and swayed as they soared away from the tower's window and down to the canyon floor. There was no sign of his friends in the present because Hal saw the past, and he was in some kind of ghost form. He and his companions landed lightly on the rock, on a cushion of air, able to take steps but strangely detached from reality. The scene surrounded them now. He glanced sideways at Madame Frost, then at Abigail. They blinked back at him. He turned to find the cliffs looming over him, with the tower perched high above. Up in the window, there was no sign of the kraken's eye, or himself and the others. "This," Madame Frost said, gesturing wildly. She couldn't get any more words out. Instead, she shook her head and blinked and gawked. Hal smiled at Abigail. "Now this is what I call a vision." Chapter 7. Thousands of years ago. Light as a ghost, Hal stepped toward the hole in the center of the freshly formed crater. Smoke continued billowing, and acrid fumes filled the air. He suspected he only imagined such smells, or perhaps detected it faintly, as though from a distance. Was the air heated from the fire below? It was hard to tell. He felt nothing, because he wasn't really there. "Hal," Abigail whispered. She pointed behind them, where several silver-colored winged Naga approached, bearing long fangs. They had no weapons or clothing, but they held their hands like claws, revealing hooked fingernails. The sun glinted off their scaly skin. Their upper bodies and thin faces were as reptilian as their thick, serpentine coils. Though it felt to Hal like the Naga surrounded him, in fact they approached the hole in the ground with no idea they had ghostly visitors. He stepped aside as one of the Naga threatened to slither right through him. They spoke in a low, whispery hiss, their words unintelligible. They recoiled from the smoke and acrid smell, ducking and weaving as they circled the enormous hole, leaving trails in the coating of dust and soil. They pointed at the newly formed cracks that radiated outward from the center, and the fumes that rose from those slivers of darkness. "The beginning of New Earth," Madame Frost breathed in awe. Hal frowned. While that might be true, he saw no reason why she would come to such a conclusion. "It was just a meteor or something." She spun to face him. "Don't be ridiculous. You saw that sphere, boy. It wasn't a meteor. It was—" She looked skyward, pondering. "But why do you think New Earth started here?" The witch threw her hands wide. "The power! I explained this already. This is a place of immense power, and that sphere clearly came from the gods." "The gods?" She went on before he could say anything. "I don't know which god, and I don't care. All I know is that a powerful deity sent that object down to Earth, and it's down there in the ground, generating magic." Hal had to agree with part of that, though his money was on an alien artifact from space. The Naga peered into the hole. Whatever burned down there was fizzling out, the smoke thinning. A couple of the serpent people rose off the ground, with their wings blurred and humming noisily. They allowed their tails to dangle, but curled them up as they hovered above the hole amid the fumes. "Why do the Naga live here?" Hal asked the witch. "They're nocturnal. They like caves and tunnels." Madame Frost sounded like she didn't really care enough to answer. But after a pause, she added, "It's a curious thing. I've seen the creation of the splintered eye many times, signifying the beginning of New Earth. And yet, it appears as though the Naga were already here. I mean, the sphere literally just arrived, and here are the local Naga showing up to investigate. Doesn't that strike you as odd?" It did, now that Hal thought about it. Because they couldn't have existed until today, unless they already existed in old Earth? "I doubt that. I believe the creation of our magical land began instantaneously. The very moment that sphere crashed down, New Earth was spawned along with its magical inhabitants and their entirely false memories of an existence beforehand." Her suggestion triggered Hal to recall the Lady of Light saying that very thing when he'd first met her. She'd said magic was needed for all the fantastic new species to function, and that energy came from the souls of dead people. Magic couldn't simply be conjured out of thin air, she'd said. Yet it had. The brain had landed, and new species popped into existence throughout the parallel world. The brain must have used all its available sparkle getting everything started, then settled into an energy repurposing program lasting 1,000 years or more. It was mind-boggling. As far as the Naga knew, they'd always been here, but in fact they'd only just arrived, along with dragons, centaurs, ogres, and the rest. All across the land, a world of creatures had been conjured from thin air. Whoa! They dropped into the abyss, and the rest of the Naga leaned in to watch. "Wish we could see," Abigail said, giving Hal a nudge. He smiled. "Sure." It took just a moment for his mind to send the proper signal. Then the three of them floated across the rock and over the hole, suspended in mid-air. Madame Frost gasped, and Abigail instinctively sprouted her wings, but none of them plummeted. Instead, They drifted lazily downward. "This is breathtaking," Madame Frost said. She peered at Hal just before darkness swallowed them up. "It's you, isn't it? How are you doing this?" Hal shrugged. He honestly didn't know. Being a ghostly figure didn't help his eyesight. He caught a glimpse of the silver-colored Naga below, and then they plunged into the blackness. Moments later, Hal and his fellow ghosts joined them. "Can you make it lighter?" Abigail urged. Try as he might, that technique eluded him. Huffing with annoyance, he paused and waited, wondering if it was even worth continuing. He assumed the snake people could see just fine. Maybe Abigail could too. But he couldn't, and grabbing a lantern from the tower didn't seem like a viable option since he was a ghost. Odd, though. He wore the same clothes as his flesh-and-blood self. What if he held a lamp while staring into the kraken's eye? Would the lamp enter the vision with him? He retreated from the shaft. His companions seemed disappointed but understanding. As they rose into daylight, they came face to face with a long line of Naga staring expectantly after their brave comrades. Their eyes were less than human. They had that sinister reptile look. If only Emily could get a glimpse of these creatures, she might be able to mimic their appearance and get her dormant Naga DNA flowing. For the first time, she'd be able to transform into a flying Naga. "I'll show her through the kraken's eye," Hal thought. "She can study them just like we're doing now." That should be enough to jumpstart her transformation. Returning to the tower, he stepped away from the eye and blinked to find Dewey staring at him. "Hey," the centaur said. "You woke up." "I did. I guess I didn't need you to wake me after all." Dewey nodded toward the other two. Abigail and Madame Frost remained locked in the vision. Hal tapped Abigail on the shoulder, but she refused to move. In the end, he had to physically pull her away, grab her shoulders, and turn her around. She blinked and woke. "Oh," Hal smiled. "I need a lamp. Hold on." He left the witch where she was and went to find a lamp in the strange, dusty closet. After some fiddling and a careful blast of fire, he got it lit and turned the little knob to increase the fuel supply. The flame glowed strongly. "Back we go," he said, heading toward the giant eyeball. Down in the canyon, his friends seemed to have grown bored with the shaft. They shuffled toward the cliff path, and Hal guessed they'd be here in the tower room within the next 5 minutes or so. "Dewey," he called. The centaur stopped before him, as restless as ever. "Can you ask Emily to take another peek in the eye? I need her to see what we're seeing." "Sure thing," Dewey said with a nod. Hal sank into the same vision as before and waited for Abigail to drift into sight by his side at the edge of the hole. The witch ghosted in too, clearly impatient. "What happened? Everything changed when you left. I was back to the usual vision of the artifact crashing down to Earth, over and over. Where did you go?" "To get this," Hal said, holding up the lamp. As he glided over the heads of the Naga and into the splintered eye, he was both amazed and gratified that his idea had worked. Though in ghost form again, now he held something. The lamp was no more than a phantom, but it glowed just the same. He could see the walls now. The light from the flame chased away some of the darkness. They dropped deeper into the shaft. Hal could hear the updraft whistling around him, but he couldn't feel it this time. Being a ghost had its advantages. The ledge that had earlier thwarted his physical dragon form didn't exist this far back in time. Even if it did, he'd probably be able to pass right through it. Not that he wanted to. Thankfully, he was able to just keep going without obstruction. Abigail and Madame Frost did the same, though he suspected they had no say in the matter. His actions governed theirs. Or rather, his thoughts did. "How deep does this go?" Abigail whispered. He barely heard her over the whistling wind. Where was such a draft coming from anyway? Let's keep going. This is much easier and safer than flying down. Madame Frost turned to face him, her eyes gleaming in the light from the lantern. Do you even realize the significance of what's happening here? Of what you're doing? I brought the Kraken's eye to this place, but you seem able to navigate through time at will. Nobody has ever done that before. Our view has always been limited to the canyon floor. But here we are, traveling down inside the splintered eye on the very day of its inception. This, my boy, is— Yeah, I know, amazing, Hal said, growing a little tired of her constant bleating. Hold tight. I'm going to speed up. Hold tight, he thought. What a daft thing to say. The rock walls sped by a little quicker as they continued their descent into absolute blackness, their way down lit only by his feeble lantern. Never in my life, the witch muttered, would I have thought. Her words became a mumble, and Hal tuned her out. He was already thinking about what they'd find below. It couldn't be the Lady of Light. It hardly seemed fitting for a regal, beautiful goddess to arrive in such a gritty, violent way. Besides, she was a figment of his imagination, just a persona that his mind could accept, someone to converse with. The real entity was the giant brain, as he called it. With a shudder, he imagined a smaller version of that brain arriving in the sphere. That made a whole lot more sense. The powerful updraft petered to nothing. Cracks in the shaft wall suggested tunnels beyond, just like the narrow passage they'd spotted higher up. Somehow the wind came from there. There could be all kinds of catacombs, literally miles of linked caverns. Drilling down into them had sprung a leak from which air hissed. It was a fanciful notion. Hal, Abigail urged. He focused on the darkness. Her fairy vision, which evidently worked even while in ghost form, had picked up the two Naga explorers below. They hovered there, bobbing up and down. It appeared they'd come across something that had halted their descent. The shaft had narrowed dramatically, and a reddish glow pulsed at its base. Uncaring of the Naga, Hal and his companions passed them by. His lantern lit up their silver faces, but they appeared not to notice. As far as the Naga were concerned, there was no lantern, nor any light emanating from it. Hal did not exist. With the utmost awe, Hal, Abigail, and Madame Frost touched down on the sphere itself. If he were here in his physical body, no doubt the superheated exterior would scorch his feet, but in ghost form he stood comfortably on the smooth, rock-like surface. He felt like he was perched on a dome. Smoke curled up from the highest point in the center, while its lower half was wedged tightly into the rock. The shaft walls glowed red. Hal couldn't imagine its arrival had been normal. Would an ordinary meteor drill so neatly into rock like this? To where exactly had all that rock been displaced, shoved sideways, incinerated? He saw no sign of debris on or around the sphere. The vertical tunnel was smooth and clean. Now what? Abigail said. The whistling wind had completely ceased. The place was silent, except for the humming of Naga wings above. Well, I guess we wait, he said. The Naga murmured to each other. Hal watched them with interest. Unlike him and his ghostly companions, the snake people perspired heavily, something he didn't know reptiles could do. Clearly their upper halves were human under that snake-like skin. He knew Emily sweated sometimes. It made sense for— Emily popped into existence beside them. Whoa! Abigail reached for her. Oh, hey, you're just in time. Her hand clamped onto Emily's arm. Hal made a note of that small fact. So, interaction between ghosts was possible. This is incredible, Emily exclaimed, her voice bouncing off the walls. Dewey said you wanted me to look into the eye again. Where are we? Wait, who's that? She craned her neck toward the two Naga above. Hal smiled. Glad you could join us in the Winged Naga. Think you can be like them? I'll try, Emily said, but her attention was already back on the smoking sphere at her feet. What is this? Madame Frost raised her hands in a dramatic fashion. The beginning of it all, the creation of New Earth. This is where it all happened, yes, we know, Hal interrupted, except not much is happening yet. Let's see if we can speed this up. He focused on the sphere, which still glowed red and leaked trails of smoke. I'll just fast forward a bit, he muttered. Maybe an hour or so, or a day. As he willed it to happen, the red glow faded and the smoke vanished. The sphere was rapidly cooling. Glancing up, he found the 2 Naga had gone, but in their place, half a dozen more were descending. Each carried a flaming torch, and the light was dazzling compared to the feeble lantern Hal carried. It's getting crowded, he said. Whether by coincidence or design, the sphere chose that moment to open. Some of the horizontal patterns etched into its surface doubled as zigzagging joins between the larger lower section and the hatch on top. It split open with a hiss, steam billowing from the cracks. Hal instinctively jumped backward, plastering himself against the shaft wall and keeping his feet clear. Abigail, Emily, and Madame Frost did the same. Ghosts or not, it seemed like the logical thing to do. They just had room to stand as the hatch began to rise, spinning gently. When a white light spilled out, the Naga above gasped with amazement and fear. 2 sped away up the shaft, leaving the others to flit about in a panic. It was only when the dome hatch lifted clear that Hal and the others could look down into the open sphere. As the hissing stopped and the steam dissipated, the creature within came into view. It was almost exactly as Hal had imagined, a whitish organism like a throbbing brain encased in a decapped skull. Do brains throb? Hal didn't think so, but this one did. "What the—" Madame Frost exclaimed. "What?" Abigail's eyes were bugging. "Hal, is this it? What you saw in your vision when you were in the world of darkness?" Emily moaned with fear, breathing hard. Obviously, she'd forgotten she was a ghost. Hal didn't answer right away. He was too busy enjoying immense satisfaction and relief. He'd been vindicated. Nobody else had seen this nasty creature despite spending time in the creepy underworld with him. Or if they had seen it, their memories had been wiped afterward. Finally, he was able to prove he hadn't made it all up. "It's smaller than I remember," he said with a grin. "But it'll grow." "It'll what?" the witch demanded. "What are you talking about, boy? Where have you seen this before? How can you have seen it before?" "Well, Abruptly, with a flash of light and a crackle of energy, Madame Frost vanished. Hal and Emily lurched sideways away from the spot she'd been moments before. "It's okay," Hal reassured both girls as his heart thumped in his ghostly chest. "She wasn't really here anyway. None of us are." Abigail, on the opposite side against the shaft wall, swallowed and looked upward. But where did she go? And why? 4 Naga floated above them. With another flash and crackle, one disappeared, taking his torch with him. The shaft darkened just a little. Then another Naga winked out. The remaining 2 screeched and retreated, flapping madly in their effort to shoot back to the surface. 2 more flashes, and they were gone. With no torchlight, only Hal's lantern remained. Except the brain glowed a little, too. "Okay, this isn't making sense," Abigail croaked. "First Madame Frost, and then the Naga. She wasn't even really here." "What do you suppose—" Emily started to say. Then she, too, vanished with a flash and crackle. Now Hal was worried. Ghost or living, it seemed the same fate awaited them all. He offered Abigail a weak smile. "We'll be fine. Whatever's happening, I'll see you back in the tower." She nodded and opened her mouth to say something, But then she, too, was gone in an instant. Hal closed his eyes. Will this hurt? Will I end up back in the tower? Suddenly, it occurred to him that he could pull out of the vision any time he liked. Idiot! With a click of his tongue, he shook his head and willed himself away. Nothing happened. He cracked an eye open. He was alone in the shaft, except for the brain. It quivered and pulsed, flickers of light shooting across its bumpy surface. Unlike a real brain, it had numerous hair-thin spikes that swayed like seagrass under the sea. They were fairly short, but Hal knew those things would grow to be as thick as tree trunks and long enough to reach up through the rock to daylight. Right now, though, the giant brain under the ground was a mere infant, though still a tremendous weight, a huge blob of living, pulsing tissue. It heaved itself up, oozing over the side of the open sphere like egg yolk spilling from a shell. It was supple and fluid, but clearly very strong, judging by the way it extended toward the shaft walls. After making contact, it quickly spread in all directions like mold. When enough of its mass was plastered against the rock, reaching high, the rest followed in one graceful but eerie movement. The hideous creature eased around the shaft toward Hal. He flung his lantern and was dimly aware of it fading from existence before it smashed down. Breathing hard, he scooted away from the monstrous brain, or tried to. It was just too big, and its huge bulk flowed in both directions until it almost met itself on the other side. There was nowhere for Hal to go. Then he remembered again he was just a ghost and could float straight upward if he wanted. Having surrounded the walls above his head, the organism thickened and slid downward, pursuing him, its numerous hair-like feelers twitching and swaying, small flashes shooting across its surface and lighting up the darkness. Hal launched himself skyward, aiming straight up the center of the shaft and hoping to avoid being snagged by those twitching feelers. They snagged him anyway. Chapter 8. The Third Naga. "Ah!" Hal yelled as something yanked him from behind. "Hey, relax," Robbie said. "It's just us." Hal stumbled and twisted around, smacking at the creature's feelers, only to find it was Robbie's hand gripping the back of his shirt. Confused, he blinked and glanced about. He was in the tower, safe and sound, and all his friends were there, clustered around and studying him with a mixture of expressions, some worried, others curious, one or two amused. Madame Frost lurked in silence at the rear. "Bad dream?" Thomas said, with a raised eyebrow and a half-smile. Darcy side-swatted him. "Hal, are you okay? We thought you were lost in there. Dewey's been going frantic trying to wake you up." The boy was no longer a centaur, but he still fidgeted. Wringing his hands, he said, "I tried, I swear. The others woke on their own, so I thought you should wake too. But you just stood there drooling." "Drooling!" Fenton echoed with a snort. "It's true." Hal absently wiped his chin. "That was interesting. It nearly got me. Well, I guess it couldn't have because I was just a ghost, but it sure tried. I think it saw me." "It?" Emily repeated. "Do you mean one of the Naga? But how could it? Like you said, you weren't really there." "Imagine if they could see him, though," Lauren said, her eyes widening. "Imagine if the Naga dropped all the way down that shaft in darkness only to find a ghostly boy at the bottom." Everyone shivered and murmured as they pictured the scene in their minds. Hal scowled. "I'm not talking about the Naga. I'm talking about it, the brain. It saw me. It saw all four of us." He glanced first at Madame Frost, then Abigail, and finally Emily. "Funny how it sent you three away, but not me. Sent the Naga away too. Why not me?" He tried to ignore the deepening frowns on the faces around him. "I guess I have a sort of history with it," he went on. "But that was only recently. Obviously it didn't know me thousands of years ago when it first arrived, So why was it so interested in me? Nobody said a word, but they gave each other sideways glances as he continued rambling. It came out of its egg. Well, maybe not egg, but you know what I mean. It slithered across the walls. I guess after that it found its way through some cracks into the tunnels. I say tunnels because I reckon there must be loads of them down there. I think that's how it kind of spread itself about, and the silence was getting to him. He sighed. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Everyone shook their heads. Hal closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. So you're telling me that once again, I'm the only one who remembers seeing the giant brain under the ground? Madame Frost cleared her throat. The last thing I recall is the sphere splitting open and steam hissing everywhere. Me too, Abigail said quietly. It was the first time she'd spoken since Hal had woken, and she looked worried. It split open, and then we kind of jerked awake right here. All three of us. But you stayed behind. We tried waking you, but I had to yell in your ear and shove you around, Robbie commented. Hal nodded, disappointed, but not very surprised. Figures. Nobody but me gets to see the brain and remember it afterward. Don't know why. It must like me. Abigail stepped closer to Hal and slipped her arm through his. Enough of the staring, everyone. Hal needs a rest. Anyway, Emily has something to show us. She blinked. I do? She does? Lauren said, turning to face her friend. Em? We might not remember seeing a giant brain, Abigail said with a smile, but we did get to see some Naga up close. So now we know what they look like. Right, Em? Emily reddened and nodded. She began to pace about the room, her fists clenched. I saw them pretty clearly even in the darkness. Miss Simone said she gave me the DNA of 3 different types of Naga, and I've mastered 2 of them. The third... She halted and turned to face everyone. You can do it, Darcy urged. Think of those wings. You'll be able to fly with me, Lauren said, hopping up and down and grinning. Come on, Em. Hal couldn't help noticing Madame Frost's frown, which suggested she only had half an inkling of what was going on. She probably didn't remember all the names of the 9 shapeshifters, but she had an idea what they could transform into. Still, a third type of Naga? That had to be puzzling news to an outsider. Emily dropped her gaze and closed her eyes. Everyone fell silent as she stood quite still with her arms hanging loosely, but her fingers tugging nervously at her dress. When she began to change, it started as usual in the legs. Her calves and ankles melted into one until her feet were swallowed up within a thickening, flesh-colored trunk. That trunk quickly stretched into a long, sweeping tail with darkening reptilian scales, and she adjusted her stance and leaned backward. Frowning, Emily glanced down and seemed to realize the color was wrong. When Hal had first seen her change, it had been underwater, and she'd been flesh-colored. Later, when she learned how to be the forest-dwelling variety, complete with arms and shoulders, her upper half had remained human, while her serpentine tail had darkened considerably. She'd been dark brown at times, occasionally shiny black. Coloring, it seemed, was something she could change at will, or perhaps an aspect she had loose control over. Clearly trying to look the part, Emily glared at her coiled tail as if it were a naughty pet, and it slowly lightened again, turning silver. She pushed back her sleeves and stared at her bare forearms. For a moment they were ordinary human flesh, but they suddenly broke out in a scaly rash and turned as silver as her tail. "Now the wings!" Lauren begged. Emily spun around so they could all see. She had no wings yet, but it appeared that was about to change. Her silky dress bulged just below the shoulder blades, and then the fabric split open and allowed a couple of wings to burst forth. Everyone cheered and clapped as the brand new appendages hung limp, slowly unfurling for the first time. That's what mine were like, Abigail exclaimed, rushing forward to examine them. They're pitiful right now, but they'll be fine in a minute. Her reassuring words didn't seem to help. Emily's dismay was plain to see. Can you make yourself smaller? Hal said, sizing her up. You're pretty big for one of these types. Rock dwellers, Robbie said. They're called rock dwellers. No, that's just something Emily made up earlier, Thomas pointed out. Robbie rolled his eyes. Well, rock dwellers will do. Urged on by the other girls, Emily focused on reducing her size. That had to be hard to do. Robbie was an expert on that kind of thing, so was Abigail, but Emily had never needed to worry about it. It took some effort, but eventually she dwindled in stature, shrinking so her shoulders were perhaps 3/4 their usual width, and her face was oddly doll-like. Her height didn't matter. As a Naga, she could rise up as high as she liked and sway from side to side. "Is this it?" she said at last, sounding breathless. Her face was ruddy. "Did I get it?" "Not quite," Hal said. "You need to change your eyes. Theirs are, well, like snake's eyes." "Ah!" Lauren exclaimed. "No, don't worry about that, Em. You're fine as you are." But Emily was far too exacting to skip the details. She smiled. "Lauren, every time you're a harpy, we have to deal with your creepy yellow eyes. So now you're going to have to deal with mine." With that, she lunged toward Lauren and stuck her face close, and in that precise moment, her eyes changed. Thomas shook his head. "Great. Nicely done. Okay, Em, go test those wings of yours. There's a handy window right there." Darcy punched him so hard on the shoulder that he exclaimed, "You're so mean," she snapped. "Why don't you jump out the window?" "Nobody's jumping out of any windows," Abigail said, including Emily. That didn't stop her heading for the stairs, though. She yelled something about practicing and slithered at top speed down the winding steps, quickly disappearing from view. Darcy and Lauren raced after her. Their laughter echoed the whole way down. With the excitement of a new transformation over, the rest of them turned their attention back to the kraken's eye. Madame Frost looked like she'd been waiting impatiently to say something, and now her words burst free. "Boy!" she exclaimed. Hal reeled backward as the woman suddenly towered over him. She narrowed her eyes. "Hal, isn't it? Listen to me, Hal. You did what no other has done. Everyone else saw a fleeting glimpse of the canyon as it was all those many centuries ago, a blurred, repeating flashback. But you saw something far more interesting, more controlled. You slowed that scene down and played it in full." "Well," Hal began, "I can't be the only one who—" "Not only that, but you moved us from place to place. You steered us where we needed to be and when we needed to be there." "Well—" Madame Frost clamped her hands on his shoulders and leaned closer. "Do you understand what this means?" He opened his mouth to reply. "It means," she went on, before he had a chance, "that you might be able to show us some other scene. A different where, a different when." This time she waited for his response. Her grip on his shoulders tightened. "Think of it. Think of a place. Something you'd like to see, sometime in the past. And then go there." "I'm pretty sure it's not that simple," Hal managed at last. "Isn't it? Why don't you try and see?" She stepped back and folded her arms. Judging by the expressions on his friends' faces, they were as intrigued as he was. Abigail frowned and absently twirled her ponytail. Fenton scratched his head. Robbie stared out the window, deep in thought. Dewey forgot to fidget. And it seemed Thomas had swapped his contemptuous glare for genuine wide-eyed interest. Hal turned toward the kraken's eye. What if the witch was right? What if he could see anything he chose? It didn't even have to be the past. But then again, why bother with the present if the whole of New Earth's history was an option? He wanted to return to the underground brain and watch it grow, but that could wait. For now. "Where to?" he asked, addressing nobody in particular. "Try me," Thomas said. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he shrugged. "You all kind of know my story, but you weren't there. I'd be interested to see if you get it right." Hal felt a surge of annoyance. "What do you mean? Get it right? You think I'm going to try and imagine your past, going by what little you've told us?" Madame Frost raised her hands. "Enough squabbling. Honestly, you kids, I've a good mind to bash your heads together." "Prove it," Thomas challenged him anyway. "Show me something only I could know." Hal huffed and turned toward the eye. He wasn't even sure how this worked. Like Emily transforming into a type of Naga she'd never seen before, he felt like he needed a hint, something to aim for. A bit of guidance. Otherwise, it was like trying to identify the voice of one particular stranger in a crowd of strangers. He stepped closer to the huge, staring eye and lost himself in its blackness. Thomas and the others shuffled closer. Dimly, he was aware of Abigail suggesting that one or two of them stay back. "To wake us up," she said. Fenton, Dewey, and Robbie agreed. That meant Thomas, Abigail, and Madame Frost would accompany Hal on his journey. Knowing that allowed him to gather them up and travel together. He heard gasps at his sides as they floated into the eye. "You see?" the witch exclaimed triumphantly. But a second later, she grumbled, "How is he doing this? Why can't we do this?" Hal suspected it had something to do with his unique connection to the alien brain. Thomas had spent much of his life, from age 6 to 12, living in a forest being raised by a pride of manticores. No wonder he was messed up, always angry and so quick to turn to violence. He'd integrated back into the group to some degree, but he was definitely the least easygoing of the shifters. Somehow, despite never having visited the forest in which Thomas had spent those lost years, Hal immediately pinpointed the exact spot. The trees rushed by, and he saw his travel companions wincing and holding up their hands to ward off an impending collision with a thick trunk or low-hanging branch. Of course, being ghosts, they sped through the undergrowth with ease until, at last, the group slowed and stopped. Hal still had no idea where they were, where he'd brought them, but he guessed it didn't matter. They'd arrived. How did you do that?" Thomas whispered, obviously impressed despite his skepticism. "This is exactly where I—" He trailed off, his mouth hanging open as he turned in a slow circle. With a gasp, he pointed to an old, almost completely rotted tree that lay buried under numerous fresher branches. "Our den." He moved toward it. Hal, Abigail, and Madame Frost followed. Their den? Deep among the branches, the ground dropped away into a hollow. "This is a place we found." "Who's we?" Abigail asked, though she knew already. They all did. Hal guessed she was just trying to help set the scene. "He was like my grandfather?" "Who was?" "Loneclaw," he said, his voice cracking. "An old manticore. He cared for me when I was lost and hungry. He taught me everything." Hal had seen an emotional Thomas before, but this was a little different. Happiness shone through the tears that had formed in his eyes. It was hard to believe anyone could be happy, camping out in the woods for 6 years. Not camping out, Hal corrected himself. Living, being manticores. How many animals had the two of them hunted and killed? How many people, for that matter? Thomas swore he never killed a person, but Hal could imagine a true adult manticore would have badgered a youngster about it. How horrible for a boy to come to terms with a new life in which he had to kill to stay alive, and to be shamed for being weak around potential human prey. "Would you like to see him?" Hal asked carefully. Lone Claw, I mean? Thomas turned to him. The tears hadn't yet broken free, and he swallowed hard and quickly wiped a hand across his face. He appeared both angry and hopeful. That's impossible, isn't it? You can't. I can try. Thomas stood wringing his hands and casting his gaze at the den and all around. Off to one side, Abigail had a hand to her mouth, while Madame Frost looked astonished and ready to explode with indignation that she couldn't perform the same level of magic herself. Hal hoped she'd stay quiet. Finally, Thomas clenched his fists and gave Hal a steely glare. Just for a second, he growled. The forest changed. Leaves vanished in an instant, snow appeared, then vanished again. Autumn fell, or rather rose, since they were heading backwards through time. The trees sprouted dry red leaves, which quickly turned green as the forest regressed towards summer, and then to spring, and then winter again. It was 2 Octobers ago that they'd reunited with Thomas. As far as Hal knew, it had been right after Lone Claw had died. The grandfatherly Manticore had passed away, and Thomas had mourned. But not for long, because harpies had snatched him and brought him back to the island. The story seemed unbelievable, but Hal didn't doubt a word. Time slowed. As the forest and the daylight stopped flickering, a manticore came into view just inside the den. 2 manticores. One was clearly very old, trying to keep his head up while lying flat. The other was Thomas himself. Abigail gasped. The ghostly Thomas sank to his knees and floated there as the scene played. The magnificent elderly manticore coughed violently, and the slightly younger Thomas reached for him, but held back. When the coughing subsided, Lone Claw forced his eyes open. "Thomas," he whispered, "promise me you'll hunt." "I promise." "No, promise me you'll hunt a human." Hal felt Abigail's hand in his, proving again that ghosts felt solid to other ghosts. He squeezed her fingers. Madame Frost stood like a statue, watching and listening. The grandfather was giving a bit of an unwelcome lecture. Thomas closed his eyes and shook his head, clearly not wanting to hear. The old one spoke fiercely. "We're not tigers. Manticore simply means man-eater. We are born to kill." The ghostly Thomas swung around and glared at Hal. "Not this. He's about to die. Show me something better." Right, Hal said, suddenly feeling very stupid. He took them further back. It amazed him just how easily he could make it happen, with absolutely no effort. The next scene was happier. It had to be years earlier, with a far more sprightly grandfather in the middle of a hunt. But he tripped and stumbled, and the hog got away. Collapsing in a heap, the old manticore swore and complained, and Thomas, so young now, rolled about giggling. A smile appeared on ghostly Thomas's face. Hal let the scene continue, glad to have turned things around. "I remember this," Thomas whispered. Hal waited for a suitable moment, a natural pause when the 2 manticores had quit ribbing each other, and gently allowed the vision to fade away. He pulled his fellow travelers back to the present and stepped back from the kraken's eye. His friends and the witch staggered and blinked. Fenton, Dewey, and Robbie moved closer. "So you woke up on your own," Robbie said, almost accusingly. "You didn't need us standing by at all." Hal shrugged. "Maybe not this time." "You all right, man?" Fenton said, frowning at the look on Thomas's face. "Have you been crying?" To the big boy's credit, he didn't say it in a scornful way, like he might have spoken to Robbie back on the island, when knocking the beanpole into the mud had been a daily occurrence. Fenton had grown a lot since then. He might even be called a big softy. Not to his face, of course. Still, Thomas snarled at him and walked jerkily away, casting a manticore's blue-eyed glare at Hal that he could only interpret as fury. He sighed. Thomas' pattern was hard to fathom. Chapter 9. A Roasted Offering. Everyone wanted to go. Madame Frost continued to throw her hands up and pace the tower room while mumbling to herself about jumped-up shapeshifters stealing her thunder. Meanwhile, Hal tried to placate the others with promises to show them whatever they wanted to see. "One at a time, okay? But give me a minute first. It's kind of tiring work." It wasn't at all, and he could tell Abigail knew it by the way she raised her eyebrow at him and gave a half smile. "Is there anything to eat around here?" Robbie said. "Madame Frost, any local markets or—" "Local markets?" she screeched, spinning to face him. "Oh, yes, there's a lovely pie shop just around the corner. And don't forget the kind old woman who wanders through this canyon with her basket full of fresh bread and cheese." Robbie just grinned at her heavy sarcasm. "Good. I'll go grab us some lunch then." Joking or otherwise, they all realized it was way past lunchtime and pondered the seriousness of the situation. "We do have to eat," Darcy said, frowning as she peered out the window. "Madame Frost, what did the monks eat when they spent time here? What about the witches and everybody else?" The witch sighed and shook her head. "How should I know? I usually bring something with me, but then I don't normally have the luxury of a short trip on a dragon's back. Mostly I plan for long-distance travel and stay a few nights, and that necessitates considering such mundane things as meals." "Can't you magic something up for us?" Robbie asked. At this, Madame Frost offered a baleful glare and some more sarcasm. "Oh, certainly. How about a nice, crispy frog?" Patting her voluminous robes, she frowned and muttered, "I might have one about my person somewhere. All witches carry frogs around, yes?" Thomas transformed suddenly, making everyone jump back. He yawned and headed for the staircase. "I'm going for a hunt." A silence fell after he disappeared from view. They could hear the sounds of his dull footfalls and the occasional clicking of his claws on the stone. When those noises faded, everyone surged to the window overlooking the back of the tower. He sauntered into view and headed along the narrow passage until he found his way to open ground. Then he sat in the sun, a breeze ruffling his fur. "Think he'll catch something?" Lauren said. "Yeah, and he'll eat it raw," Fenton muttered. "Seen him do it. It's not pleasant." Emily grimaced. "That's gross. What kind of things does he eat?" "Rodents, usually, whatever comes sniffing about. He'll chew on it for a bit, then toss it away." "That doesn't sound very Manticore-ish," Hal said. "Manticores usually devour every last piece and leave no evidence." Fenton shrugged. "Yeah, well, Thomas isn't as wild as he used to be. He acts tough, but he's really just a boy wearing a Manticore's body." Hal looked around at his friends. "Does anyone else secretly munch on things they wouldn't normally eat? I know Robbie likes those weird bug eggs." "Hey!" Robbie complained. "Well, you do. First time you ate, those was on the way to the Labyrinth of Fire." "Did not. The real ogres we saw ate them. I didn't." "Ah, but you've tried bug eggs since then, haven't you? I saw you once when you were an ogre, reaching into a hole in the ground and poking your fingers in a sticky white mess." Seeing his friend's mortified expression and his other friends' slowly developing grins, he quickly added, "Nothing wrong with it. We're more than just human." "That's true," Lauren said, giving Robbie's shoulder a pat. He was a little red-faced. "I have to say, when I'm a harpy, I feel like I could eat just about anything, even if it's stale or beginning to rot." Everyone grimaced. "I've eaten grass," Dewey said quietly. They all turned to him. He shuffled his feet. "I just wanted to try it. It was nice long grass, with little beads of moisture in the morning sun." "Oh, it was dewy grass," Abigail said. Everyone burst out laughing. "Thomas has caught something," Fenton muttered. Outside, the Manticore had pounced, and his scorpion stinger came flashing down. Whatever it was died quickly, and Thomas sat again, contemplating his prey. As everyone watched with bated breath, he hunkered over it and— "Ah!" Emily exclaimed. "He's tearing it apart like a manticore tearing apart its prey," Fenton said. "Watch, he'll eat a bit, then throw it away." In fact, Thomas didn't throw it away. He chewed for a minute, then seemed to gag. After that, he simply stood up, turned, and started trotting back toward the tower. "It might taste all right if it were roasted," Abigail said, giving Hal a nudge. "What? You want me to burn his dead rat or whatever it is?" "No, but I'm thinking, you're a dragon. What if you found something bigger, like a hog or something? If you burned it, then we could all eat a nice lunch of roasted pork." To Hal's horror, the entire group seemed to like the idea, and they nodded and murmured their agreement. Even Madame Frost looked interested. "Put your fire-breathing talent to good use, boy. Fetch us all some food." Hal wished he'd never brought up the subject. He glowered at Abigail, but she just shrugged and smiled like killing an animal was a minor thing for a big, strong, powerful dragon. "We have to eat," she reasoned. "Don't feel bad. Farmers slaughter cows, pigs, and chickens all the time. Travelers camping out at night often have to kill to eat. And then there's fishing. You didn't feel bad about fishing while we were at sea recently." He couldn't refute her logic, and he was a powerful dragon. Hunting should be easy for him, but dragons were animals, whereas he wasn't. He had human sensibilities. "Anyway," Abigail went on with a sly expression, "if it's okay to feed a poor sheep to trolls, then it's okay to go hunting for your best friends." Hal quailed at the memory. That had been on their way to Bad Rock Gulch, and he'd sooner forget it. Still, after a bit more persuasion, Hal wound up launching from the window and going off to hunt. He was hungry, but he was pretty sure he'd lose his appetite when it came to making a kill. Flying low across the rocky terrain, he eventually spotted a herd of wildebeest. Their scent filled his nostrils and caused his stomach to growl, but at the same time tied him up in knots. He remembered an incident on the island shortly after he'd first shifted into dragon form. He and Darcy had walked barefoot across rock, and she'd grazed her toe. The smell of her blood, even that tiny trickle, had driven him crazy and caused him to shift into dragon form. Oh, her screams! He wouldn't have attacked her, but he had thrown himself at her feet to take a good sniff at that blood. How embarrassing, and how frightening that his dragon instincts had kicked in so strongly. "Maybe that's how I do this," he thought. Let the dragon take over. In all the time he'd been a shapeshifter, he'd never willingly killed an animal and eaten it, roasted or otherwise. Had he? He'd eaten meat off a stick over a campfire, but this was different. Was it, though? It really wasn't. He and his 8 friends, and even Madame Frost, had to eat sometime. "We could just go home. We'd be back in no time. There's no need to kill." He liked that voice in his head. "But we're not going home just yet. We're here to stay until much later. Are you going to miss your evening meal as well?" Sighing, he knew that the other voice was right too. The wildebeest herd saw him coming and began a frightened stampede across the plains. Hal flew low, opening his mouth and ready to blast one with fire. He couldn't do it. Was it because the animal was too big? Would a groundhog be easier? He didn't think so. Was he squeamish? Maybe, but that wasn't the whole reason. What then? It just isn't all that necessary. That was it. He and his friends were hungry, but not starving. They really could wait. Maybe later this evening would be a better time to go hunting. Right now, Hal could easily skip lunch and suffer some mild hunger pangs for a few hours. So what? At least he wouldn't be ending the life of one of these magnificent beasts. He veered away, fully resolved to delaying his hunt. The others would complain, but so what? Let them go kill something if they were that starving. See how they managed. Hal felt good about his decision and knew it was the right one, at least for him. He circled around and began his flight back to the tower, which he could see in the distance. Below, one of the wildebeest had stumbled into a shallow ravine. It thrashed and kicked, trying to get back on its feet and kicking up clouds of dust. The rest of the herd left it behind. Concerned, Hal hovered above, wondering if he should help somehow. What could he do? Push it back onto its feet with his snout? It would probably die of a heart attack. Besides, it was perfectly capable of standing up on its own. Only, for some reason, it wasn't. It got up, fell again, got up and fell, over and over, growing more and more weary. Hal realized the beast's back leg was broken. It hung, limp and useless. "You have 3 other legs." The wildebeest eventually steadied itself, and only then did it try to clamber up out of the shallow ravine. It failed miserably, stumbling backward, collapsing amid the dust. Hal spun around to see the herd in the distance. They might come back once he'd flown away, and they might help. Somehow. He knew animals in the wild suffered broken bones occasionally, whether from attacks by predators or from accidents, or in this case, both. Hal had sent the herd on a stampede, so it was his fault this creature had taken a fall. It didn't need an animal doctor to set the bone and put its leg in a cast, but it did need to survive. And surviving in the wild meant being able to run from other predators and keeping up with the herd. In his half-hearted attempt at hunting, it seemed Hal had done what he'd already decided not to do. He'd killed this wildebeest. One way or another, it would most likely die. Feeling awful, he flapped away and tried to tell himself it was just an accident. It wasn't his fault. These things happened. It was unavoidable. But no matter how he reasoned with his inner voices, and regardless of who was to blame, the fact remained that the lame wildebeest was in for a rough time and might not last long. It couldn't run. It would be the very first target for the next predator that came along. Another dragon? A griffin? Even a lone Cerberus would have no trouble taking down such a slow-moving creature. Wildebeest are nothing but dragon food anyway. He gawked, ashamed that such a callous thought had popped into his head. But he had to admit there was some truth to it. In old Earth, wildebeest roamed the plains only in distant countries, but in New Earth they were literally everywhere. It was almost like some kind of gigantic magical god had scattered them across the land purely to feed the larger, far more magnificent, magical creatures. "Dragons and griffins have to eat," he told himself. "And eating wildebeest is better than eating humans, right?" With a roar, Hal turned and headed back. He saw the struggling creature ahead, still stuck in the ravine, and he felt sure it would never return to its herd. If that was the case, then it would be better to put it out of its misery. "Just like that sheep I gave to the trolls." A wave of emotions hit him, mostly guilt and shame mixed with revulsion, but also an unexpected surge of excitement and longing propelled by deep-seated impatience. He was a volcano about to blow. He swooped down on the wildebeest and bellowed. His vision turned red as the fire erupted from his throat. Keen to show his distaste, Hal made sure to dump the charred, smoking, very dead wildebeest at the feet of his friends, where they waited near the splintered eye. It thudded down and made everyone leap to their feet. "Whoa!" Robbie yelled. "You did it!" "Ooh, a roasted offering," Emily said, her eyes wide. "Hal, that's awful," Darcy accused. "Nicely done," Thomas said with a nod. By the time Hal landed and reverted to human form, Madame Frost had already started tearing into the carcass with a long-bladed knife nobody knew she'd been carrying. "Oh, this is fine," she said with a cackling laugh. "Burnt to a crisp on the outside, but nicely cooked on the inside, and hot, so very hot. Look, it's a bit pink deeper in, but as long as we—" "Let me try," Fenton demanded. Hal watched as, one by one, his friends tentatively approached the generous meal he'd provided. He sighed and sat down cross-legged where he could study the rim of the giant hole in the ground. He wondered how many people over the centuries had sat in this very spot and discussed the seemingly bottomless pit, or perhaps sat down and aimed numerous plucked eyeballs in an effort to counter whatever powerful magic they'd sensed below. "Eyeballs," Hal muttered. "How stupid." "Want some?" Abigail said, joining him. She held a piece of steaming grey meat as large as her palm. "It's actually really good." "Not hungry," he muttered. "Oh, did you eat already?" She nudged him and smiled. "Tore into it right away, did you? I knew you were a dragon at heart." "It's not funny," he yelled. She recoiled with eyebrows raised. All right. Look, Hal, if you'd come back all proud and happy, boasting about your catch, then I'd be worried and a little disgusted. But you didn't, so it's okay." "Why? How is it okay? I wasn't going to kill it at all. I changed my mind and was heading back. I was going to tell you all to get your own lunch if you're so hungry, but it tripped and fell and broke its leg and—" He trailed off with a huff of annoyance. "You put it out of its misery. I understand. It probably had a much quicker death than if something other than a dragon had come by." "But it didn't need to die," Hal groaned. "If I hadn't gone after the herd in the first place—" "Hal, I love you, but you need to get over yourself." He leaned sideways and blinked at her. "Huh?" "Feel bad if you like. That's fine. I do too. But we need to eat. Now and this evening, and maybe in the morning too. So let's stop whining and eat. Then we can get back to the giant eyeball." He grudgingly took the offered slab of meat and chewed on it while she went on. "There's something I want to see," she said softly, staring into space. "I hope you don't whine about that too." She turned and gave him a hard stare. He stopped chewing for a moment. "Who are you, and what did you do with Abigail?" She gave a wry smile. "I'm still me. I'm just—" "Just what?" Shaking her head, she leaned on his shoulder as she climbed to her feet. "Hurry up with that. Things to do, you know." She set off for the steep path that wound up the cliff to the tower. Everyone else, however, stayed behind, still cutting little bits of meat from the carcass with Madame Frost's knife. The witch stood there with her own strip of wildebeest, nodding with approval as she chewed. Hal tamped down his need to feel sorry for himself. Surprisingly, he found it to be quite easy. All he had to do was switch off and view the dead animal as a meal. He did the exact same thing at home all the time, without even thinking about it. Everybody did. Turkey dinner, ham and pork, beef. The only difference was that he hadn't made the kill himself. "Want some more?" Fenton said, wielding the knife. Hal accepted another morsel and appreciated it a little better this time. Emily had finished eating and had transformed again. She swayed back and forth, smaller than her usual Naga form, but no less impressive, her silvery coils glinting in the sunlight, and her shiny skin giving her an ethereal quality. Her wings had a proper shape to them now, spreading out to the sides with long fingers like a bat's wings, but with a delicate, translucent membrane instead of a leathery skin. They buzzed remarkably fast, nothing but a blur. Everyone watched with interest as Emily leaned forward like she was about to take off, only she didn't. Her wings picked up in volume, sounding like a card in the spokes of a bicycle wheel. Surely they had to be at top speed by now, at full power. Yet she remained firmly stuck to the rocky ground. "Try angling them differently," Hal suggested. She did so, and the pitch changed a little, and then suddenly she shot upward with a squeal, her long tail dangling and swinging from front to back, which caused her upper body to swing along with it. This increasing pendulum motion threatened to send her crashing to the ground, and she had to work hard to correct the angle of her wings to keep her balance. "Lift your tail!" Lauren shouted. Of course, Hal thought, remembering how the Naga they'd seen earlier had done that very thing. Emily lifted her serpentine tail, curling the thickest part up backward and letting the rest curl back down again to dangle limply. The swinging motion abruptly stopped, and suddenly she was in complete control. She shrieked in delight. "I did it! Oh my goodness, I'm flying!" Everyone cheered. What a major event this was for Emily. She could fly! "Okay, Em, let's go look into the giant eyeball again," Darcy called to the buzzing Naga. "See you up there," Emily shouted, and began a slow, controlled ascent toward the tower. Thomas and Fenton stayed where they were by the smoking carcass. The others, Dewey, Robbie, Darcy, and Lauren, joined Hal on the cliff path. Hal wondered what Abigail hoped to see in the eyeball. He had a feeling he knew, and it left him cold with dread. "We shouldn't all go in together," Hal warned. "Maybe I can stop the vision on my own, but I'm not certain." "I'll keep watch," Dewey said, backing away from them. "Yeah, but you don't have to be a centaur," Hal said quickly. "All that stamping around will get on the witch's nerves, and she'll get on my nerves. Just, sit by the window." Emily flew in just then, delight written across her face. Though she joined the group by the giant eyeball, it seemed her mind was far away, probably dreaming of all the flights she'd be able to take. "So, where shall we go?" Hal asked. "And when?" As Abigail opened her mouth, Hal quickly suggested the first thing that came to mind. "I want to see how New Earth was created." "Yeah, me too," Robbie agreed. Almost everyone else did too, including Madame Frost. Only Abigail stayed silent. Hal focused on the Kraken's eye. "How was New Earth created?" he muttered. "I guess we're going back to the arrival of that giant blob. I have to warn you all, the Lady of Light might make you forget what you see like she always does." "Maybe if we can avoid seeing the brain," Emily suggested, "then it won't try and wipe our minds." "Then what's the point?" Robbie countered. "Nah, show us, Hal. I'll remember. I have a good memory." Hal moved slowly, floating down to the splintered eye outside. Thomas and Fenton were nowhere to be seen, but that was because they wouldn't be born for a few thousand years. How far back are we, he wondered. Does anyone actually know when this giant brain arrived? He dropped once more into the shaft, his companions alongside. Too late, he remembered he'd forgotten the lantern. But he needn't have worried, because brilliant light shone from the shaft deep below. Everyone gasped as Hal descended toward it. When they reached the bottom, they found a figure standing within the open sphere. No, floating above the sphere, suspended in mid-air. The rounded lid lay in chunks around her. The Lady of Light, Hal thought, his heart thudding. The gatekeeper. Finally, I get to show her to my friends. Maybe they won't remember later, but they'll believe me right now. She turned slowly, raising her chin to look up at the crowd of ghosts descending from above. Her eyes were nothing more than unnaturally large, shiny black discs. "Does she see us?" Abigail whispered, reaching for Hal's hand. He tried to rein in his surprise. "You see a woman?" "Sure, don't you? Isn't this the Lady of Light you told us about?" "Yes, but I don't see a woman," Robbie said. "I see a giant bug standing on its rear legs." Darcy let out a whimper. It's the boogeyman, the same one I see in my nightmares." Lauren sounded surprised. "Huh. I see the fairy godmother with a flowing gown and carrying a wand. She's beautiful." So how come I see the boogeyman? Darcy complained. A tall man wearing a tattered suit and a moth-eaten top hat. He's carrying a pair of scissors. Huge scissors. Do you see the light, though? Hal asked. Sure, but he's so dark and ugly that it's like he absorbs it. It's horrible. Why can't you see what I see? What about you, Em? Robbie asked her. After a pause, she said, I think I see what Hal sees, a really tall, slender woman wearing a robe. Her eyes are huge and black, shiny black. Hal couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. That's her. So 3 of us see the Lady of Light, and the rest of you see something else. Madame Frost? What about you? She didn't answer. The figure continued to stare up at them. The light spilling from the half-sphere remained as dazzling as before, though now Hal saw a wispy vapor lifting through the air as well.
It is time.
Whoa! Robbie exclaimed. It spoke. Yes, she did, Abigail said. His voice is deeper than I imagined, Darcy moaned. I'm never going to get it out of my head. Time for what? Hal called down to the gatekeeper. He knew, of course, but it seemed she wanted him to ask.
For the beginning.
Her voice mesmerized him. When he'd seen her before, in the world of darkness, her voice had filled his head. This time she spoke directly. She seemed a little less ethereal somehow, despite floating in the air bathed in a dazzling white light. He couldn't help wondering where the brain was right now, and who exactly was the boss. The spectral gatekeeper, or the huge oozing organism that was even now squeezing its way through the catacombs. Why were they not together?
I am but a voice, and you are a memory.
A memory? That gave Hal a chill. I'm still here, thanks, he said with a nervous chuckle. Not dead yet. Not even born yet, actually.
I see you then and now at the same time. I am speaking to you because we have spoken before and will speak again. You fulfilled my request, and I am grateful.
I fulfilled. Hal felt the collective gaze of his friends on him as well as the glare of the witch. Are you talking about the mines? The Chamber of Ghosts at Bad Rock Gulch? But that won't happen for thousands of years. I mean, it's already happened for me, but I'm just a ghost right now looking into the past. You only just got here. The thing I did in the mines is in your future.
It has already happened, and it will happen. Time is not linear for my kind as it is for yours.
Your kind? Abigail pressed. What exactly are...
And you.
The glowing woman turned her gaze to Abigail.
What you do tomorrow will change your life, but be aware that time will catch up.
Time will... Abigail repeated. The spectral lady turned away from her.
It will begin now. Observe.
With a flash, Hal and his companions found themselves flung high in the sky. They all yelled and screamed. Chapter 10. The Beginning. In the canyon far below, the splintered eye resembled a tiny puncture wound in the earth, and the nearby cliffs formed a jagged gash cutting through the pastures and meadows. A river flowed between those cliffs, only just bypassing the newly formed shaft. Hal couldn't get over how green everything was, so fresh and new, quite unlike the barren landscape they'd become used to. This was the distant past, and it had to be old Earth. The sphere had only just arrived, and there was no alternate magical land as yet. But there was about to be. As the group hung suspended in mid-air, their screams and yells fading away as they realized they weren't about to fall to their deaths, something happened far below. It started at the puncture wound, a shock wave that flashed and spread outward at great speed. In its wake, the green pastures darkened a little, and trees leaned sideways, wilting like dandelions in a drought. It reminded Hal of a phoenix rebirth blast. He'd seen a few in his time, the biggest caused by the ancient 1,000-year-old bird named Jacob. That shockwave had spread just as quickly, nullifying magic as it went. This one, though, did the exact opposite. He watched with interest as the entire land blurred and became two, a double image that left him and the others rubbing their eyes. The original Earth faded a little, while the ghostly duplicates solidified and shifted sideways, increasing the double image and making him want to blink rapidly and look away. But he couldn't. He remained glued to the event, intensely fascinated. Two Earths, one layer over another, like landscapes painted on sheets of glass. "Why can we see both at once?" Emily whispered. Rather than answer with a guess, Hal said nothing and kept watching. He found that by squinting, he could bring one Earth into sharper focus and allow the other to fade, then back again. In doing so, he could witness the slow change between them, almost as though... "Oh," he said in realization, "we're speeding through time." In fact, they were moving so fast that days and nights blurred together. He glanced up to see a widening band of golden light that he guessed was the sun tracking endlessly through space, except the other way around, of course, since the Earth orbited the sun. The stars became fine white streaks as the galaxy appeared to twist and tumble. Then, when the progression through time picked up speed, the entire sky glowed eerily, years and decades and centuries blending together. Below, one of the ghostly landscapes had lost its lush vibrancy and dulled into the more familiar yellowish grey of the plains. Barren though it seemed, this was New Earth. The river had dwindled and dried up, leaving isolated rainwater ponds, just enough for wildebeest to survive on for centuries to come. He refocused on the old Earth layer. It clarified and darkened, showing off its thriving forests and rich splendor. It was just as green as before, the river still full of life, a truly breathtaking view. New Earth is pitiful compared to the old world, Hal thought. Too hot, too magical, too close to the epicenter. He squinted into the far distance. There, it seemed both Earths were as pretty and green as the other. It was only here, close to the splintered eye, that the newly formed world had suffered a severe overdose of energy during its creation, permanent distress caused by a magical blast. The splintered eye existed only in New Earth. Hal thought that made sense. It wasn't a natural geographic feature, and there could be only one giant brain. It had chosen to reside in the New World, and that included the shaft it had created. "Take us home," Abigail said suddenly. He looked across at her. It was strange seeing them all floating alongside. "You've had enough?" "No, I mean take us somewhere we recognize." Intrigued, Hal nodded and wondered if they should all join hands in case they got separated. Was that even possible? They were standing in the tower right now, shoulder to shoulder, staring into the kraken's eyeball. In fact, perhaps because he thought about it and zeroed in on the exact time, he was able to witness the very fast building of the tower in New Earth. It went up in sporadic bursts, while tiny figures fuzzed and blurred into existence and faded again. The splintered eye aged, its web of cracks widening. The cliffs crumbled and broke apart. Right before Hal took the ghostly spectators away, he gasped at the sight of dragons in the sky. A whole fleet of them, at least 24, flying in formation. For a brief moment, time slowed to a crawl. The plains were full of wildebeest, and the dragons swooped down on them. Hal pondered that as he dragged his friends and the witch through the sky. They whooped with terror and excitement, but he barely gave them a second thought. He was more interested in the ecology of the land, something the giant brain obviously had to deal with. You can't introduce massive carnivores and expect them to eat apples from the trees or pick at rodents and fish. They need food. "It's like one big experiment," he told the others as the landscape slowed around them. "I mean, we knew that already, but..." Imagine having the power to do this, to create a duplicate Earth and throw in some extra creatures to see what they do. Since they all floated above the treetops, it was hard for Madame Frost to turn and face him, and she ended up flailing in frustration. "What do you mean? You knew this already? Explain." Hal sighed. "I'll explain later. Thing is, it's like Robbie putting up walls around a patch of dirt in the yard and then tossing in a bunch of new bugs to see what happens." "It's absolutely nothing like that," Emily said, sounding cross. "What a terrible analogy. It's more like adding some piranha and a shark or two to a fish pond. The big fish would eat the little fish in no time, and then whatever's left would turn on each other, and pretty soon there wouldn't be any fish left at all, except maybe one big shark with no food." "So, what? You'd add more little fish for them to eat before they turned on each other?" Lauren queried with a puzzled look. "Are you saying the wildebeest are like little fish?" "Oh, shut up about the fish," Madame Frost snapped. "Where are we?" Hal focused. The two Earths were quite a bit different here. In one, the land ended at the sea. In the other, the forests stretched farther east. Either the giant brain had deliberately modified the duplicate landscape, or, if what Mrs. Hunter taught in class was anything to go by, the vastly different climate had eroded the coastline over thousands of years. He didn't know all the details, but he recognized the area. This was home. He focused on the new Earth layer, allowing the other to fade. He and his group now floated over a particularly familiar stretch of forest and a huge bowl-shaped clearing where half a dozen streams collected in its center. It looked like an ideal place for people to settle, and they did. It started with a small band of men and women. They had horses and covered wagons, and they set up a camp, which quickly grew into a circle of wooden shacks. Time rushed by, and flimsy structures were replaced by stone cottages, more and more of them spreading farther out toward the edges of the clearing. The village of Carter had arrived. Soon it would be a town, and— "Slow down," Abigail said. "Not so fast. I want to see something else. Let's go to our island in Old Earth. Show us what it looked like before we arrived, before we were even born." "Ooh, yes!" Darcy cooed. But Hal's stomach tightened. He could see that Emily had realized where this was leading, and he tried to catch her eye and silently ask what he should do. Refuse? Maybe he would, but not just yet. They sped across the forest and ended up over a lake. There, Hal refocused on Old Earth and allowed the magical land to vanish for the moment. When the Greenland of New Earth faded from sight and revealed the coastline of Old Earth, a sense of awe filled them all at once as they looked down on their familiar island. This was pre-virus, with no sign of fog. People lived there. Lots of people. Cars trundled along the narrow roads. Children played in backyards. A ferryboat coasted into the docks where Hal and Robbie would eventually build a raft one Saturday afternoon. "They're living in our houses," Robbie exclaimed. "Well, of course they are," Darcy murmured. "It is weird, though. I don't think I ever gave a single thought to the people who lived here before us." "I did," Emily said. "We had an old swing in our backyard that I never used. It had a metal seat and was completely rusted over. I used to wonder who played on it." "Slower," Abigail whispered. The island had suddenly cleared. Hal searched for a single living soul and found none. Across on the mainland, though, the roads were filled with traffic, or at least the roads leading out of the city. They were jam-packed, whereas the roads leading into the town center were deserted. Hal eased closer to the island. It was late, the sky black and starry. 3 large box trucks and a minibus had arrived at the docks, highly conspicuous as they rolled off the ferry so late at night with headlamps glaring. "Ryan's dad," Lauren said. "He's one of the drivers." The story came flooding back, and Hal grimaced, suddenly wanting to move away from this scene, from all of it. They'd met Ryan on the streets of Old Earth. He'd lived there for years, immune to the virus that had struck the world and killed his mom, and hiding from the Scrags, the scarred survivors who had killed his dad. "We should go," Hal said softly. "How about we—" "Hold on," Abigail interrupted. "Look, it's the fog." The grey mist seemingly sprang up out of nowhere, lifting from black woods on the backside of the island. In fact, it belched from a hole in the ground, and Hal knew it would do so for the next 13 years, smothering the island and the bay, protecting its residents from the virus. Those new residents had already settled into their new homes. Hal rolled forward a little. The 3 truck drivers and the minibus full of workers had been paid handsomely to deliver and offload supplies. But as they trundled back onto the ferry and headed back to the mainland, he couldn't help feeling terribly ashamed. The virus had arrived the very next day. All those people had perished eventually. He growled and sped up, moving away from the island. "Hal," Abigail said. Something in her voice confirmed his fear. "No, Abby, we're not doing this." "Hal," she said again. Closing his eyes, he wished they were back in the tower. Almost wished. If he'd actually wished it, they'd be back there already. But as much as he wanted to avoid this scene, he knew Abigail would never let up. And anyway, who was he to deny her this? Aware that Robbie and Madame Frost looked confused, while Darcy, Lauren, and Emily wore horrified expressions, he focused and returned to the island, descending from the clear blue sky into the thick fog. It was a day like any other, grey, drab, and gloomy. Hal eased along the street they'd grown up on, then remembered their parents hadn't actually lived in these houses the whole time. The island had been empty when they'd arrived, and they'd chosen bigger places with nicer views. It was only later the community had come together on the main road. Hal had no idea which of the bigger houses his parents had picked, but somehow he ended up at the front door. It was a sprawling house with 2 floors and probably 5 or 6 bedrooms. Ivy smothered the end wall, and the lawn was mostly overgrown. But a neat square patch proved that his dad had found the familiar mechanical pushmower in the very early days of isolation. His parents stepped outside, and he gasped how young they looked, and was his mom pregnant? Hal felt goosebumps all over. Well, of course she was. With him. "You be careful, George," his mom said, giving the bearded man a kiss. "Keep him on a tight leash and bring him home. His poor wife has enough to worry about already." George, Hal's amazingly young-looking dad, gave a nod and headed to the garage. He disappeared from view, and soon after came the sound of a rumbling engine. Hal gasped again as a pickup truck rolled backward into the open. He'd sat in this very truck time and time again, only he'd never seen it running. But this unfolding scene had occurred mere months after the virus, before the gasoline turned bad. "Guess we're going for a drive," Hal said, floating behind the truck as it picked up speed in the winding lane. His ghostly companions stuck with him, just as fascinated and equally wide-eyed. It had to be strange for Madame Frost, too. She lived an isolated life of her own, deep in the woods near a swamp, and had probably never laid eyes on an old Earth vehicle. Hal felt an urge to climb in the back. It wasn't exactly climbing, because he simply caught up to the moving vehicle and floated into place at the front of the truck bed, right behind the cab on the driver's side. It was a small pickup, just a couple of seats inside, with no room for passengers unless someone squeezed into the middle. His dad was just an arm's length away. Hal wanted to reach through the glass and tap his dad's shoulder, but he refrained. He glanced back to find his companions half sitting, half floating in the truck bed. It was a bizarre experience. They were trying to get comfortable, but Hal imagined it was like a scuba diver trying to sit down on a rock at the bottom of the sea, bobbing up and down. But unlike the diver, they were ghosts and had no way to grab hold of anything tangible to anchor themselves. "Whose house is this?" Emily asked as the pickup turned into a gravel driveway. Nobody knew for sure until Hal's dad tooted the horn and a man emerged from a doorway. Then they recognized him as Fenton's dad, Mr. Bridges, with much darker hair and more of a potbelly. As he climbed into the truck's passenger seat, a woman shouted from a window, "You'll regret this! Don't say I didn't warn you!" With that, she slammed the window shut. Fenton's dad shook his head, looking thoroughly peeved. Hal couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could tell Fenton's parents had been arguing. She'd worn him down, judging by his haggard expression. As the truck turned around and headed back into the lane, Hal glanced sideways to find Abigail chewing her lip. Her face was white, and she was trembling. He reached for her hand. They made a third stop. A man and a woman stood in the country lane, waiting, and as the truck drew near, the couple hugged and kissed, and the woman said something that made the man smile. Hal glanced sideways again. Abigail's eyes had filled with tears, and her bottom lip wobbled. Her mom, Dr. Porter, was a very familiar face. Her dad, however, was not. None of the shapeshifters had met him before, not even Abigail. What struck Hal and chilled him to the bone was how precisely he matched the old photograph on the mantelpiece in her living room. There was no age difference. The photo had been taken shortly before moving to the island, and he'd been killed a little while later, prior to any of the classmates being born. It was as though that two-dimensional likeness had come to life and now stood in the lane before them. Mr. Bridges started to slide sideways into the center seat, but Abigail's dad gave a dismissive gesture and instead clambered up into the back of the truck, causing the ghostly spectators to scramble aside instead. He stayed at the rear end, his back against the tailgate, one arm slung over the side. Hal was barely aware of Dr. Porter waving or even the vehicle rumbling onward down the road. He stared and stared at the man seated just a few feet away. They all did, mouths open in wonder. Abigail's dad. She, of course, cried silently, her trembling hand over her mouth. Hal couldn't tell if her tears were of joy at the sight of him or grief at the knowledge of what would happen next. Perhaps both. She reached out tentatively, then withdrew, and in that moment Hal saw a smile on her face and knew her heart was filled with delight, at least for the moment. Good, he thought. She needs this. But she can't see what's about to happen on the mainland. There's no way. Abby, he said softly, leaning closer, I can take you back further. You can see your dad just like this, as he was before the island. Maybe when your parents met, when your mum was studying to be a doctor and your dad was... He frowned. What was your dad again? A surveyor, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the man. Right. There are so many things we can go back and see. But not this, okay? Her jaw tightened. I have to. But why? Why do this to yourself? You already know how it happened. His friends had been silent the whole time, the fearful expressions on their faces suggesting they didn't dare intervene. Even Madame Frost knew better, and she simply watched with interest. Abigail swallowed, wiped her eyes, and turned to face him. I have to see what happened. I have my reasons. Just trust me, okay? Still, he was torn. I don't know. I really think we... Hal! Her tone had hardened, her gaze now a steely glare. Hal, I need to see this. I will see this. He sighed, knowing he was beaten. Chapter 11. What happened out there? The truck wound along country lanes and finally to the main road leading to the docks. There hadn't been a ferry for months, but a small rowing boat awaited them as Hal's dad pulled up alongside and turned the engine off. Should have brought the shotgun, Mr. Bridges muttered as the two men climbed out. We don't know what we'll find. Ever shot anyone before? Hal's dad said. No, but as a deterrent. Mr. Porter climbed down from the back of the truck. We discussed this. If there really are crazies, a loaded shotgun won't stop them attacking. All the more reason to have one. The three men stood together, facing in the direction of the mainland. There was nothing to see but fog, and nothing to hear. I have to know, Mr. Porter said. Maybe there's nobody. Or maybe there are people out there, walking around quite happily, unaffected by the virus. Maybe it's all gone now, and Simone isn't telling us just because she needs us to stick around. I have to know. Mr. Bridges sighed. Well, we'd better get suited up then. Checking for survivors is one thing, but I'm not wandering around unprotected outside this fog. The three men headed off to a small building where dock personnel had once worked. Over a decade from now, that building would be badly run down, with a roof torn off in the wind and the inside coated with bird poop. Floating in silence, the ghostly group watched and waited. If only we could warn them, Emily whispered. Abigail nodded. That's exactly my thought. There's no way to do that, Hal argued. We're just ghosts. Even ghosts can make themselves known, she said fiercely. So that's her plan, Hal thought. She doesn't just want to see what happened. She wants to stop it from happening. He shook his head but said nothing more. The idea of saving Mr. Porter, preventing him from dying, and somehow changing history just didn't make sense. If he'd never died on the mainland, then everyone's memories of him would be vastly different, and Abigail wouldn't be obsessed with saving him right now, because he wouldn't be dead. Which would mean... He shook his head. Paradoxes made his brain hurt. All he knew for sure was that this would all end in tears. The three dads emerged from the building wearing biosuits. The headgear hung behind them like hoods, but Hal knew they'd zip them up before they left the fog behind. Very few words were spoken as they dragged the rowboat down the shingles and onto the waves. Once they were on board, with Mr. Bridges rowing, they quickly disappeared into the fog. Hal, Abigail urged, we're losing them. There was no danger of that. Hal glided after the boat, and his companions floated after him like a flock of birds in a V formation. They caught up seconds later and joined the small boat crew alongside, drifting above the water while the adults rowed. What a dismal world you grew up in, Madame Frost said. I've heard the stories, but I have to admit it's quite fascinating to observe firsthand, especially this fog. It's pumped onto the island, Robbie started. By a machine made by the goblins I know, through a tunnel that emerges in the middle of the woods. As I said, I've heard the stories. Robbie looked miffed at having his tale cut short. The sound of waves slapping against the underside of the boat reminded Hal of the time he and Robbie had taken a raft out. Other than that, and the rhythmic creak of oars, absolute silence surrounded them. Cover up, folks, his dad muttered. Mr. Bridges paused in his rowing while the three of them donned their hoods and checked their breathing masks. With the hoods zipped and secured and their gloves firmly velcroed in place, they were ready to face the invisible virus lurking in the atmosphere beyond the safety of the fog. The gloom thinned shortly after, and suddenly the boat was bathed in golden light. Emerging into the brilliant sunshine was nothing short of spectacular, a truly magical moment. Even Madame Frost sighed with wonder and closed her eyes as the sun's rays lit her up. Not that she or the shapeshifters could feel the warmth the way the three men could. Mr. Bridges stopped rowing again. Oh, man. Yup, Hal's dad said. It's been a while. Maybe we should all come here every so often, just to, row around in the sunlight. Not with a sea monster guarding the island, Hal thought. His mouth fell open. Hey, he said, looking all around. Where's the serpent? There's supposed to be a... He broke off, suddenly feeling cheated. How come we didn't get to sail past the fog on our raft? Why isn't it here right now, bringing the boat back home like it did with us? Nobody spoke for the moment. Then Darcy offered a suggestion. It was mainly to guard the island against intruders, wasn't it? And to keep us shapeshifters from leaving. I guess it had no such instructions about our parents. If only it had, Abigail growled. How does it even know the difference? Lauren asked. Emily raised a hand as if she were in class. Maybe we smell of magic. It was almost comical how the sun brightened their mood, if only for a moment. Suddenly they were chatty and engaged, but their outlook darkened again as Mr. Bridges rowed on toward the mainland. The sea glittered under a mostly cloudless sky and dazzling sun. Just ahead, an inviting strip of yellow sand awaited them, and buildings rose high above. Though all was quiet and still, Hal saw no sign of danger. He almost expected to hear the distant hum of scrags, the horrible noise Queen Bee and her swarm made when they pursued a quarry. Was she roaming the streets right now, or was it too soon after the virus for organized gangs? She had to be around somewhere, but maybe she hadn't yet asserted herself as a force to be reckoned with and hadn't formed her own band of loyal but ruthless ruffians. He reminded himself this scene he was witnessing had happened mere months after the virus outbreak. That meant survivors might still be in the worst stages of burning and itching. Those telltale scars they developed later were hot, fresh lesions right now. Hal shuddered. At least he and his friends would be safe. Mr. Porter wouldn't, but oddly, right now in this vision, he feared for the lives of his dad and Mr. Bridges too, even though he knew they would return home just fine. "Abby," he said. She shot him a look. "Don't." The boat bumped up on the sand, and the three men climbed out and dragged it a little farther up the beach. Hal and the others floated in off the water and landed nearby, their feet almost touching down. No footprints in the sand. If this doesn't prove we're ghosts, I don't know what does. He could see everything clearly and could hear the waves lapping and the steady wind buffeting the biosuited men, but he couldn't feel anything underfoot or the warmth of the sun on his back. And he couldn't smell anything either, not the salty air, nor even the seaweed that littered the sand like the arms of lifeless, shiny green squid. Nobody said a word. The dads seemed to have agreed that a quiet walk was all they needed, and they set off up the beach toward a concrete sea wall where a steep flight of steps led to the road. When they reached the top, they turned left. Hal simply floated after them with his ghostly team and landed softly, not quite touching the hard surface. Across the wide-open deserted road, shops lurked empty and silent. If anyone was hiding in there, they had only to glance out. It seemed like madness to be walking around in the open like this. Then again, back when the three dads had lived this scene in reality, everything was new and uncertain. Miss Simone had warned of half-crazed survivors, but it was hard to truly believe without seeing them. "I don't think we should be here," Darcy said suddenly. Lauren shuddered. "Nor me." Both girls had stopped. Emily hung back too, but she appealed to Abigail. "I'll come with you, but now that we're here, I really think it's best if we stay away. We know what happens. You don't need to see this, Abby?" Robbie dithered to one side. "Yeah, I mean..." Abigail's clenched fists and look of determination told Hal she wasn't going to budge. "Stay here if you want to. I need to follow." She turned to go after the three men, but since Hal didn't move, she didn't either, and ended up turning to glare at him. He sighed. "I think you're all forgetting that this is my vision, and we all have to stick together and go where I go." "Then let's go home," Darcy hissed. "Or just drop out. Let me go back to the tower. Go then, Abigail said softly. It's okay. I'll continue on my own if I have to. Well, with Hal anyway. You can all drop out. It's fine. The men were quite a way ahead already. Hal spread his hands. What's it to be, guys? Staying or leaving? Madame Frost folded her arms. I'm staying. Robbie swallowed. Me too. In the end, Darcy, Lauren, and Emily sighed and agreed to stay. With that decided, Hal turned and headed after the bio-suited men once more. A yell from somewhere on the opposite side of the road caused everyone to jump and spin around. The dads stopped too. With another yell, louder this time, a man leapt from a shop doorway and came tearing toward them. It's happening already? Hal felt his stomach churn. He'd expected to walk around a bit first, perhaps head down some dark alleyway and into the arms of a gang. But here they were already, the target of a lone survivor. Hal knew his dad had been right about one thing. Waving a shotgun around as a deterrent wouldn't have balked this half-crazed scrag. Actually shooting him might have, but then what? Fire at others when they came running? Kill a whole crowd of them? 3 unarmed dads against 1 scrag seemed like fairly good odds. Still, they broke into a sprint. Hal knew immediately it wasn't cowardice that drove them. It was the fact that a simple rip in a bio-suit might be lethal. That, and the sight of the crazy man's staring eyes, straggly hair, his fiery complexion and vivid scratch marks, and what looked like dried blood on his tattered shirt. He ran barefoot with no care for how painful that must be. Hal rose off the ground and sped after the 3 men, knowing they probably weren't fit enough to run for long, especially in those cumbersome bio-suits. He wished he could swoop down and collect them up. Even better if he could transform and show the scrag his fangs. From behind, it was hard to tell which dad was which when they were sprinting like this. He wished they'd run back the other way, back toward the steps and the boat. They needed to abandon this foolhardy mission and escape now. The scrag was too fast. He cut diagonally across the road and intercepted them in no time, and he didn't stop to ask questions or issue threats. He just leapt at the nearest bio-suited man and took him down. The others yelled and jumped in to help, yanking at the scrag's arms and beating him with fists until he let go and rolled out of the way. But as soon as he was up again, he attacked a second time, throwing all his weight at one of the other men. Hal glimpsed his face through the mask, his own dad. "Leave them alone!" Hal yelled, swooping in just as he had imagined and reaching to grab the scrag. But his hands passed through with no effect whatsoever, and he ended up dragging his ghostly entourage with him as he circled around in a wide arc. He kicked himself. A wide arc indeed. I'm not a dragon right now. No need to fly like one. Seeing more scrags emerging from shop fronts, Abigail screamed and pointed. "Here they come! Hal, do something!" He wanted to yell at her that he couldn't do anything, that this was all a vision, and he was nothing but a helpless phantom, and Abigail should know that already and stop expecting him to change things. But instinct kicked in, and he tore toward the attacking scrag, determined to make something happen, to effect some kind of change, to help in some way. He transformed in mid-air, becoming a dragon so he could unleash a fury of fire on the scrag. But the scrag was too tightly intertwined with the 3 men as they rolled around fighting, so Hal turned his attention to the mob fast approaching from the other side of the road. Thumping down on the ground in front of an approaching scrag, he blasted fire from his throat and completely engulfed the crazed man. Ordinarily, this should turn the victim to a charred, flailing, smoking mess. But the scrag only flinched, ducking slightly and swatting at his hair before joining in with the frenzied attack. Wait, did the scrag feel that? Hal swung around at the sound of Abigail's piercing scream. 4 extra scrags had piled on now, and the bio-suited dads were grunting and gasping as they tried to get out from under their weight. More scrags came running. In a few more seconds, there would be a dozen of them. He knew Mr. Porter was fated to perish, but how could his dad and Mr. Bridges ever have escaped such an onslaught? "Do the fire again," Robbie urged. "Burn them!" Instead of waiting, Robbie grew quickly, shifting to ogre form and pounding across the road surface, and for a second, Hal thought the monster's feet actually were touching the road. He blinked. It couldn't be. Robbie launched himself into the fight, and the ogre's fists swung in all directions, passing through the scrags like they weren't there. And yet, it seemed like his actions caused something akin to a strong wind, a nudge here and there. One scrag stumbled sideways and looked around as though he'd been touched on the shoulder. Another reacted to Robbie's savage kick by sucking in a sharp breath, as if a gust of wind had blasted him. Seeing this, Hal realized the scrag he'd tried to burn earlier really had ducked and weaved because he'd felt the heat. It seemed the girls had come to the same conclusion. "Let 'em have it!" Emily yelled. She transformed and launched herself into the fray, trying to wrap her thick coils around a scrag's neck. It was like trying to keep hold of a wet sliver of soap. The scrag slipped free without even realizing he'd been ensnared. Still, she swung this way and that, smacking scrags in the face and causing them to wince and reach for their sensitive skin. Together, she and Robbie succeeded in distracting the mob, however mildly, from their onslaught. Neither Abigail nor Darcy were fighters, but that didn't stop them from rushing in and using their fists on the attackers. They concentrated on grabbing hold of a scrag's wrists and tugging on them. He must have felt like his muscles had inexplicably locked up. Meanwhile, Hal swung back to face the rest of the scrags. Another half-dozen had arrived, and he blasted them with fire, giving it everything he had, for once in his life, wishing them to burn. He'd made it a quick death for the wildebeest. He tripled his efforts now, knowing that if he didn't stop them, his own dad might perish along with Abigail's. He couldn't even begin to comprehend what all this meant. 1,000 questions raced through his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, Madame Frost stood quite still, obviously fascinated and bewildered at the same time. Why couldn't she perform some spells and help? Or even just lend a hand with her fists? The half-dozen scrags before him halted, looking confused. They clustered together, bathed in Hal's roaring inferno, barely visible to him, yet they suffered no more than perplexed expressions, raising their hands in the air as if sensing a random wave of heat. How was this possible? How could anything Hal and his friends were doing have any effect whatsoever? Abigail screamed. Hal swung around. Robbie, Darcy, and Emily staggered backward, their ghostly feet firmly on the ground. Abigail had her wings out and was buzzing above the pile of flailing limbs. 2 bio-suited men tumbled free. It seemed the scrags had switched their efforts to one man alone, and that meant they could take him down and let the others go. One easy prey rather than struggling to catch all 3. Exactly like in the wild, Hal thought in horror. Exactly like a pack of predators taking down a wildebeest. He thumped closer, but he could tell it was already too late. Whatever they'd done, the man was limp and motionless. The scrags ripped his hood and mask off to reveal the face of Abigail's dad, and she screamed again, beginning to sob from high above as she drifted backward. Mr. Bridges helped Hal's dad up, and the 2 of them limped and staggered away, grunting and moaning, casting desperate looks back at their fallen friend. The scrags, now one big group, watched them go. Apparently, 1 kill was good enough for now. Breathing hard, Hal yanked the whole ghostly group out of the vision. Chapter 12. Going Deeper. "Take us back!" Abigail screamed as she gripped Hal's shirt and shook him. "Take us back! We can do more! We can save him!" They'd stumbled away from the kraken's eye and into the middle of the tower room. Everyone crowded forward, hands reaching but not daring to touch Abigail in case she swung around and lashed out. Hal allowed her to shout and sob until she'd almost exhausted herself, and then he pulled her closer and hugged her tight. She still fought, pounding his midsection with her fists, but growing weaker until she sagged in defeat. Her tears soaked into his shoulder. It was a while before anyone said anything. They'd been gone so long that Thomas and Fenton were back already, and they waited with Dewey by the window, mouths hanging open. Emily, Lauren, and Darcy came to join in a group hug with Hal and Abigail, their voices soft and soothing. Robbie and Madame Frost stood to one side. He looked awkward and sorrowful, but she had a manic gleam on her face and was bursting to say something. Hal scowled at her in warning. She opened her mouth, then rolled her eyes and began pacing, casting looks in his direction every time she turned. Eventually, Abigail took some deep breaths and gently extracted herself from the hug. The girls gave her a few extra inches of space. "I'm okay," she said. "Clearly not. Okay, so that was way worse than I—" "We should never have seen that," Darcy said, shaking her head. "Seen what?" Fenton asked in a serious voice. Emily and Robbie immediately went over to explain everything to the three boys by the window. Abigail patted Hal's chest, smoothed his shirt, frowned at the wet patch on his shoulder, tried to dry it with her hand, and then sighed. "All right, so that was really bad. But Hal—" She gazed at him with her eyebrows turned up in the middle. "We made a difference. Did you see that? We actually did something to help." "I did see that," he admitted. "And I'm not sure I can explain how." "You don't have to. That's not your job. How is it you're the only one of us able to show us these visions and take us wherever and whenever you want? Nobody knows. The important thing is, you can." Hal checked to make sure the witch couldn't hear. "It's the brain," he said in a low voice. "I think it's given me the power to steer us around." She blinked at him. "Why?" "I don't know. I don't think it's deliberate. The brain lets me, and only me, remember it. So maybe this power I have over the eyeball is just a side effect of that?" He shrugged helplessly. "That was pretty wild," Robbie was saying loudly to his captive audience. Fenton, Thomas, and Dewey stared back in obvious amazement. "I punched and kicked those scrags as hard as I could, and they felt it." "Like puffs of wind," Emily agreed. "It wasn't much, but we're only supposed to be ghosts, just there to witness things. But they felt our presence." She said those last hushed words with reverence. Madame Frost stomped over and loomed over them. "Exactly. This is what I've been wanting to tell you. We transcended the barriers of our ghostly realm and made ourselves known. Do you have any idea of the ramifications of this?" She threw up her hands and began pacing again. "This is spectacular. This is more than I ever could have dreamed. The power—" Hal wanted to tell her to shut up, that Abigail's dad had just died in front of them. But the witch was beside herself with excitement. Still, Abigail looked pretty enthused too, judging by the way she yanked on her ponytail while staring into space. "We could do more," she said, turning to Hal again. "We just need to practice, get better at it. Or maybe you do. The point is, we could save him. We could save my dad." He rubbed his face. "Abby, no, we can't. That doesn't make sense, and you know it." "What doesn't make sense is to walk away and not try," she countered. "What if it's possible? What if we make it happen, and he gets home safely? But then everything would change." Hal found he was gesturing wildly as he spoke. "Everything we know, all the times you've mentioned, Not having a dad? So? Abigail swallowed as she gazed around at the group. A few of our memories might be altered. So what? I'd have a dad, just like all of you guys. Isn't that worth something? She frowned. I'm just asking you to try. Hal closed his eyes. I knew this would happen. We shouldn't have gone back. Now you're full of hope, and when it doesn't work, you'll be... He shook his head. I'm not saying no, Abby, but let's think about it some more, okay? She nodded and smiled, her eyes glistening again. We'll give it a few minutes. What? I meant more than a few minutes. I was thinking more like days, weeks. We should take the eyeball home, talk to your mom first, figure out if... Abigail took his hand and drew him closer. A tear fell. Today, Hal, please. This afternoon, I can't leave without trying to save my dad first. When I get home, I want to find him waiting there, maybe in the fields with the other dads, doing some farming or whatever, as if he's always done that, you know? Oh, Abby, Lauren murmured. What you're asking, Darcy said, reaching for her. But Abigail pulled away and wiped her tears. Don't! No more sympathy, okay? Let's save our energy. We need to be strong when we go back in. And this time, we're all going back in. You too, Thomas. We need everyone there, all of us giving it everything we have so we can make a bigger difference. After a pause, Robbie said, Do you think we'll have to start over? Abigail turned to him. Huh? Well, I mean, we already went back and made the Scraggs feel our presence. So is that now permanent? If we go back in again, do we add to that? Or is it like starting over? Madame Frost grasped his shoulders. Excellent, my boy. Now you're thinking. These are exactly the kinds of questions we need to be asking. She swung around and marched over to Hal. I propose we go back in, but let's visit somewhere else first. I have a place I'd like to be, and it's somewhere I, for one, can practice making my presence known. Hal hung his head. Give me a break first, okay? Abigail eyed him, and this time it was clear she didn't approve of his delaying tactic. Still, she nodded and allowed him the rest anyway. It was a chance for everyone to get some air. Hal went to the window and sat on the deep sill, casting a glance straight down to see how high they were. It was plenty high enough for his flightless human form, and he pulled back inside with a shudder. While Madame Frost continued pacing, but at a more relaxed speed, the others idly found places to rest against the wall. Abigail dithered, then came to sit with Hal. It's going to work, she said softly. Somehow, I know it will. He shook his head and gazed at her. I don't think it can. I'll try my best for you, but I don't think it'll work, and I'm scared it's going to make you miserable. He looked away, staring down into the canyon. I'm scared it's going to make you hate me. She gripped his hands. Never. Sure, I'll cry all over you and punch you hard enough to give you bruises, but I'll never hate you. Remember, I kind of like you a little bit, and we're supposed to be married one day. He let out a chuckle. The image of a boy popped into his head, a boy they'd seen in a different kind of vision, a vision generated by a blue gemstone. They'd actually interacted with the boy, and he'd referred to Hal as his dad. Of course, it wasn't proof of anything at all, but Abigail had latched onto the idea and seemed unwilling to let it go. As usual, it was like she'd read his mind. If we can hold a conversation with a boy from the future, she said, that means we can make our presence known. That's different. He's in the future. That conversation didn't change anything. Not for us, she persisted. But what about him? He spoke to his dad in the past. Are you ever going to tell him about that conversation? If you do, you'll change his version of history. Wait, what? His head was beginning to spin. Tell you what, never mind his version of history. Let's just change the subject. She smiled and patted his knee, Poor, dense Hal. Hey! Madame Frost spoke up, her voice loud and clear. All right, children. It's getting late. Can we get to it? Hal glanced outside. Late? They still had quite a while before it would start getting dark, and he didn't mind flying in the evening sky if he had to. What's the rush? The witch sighed. Well, there's something you don't know about those winged Naga. We'd just better not be here after sunset. So let's get going, shall we? He groaned and climbed to his feet. Despite his own white lie to need a rest from the visions, he actually did feel a little drained. They gathered again in front of the giant orb. This time, the entire group huddled together, some standing behind. Sure we don't need Dewey on watch? Fenton said gruffly. Didn't help before, Robbie said. We were in there for ages and nobody pulled us out. I had no idea you needed pulling out, Dewey protested. We didn't, but you couldn't have known that. Exactly. Both boys paused, each puzzled by their argument. Hal thought of something. Did we transform at all? Dewey shook his head. No, you just stood there. I could tell something was going on because you all started to shake and tremble, like you were in a nightmare. I was just thinking about waking you up when, well, you all woke up shouting and crying. So you didn't hear what we were saying? Emily asked. Nothing at all? It was different this time. When you first used the eyeball, I could hear you talking to each other. But this last time, it was like you went deeper. You ended up all quiet in a trance. Deeper, Hal muttered. Yeah, we went in deeper. We put more of ourselves inside the vision. I guess we need to go even deeper somehow. Madame Frost huffed with impatience. Then let's stop chatting and get it done. Are we ready? Now, Hal, I'd like you to picture a scene. Try to imagine me when I'm your age. Hal blinked. How long ago was that? He hadn't quite meant it that way, but she chortled anyway. A long time ago, my boy. Picture it anyway. Picture me back then, a young girl named Scarlett Frost, living in the woods exactly where I live now with Mama and Papa. Hal tried not to laugh. To hear the nasty witch use those words seemed utterly out of place. Scarlett Frost, Emily said. That's a beautiful name. The woman grunted. Thank you. Hal closed his eyes, trying to focus on what he thought might be the young witch. But how could he? She was a grey-haired old woman now, tall and spry, but still old. She might have been blonde, red-haired, brunette, with or without freckles. Thin, stout, short, tall. Yes, the witch exclaimed. Hal opened his eyes. To his utmost surprise, he and the others stood in the woods looking at a cottage. He recognized it well enough, only it wasn't quite the same. For one thing, there was no sign of the swamp, only woods, and a river flowing right outside the door. I don't get it, he said. Where's the... How can this be your house? Why does it keep changing? Madame Frost snorted. We're a family of witches. Of course the house keeps changing. I remember that river. It kept overflowing, so my papa diverted it. He diverted, Robbie repeated. What do you mean he diverted it? The witch sighed. What alternative meaning could possibly be attached to a statement like my papa diverted it? Yes, but how? The same way I flooded the surrounding forest a couple of years back, she muttered. And the same way I've started draining it again. Magic, my boy. Spells, witchcraft. Hal moved them closer. The house is almost the same. What's different? Madame Frost shrugged. A window, the roofline, that chimney. We've relocated the fireplace several times over the years. Oh! She exclaimed just as a girl appeared. At first it looked like she was literally emerging from the ground to the side of the house, and Hal wondered what kind of terrible witchery was this. But then he realized she was climbing a set of steps. This was back when we used the basement to store firewood and other things. Nice and dry down there. And now you have a staircase leading down from your living room, Darcy commented. We'll Well, sort of, but not quite. Look, never mind that. That's me. The girl rose into view, carrying an armful of thin logs. She wore a fairly tight tan-colored tunic with dark brown pants and boots. A long knife and a few pouches hung off a thick belt. Hal couldn't help thinking how fierce and determined she looked, tall and thin, but strong and imposing, clearly not someone to get on the wrong side of, whether she could perform magic or not. Her hair was as blonde as Darcy's, but wavy and shoulder-length. "Scarlet Frost," Emily said, with what sounded like envy. "You were pretty back then." The witch said nothing. When Hal glanced sideways at her, he saw that she had a wistful expression on her face. Since he'd turned his head away, he noticed how they all remained standing firmly in the tower room. The scene was confined to the back of the giant eye. They weren't deep enough yet. He concentrated, moving closer to the girl as she trudged around the house to the front door and disappeared inside. When he followed her in, it was like they finally left the tower room behind. He glanced back and saw that his travel companions were now half walking, half floating alongside him. Half walking. "Quit floating," he told them all. "If you want us to go deeper, you have to stop thinking of this like a vision. Walk, don't float. And don't pass through any walls. Pretend we're really here at the cottage, and maybe that'll help us actually be here." It looked like Robbie had been about to walk straight through the wall, but he reeled backward and instead joined the line at the doorway. Hal knew he was onto something. It would be really hard to immerse himself in a scene where he floated across the sky, as he'd done earlier. The suspension of belief could only happen when everything seemed normal, and that meant walking firmly on the ground, not skimming about in the air. It meant using doorways instead of phasing through solid walls. "We're not ghosts," he told himself. Then, out loud, "We're not ghosts. Okay, you guys? We're not ghosts. We're travelers." "We're travelers," some of them muttered. Inside Madame Frost's cottage, the layout of the furniture was completely changed around from what Hal remembered. Some of the internal walls, too. There was no way down to the basement. The fireplace had shifted. He actually liked this version of the witch's home better than her later offerings. Her parents seemed a little more down-to-earth and normal. The living space was cozy, as cluttered as ever, but neat and clean, everything in its place rather than scattered higgledy-piggledy across surfaces or crammed on shelves. Young Scarlett carefully dropped her armful of wood next to the fireplace and knelt to feed a few pieces to the dwindling flames. When the fire blazed bright again, she went to stand in the doorway to the kitchen, talking to someone there. "I'm going to the cabin, Mama," she said. "If you must, my dear. But pay no heed to whatever your good-for-nothing father says about me. Go fishing and hurry back." Scarlett nodded and headed out, stopping only to grab a dark red gown hanging by the door. The shapeshifters stood aside until she'd gone, and then surged after her. Madame Frost lingered a moment, and Hal paused. Her mamma had appeared in the kitchen doorway, a tiny lady with black hair streaked with grey. As far as Hal was concerned, she was absolutely what a witch should look like, including the voluminous black robes. She probably had a pointed hat somewhere. Madame Frost's expression was blank. She watched her mother's equally expressionless face for a few seconds, then abruptly turned and brushed past Hal as she exited. He followed her. The others were waiting, apparently struggling to move any further. When he emerged from the cottage, they all tumbled forward and set off after the girl. He weaved to the front of the crowd, careful not to pass through any trees as they entered the woods. The girl was following a trail, but it was just a faint one, rarely used. Hal wanted to set an example by ducking where necessary, lifting his feet to avoid gnarly protruding roots, and planning his path as he would in reality. Glancing back, He saw the others doing the same, following in his footsteps. Robbie's acting was a little over the top. He raised his eyebrows at a low-hanging vine and ducked way too low to avoid it, then pretended to brush something off his shirt. "Doofus," Hal muttered under his breath. Scarlett's dark red gown, an apt color considering her name, stood out a mile in the oppressive woods. She followed the course of the river, heading downstream along its bank, walking with purpose along the thin trail. "Where are we going?" Hal whispered over his shoulder. He wasn't sure why he whispered. Scarlett couldn't hear him anyway. "To my papa's cabin," Madame Frost said, sounding a little grim. Darcy must have picked up on the tone as well. "Is that bad?" The witch didn't respond. 5 minutes into a fairly enjoyable walk, Hal realized something that nearly caused him to halt in shock. He could hear footfalls behind him. He could hear the scuffling of leaves and the padding of the witch's boots. It was faint and muffled, and when he looked down at his own feet, he saw that leaves crunched a little bit underfoot, the smallest movement rather than a complete trampling. But it was something. Hal kept walking, not wanting to distract his fellow travelers or call attention to the fact they were pretty deep in the vision now. If he did, they might revert to their true ghostly status. There came a point, though, when Scarlett paused up ahead and glanced over her shoulder. Hal stopped, and the others halted behind him. They all stood in silence while Scarlett peered toward them, looking straight through them. "I remember this," Madame Frost breathed from behind him. "I remember stopping." After a moment, Scarlett shook her head and continued. Finally, a cabin loomed ahead. "We're here," Madame Frost said softly. "Now, kids, don't run off on me, all right? This is important. This is a defining moment in my life, something I failed at. I need you all to help me put this right." "Put what right?" Thomas said, sounding as argumentative as ever. "How about giving us a heads up?" The witch sighed. "If I'd done that already, you probably wouldn't have agreed to come. But please, give me a chance here." They emerged from the trees in a clearing where an ancient, run-down cabin stood by the riverside. Its roof was twisted and warped, but seemed intact. Moss smothered the solid log walls near the ground. A touch of mist curled around the corners. It was a pretty location, about as remote as could be. Scarlett edged toward the shut door and raised a fist to rap her knuckles on the grimy wood. She paused, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then knocked. Chapter 13. Scarlett. A man's deep voice boomed from inside. "Enter!" Scarlett twisted the knob, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. Hal tiptoed forward, aware that he made faint, scuffling sounds. The others spread around him, producing similar noises. Overall, it probably sounded no different than a sudden gentle breeze through the woods. They crammed in the doorway, vying to see into the darkness. A man sat in a rocking chair, easing back and forth, smoking a pipe. Though the cabin was heavily shadowed, Hal could tell the man was a brute with hair as blonde as his daughter's and just as long, pulled back and tied low on the back of his head. He had a bushy beard with flecks of gray around the chin. He wore thick leather on his arms, with a chainmail vest covering his shoulders and torso. Bits of curved metal armor lay discarded on the floor around him, where he must have torn it off just before throwing himself down in his rocker. He looked weary. "You ready, girl?" he growled. Scarlett nodded. The man grunted. "Good, 'cause I ain't doing that again. Getting too old for battle." "Where is it?" Scarlett said, sounding fearful. "Back yonder. It ain't going nowhere yet, but it'll wake soon, and if the job ain't done by then it ain't gonna get done. What took you so long?" "I had to fetch some firewood for Mama." She thinks you're teaching me to fish, Papa." The man barked a laugh. "Ha! Yup, I kinda am, but we ain't fishing for fish." He gripped the arms of the chair and heaved himself up with a groan. "Getting too old for battle," he said again, this time under his breath. Kicking aside a bloody sword, he headed for the door. Scarlett hurriedly stepped back as the huge man ducked under the doorframe and into the daylight. Hal and the others backed up as well. Papa had to be a soldier. He would look perfectly at home on a battlefield, and pretty much nowhere else. He even had a scar running down his forehead, and another on the side of his neck. As Scarlett joined him, Hal could see where she got her height and determined expression. The two were clearly father and daughter. He gripped her shoulder, and she winced. "I can't help with this. It has to be you. And not with that knife of yours. That ain't the witch's way. You have to do it with magic if you're going to be a real witch. Understand?" "I know, Papa." "Prove it, girl. Show me how strong you are. Show me you can stand up to your mother." He leaned closer. "It's you and me, Scarlett. You and me. Your mother don't want me around the house no more, and I ain't got magic powers like she does. You hear? I need you, Scarlett. I need you by me side." Scarlett nodded and swallowed. "If I can do this, I'll have the power of fire at my fingertips. She won't dare hurt you if I have that sort of power." "But only if you do it right," he insisted, "with magic. Otherwise, it ain't worth nothing." She frowned. "It's worth something, even if I cut it out with my knife. It's worth a lot more if you use magic." Not looking entirely convinced, Scarlett hung back as he set off, continuing on the trail that ran alongside the river. A moment later, Scarlett hurried to catch up. Hal paused, then turned to Madame Frost. "Spill it," she scowled. "I asked you to go along with this. Hurry before we lose them." "Where are they going? What's going on?" Huffing with annoyance, she stomped off ahead, and then paused as if pressing up against a malleable, transparent wall. She pushed, and it seemed to yield a little before springing back again. She swung around in frustration. "Hal, please! This is important to me." Hal crossed his arms. "So you said. What are we doing here?" Sighing, she closed her eyes for a moment, as if collecting her thoughts. Then she focused on Hal and put her hands together, almost as though pleading with him. It's not as bad as it might look. Please, Hal, just indulge me for a while longer." Hal turned to face his friends. They all looked as doubtful as he felt, yet he could tell they were all curious too. "I guess we could see this through," he said quietly, "but if it's bad, I'll pull us out." They all nodded simultaneously, though Darcy in particular seemed ready to leave right now. Madame Frost shot them a grateful smile, swung around, and headed onward after her papa and younger self. Hal allowed it, following closely behind. Not long after, the huge man left the trail and plowed through the woods as if they weren't there. He pushed through bushes and didn't seem to care about thorns and brambles. Scarlett struggled a little more, but she lodged no complaints. Hal and the others did their best to stay immersed in the reality, but the illusion was spoiled a little when the same brambles that had snagged Scarlett's red robe failed to catch the rest of the travelers. Hal found himself ghosting through without a problem. Still, once they emerged into clearer woods, he concentrated on his feet again, trying to make the leaves crunch underfoot. "Go deep," he told himself. "Otherwise we'll be no help at all." One thing that kept him going was the thought of this being a form of practice run. He knew Abigail wanted to go back to the mainland and tackle the Scraggs again, and if they did that, they'd need to be a lot more present in the reality in order to make a difference. Helping Scarlett was a good way to gain experience. "Oh!" Emily exclaimed. Hal looked up and stopped dead. Scarlett and her papa stood before a sleeping dragon. It was small, about the size of a cow, not including its tail, which curled around and lay limp in the dirt. It was young, a mere fledgling with a slender dark green body, short legs, and shiny ivory claws. It rested on its side, one wing squashed under its body and the other sticking up in the air, the thin, leathery membrane fluttering in a slight breeze. Hal stared hard, looking for signs of life. He relaxed when he saw its chest rise and fall. "What's going on here?" he demanded. Madame Frost waved a hand impatiently. "Shh! All yours, me darling," the man said, stepping aside. "Get it while you can." Scarlett stared at the sleeping dragon. She had her back to them all, so it was hard to see what might be going through her mind. After a while, she reached under her robe and withdrew her knife. Hal was about to yell in protest, but Scarlett's father grabbed her wrist first. "No," he said, "not that way. We talked about this." She sighed. "All right, Papa." He gently extracted the knife from her hand and placed it carefully on a nearby protruding tree root. "If you want to be a witch, then act like one." "Yes, Papa?" Scarlett approached the dragon and knelt by its side. She turned a little to face the creature's head. From this angle, Hal and his fellow travelers could see the girl's closed eyes as she started whispering under her breath. Hal desperately wanted to ask what she was doing, but he knew Madame Frost would shush him again. Still, if something started to happen, if he saw the dragon being harmed in any way, he'd put a stop to it immediately. But how? He blinked, realizing he was helpless to interfere, or mostly helpless anyway. He'd just have to end the vision. Scarlett's incantation grew louder. It was clearly a repeated phrase over and over, building in confidence, becoming more insistent. She leaned forward, and with her eyes still closed, placed her hands on the side of the dragon's neck, feeling for something. "Okay, what is she doing?" Hal demanded. Madame Frost held up her hand once more to shush him. She appeared to be concentrating pretty hard herself, mumbling something under her breath. "Hal, I don't like this," Emily whispered from behind him. "Me neither." He could see that something was going on with the dragon. It was stirring, huffing, as though suffering a bad dream, or perhaps trying to clear its throat of an obstruction. Under Scarlett's palms, the creature's scaly neck bulged toward her, its paws twitched, and the tail flopped about. With teeth bared, the dragon's head twisted around a little, and one eye eased open, but it rolled around in its socket, unable to focus. The mouth opened briefly, and the sleepy reptile gagged and released a puff of fire and smoke. Scarlett's voice rose to a shout. Her body was tense, her forehead slick with perspiration. The dragon's neck bulged further, glowing gently in the gaps between the hard scales. Hal knew what was happening. He stormed closer to Madame Frost and grabbed her elbow. "Stop her! She's going after the fire gland, and I'm not going to let that—" He paused and frowned at the sight of the witch's closed eyes and moving lips. "And you're helping!" Both he and Robbie launched themselves at the witch, making her stumble and fall. Her eyes snapped open, and she let out a scream of rage, thrashing to get loose. "Get off me, you stupid boys! You're ruining it! We're so close!" She squirmed from under them and swung a hand, which caught Hal across the nose and sent him staggering. Blinking furiously, he got back to his feet in time to see Thomas and Fenton joining in to help Robbie. Together, the three boys wrestled her to the ground again, and Thomas clamped a hand over her mouth. Scarlett was shouting now, sounding desperate, the same incantation over and over. The words were clear, but they meant nothing to Hal, obviously a foreign language of some kind. He stood panting, glad to see that the bulge in the dragon's neck had diminished and flattened. The glow faded, and the dragon returned to a more restful slumber. The blonde girl suddenly broke off from her incantation and screamed in anger. The spell was broken, wasted, and she knew it. She knelt there for a moment, shaking with rage. Her father sighed. "It ain't happening, Scarlett." She swung around and launched herself toward him and snatched up the knife. "Scarlett, no!" The girl rushed back to the dragon with the knife held high, but just as she was about to plunge it into the scaly neck, her papa scooped her up from behind and held her tight, turning her away from the dragon with her legs kicking and her arms flailing. "Stop this, girl," he growled. "You ain't gonna kill this beautiful creature. It's bad enough I stuck it with me poison-tipped sword and put it to sleep. At least that was a worthy battle. Man versus dragon in a fair fight, him with claws and fire breath, me with a sword. I won fair and square, that I did. But now, we're done. You ain't using your knife on it." "Papa!" she screamed, still kicking. He half threw her down with a grunt, and she crawled away, sobbing. The man stood up straight and put his hands on his hips. "I guess your magic ain't as powerful as I thought. That's okay. You tried your best." "It's just a dragon, Papa!" she yelled back at him. "It's a monster. It would be one less dragon to worry about. We'd be doing everyone a favor killing it, and I'd have my fire gland. Think what I could do. Mama would never hurt you again." He shook his head. "No, go home. And don't tell her we tried this, or she'll carve me guts out." She got up and screamed in his face. "I hate you!" With that, she ran away, tearing back along the trail toward the cottage, her red cloak billowing. The man sighed. At that moment, the dragon gave a soft moan behind him, and its eyes opened slowly. Though not yet fully focused, it would be very soon. Scarlett's papa quietly walked away, glancing back as he went. Hal and his group lingered to watch as the dragon blinked a few times, then suddenly jerked, raised its head, and struggled to stand. It took some effort, but soon the small dragon was on its feet, swaying and groaning. Half a minute later, it let out a terrible roar, beat its wings, and sprang upward. Hal was impressed with its agility and speed. There was something to be said for being young and spry. In seconds it was gone, disappearing over the treetops. Hal sighed and turned to face his friends. He'd almost forgotten the older Madame Frost was still pinned to the ground by Robbie, Fenton, and Thomas. They climbed off her, and she got up with a murderous look on her face. "Again," she demanded, pointing at Hal. "We do this again. I nearly had it. You saw how I helped. 2 spells instead of 1. If you hadn't stopped me—" She clenched her fists in frustration. "We were so close. Just another few seconds and I would have had that fire gland." "Exactly," Hal told her. "That's why we stopped you." He shook his head with disgust. "We're done here." "No!" Madame Frost shouted. She approached Hal, the palms of her hands together in that pleading gesture again. "Please. You don't understand. A dragon's fire gland is something all witches strive for, and my papa was right to stop me from cutting it out. Nobody wants to harm a beautiful dragon. That's why I wanted to come here today and help remove it the magical way, the safe way, so the dragon is unharmed. Do you see?" Hal couldn't believe what he was hearing. A dragon without a fire gland was like a cat with no claws, or a unicorn with no horn, or— "My mama is waiting," Madame Frost went on. "I ask you to observe her reaction when my younger self gets home. My papa warned me not to tell, but I did anyway. Please, Hal, you'll understand when you see." "It won't matter," he said firmly. "Please." It was hard to refuse someone who threw herself down in front of him with clasped hands and tearful eyes, even a mean old witch. Hal glanced around at his friends. They stood silent and non-committal. He guessed it was up to him, since this was literally his show. "All right," he told her, "but that's all. We're not going after any fire glands." She nodded and got back to her feet, apparently unashamed of her begging. It was all an act anyway, appealing to his sense of pity. He knew it, and she knew it. She might have won this little round, but nothing would convince him to replay this vision and help her steal a dragon's fire gland. He led them all through the forest at a rapid pace, allowing himself and the group to ghost through trees this time. He had no reason to be so deep inside the vision any longer. They passed Scarlett's papa on the way and arrived at the cottage just as Scarlett was entering. Speeding up, Hal deposited the phantom group inside the living room. They all floated there, nothing but silent observers. "Back so soon, dear?" Scarlett's mama said with a smile as the blonde girl crashed through the door. The witch was sitting in a rocking chair, similar to the one in the cabin, sipping at a hot drink, steam curling into the air. "Bored with fishing already?" "Well, we didn't go fishing, Mama," Scarlett said, tears welling up. We went after a dragon." Her mother stopped rocking. She gripped her mug as her smile faded. "A dragon." "Yes, Mama." Scarlett moved closer, wringing her hands. "I thought it was time. I've been practicing so hard lately, and I wanted to surprise you." "With a fire gland?" Scarlett nodded. "Papa caught a dragon. Just a small one, but he caught it. In the woods by the cabin. It was sleeping right in front of us." Her mama carefully placed her mug on a small table and climbed to her feet. She stood before Scarlett and looked up at her. The young blonde girl was a few inches taller and seemed far stronger than the tiny black-haired woman. "And?" Scarlett swallowed. I was so close, Mama." A silence fell. In that silence, Hal heard the faint footfalls of someone approaching from outside, Scarlett's father. "You fool," her mama said. The disappointment in her voice was loud and clear. "I was so close, though. I know I can do it next time. The fire gland was right there, bulging in the dragon's neck. Another few seconds, and I think I would have—" Her mother raised her hand straight out in front. She didn't touch the girl, but Scarlett flew backward across the room anyway. She slammed against the wall and stayed there, pinned securely, gasping and whimpering. "You fool!" the black-haired witch screamed, and Hal was absolutely certain now this small woman was exactly that, the very worst kind of twisted witch. You're too young and inexperienced to handle a fire gland, even if you extracted one. I've told you this." She narrowed her eyes. "Your weak-kneed father put you up to it, didn't he? So he'd have someone to protect him. From me." "Mama!" Scarlett's father appeared in the doorway. He took one look at the witch, then turned to see Scarlett plastered against the wall. He growled, balled his fists, and stalked toward his wife. "Put her down!" "Or what?" the witch hissed, her hand still raised. He had no answer to this. Though his fists remained clenched, he made no move toward the tiny woman. "I thought she was ready," he said at last. "I thought—" The witch dropped her hand, and Scarlett crashed to the floor, choking and crying. But the small woman wasn't done. She turned on her hulking giant of a husband, took a step toward him, and pointed with an accusing finger. "As big as you are, you've always been weak," she growled. "You can cut down men in battle, take on trolls, run rings around ogres, but you're like a sniffling imbecile around me. Where's your backbone? Why can't you fight your own battles instead of enlisting your own daughter to protect you against someone half your size?" "'Cause you're a witch," the man roared, his face reddening. "I've seen what you can do." You're dangerous," Mama sneered. "Then leave." He drew himself up. "I will. That's why I came by, to tell you I'm leaving for good. And I'm taking Scarlett with me." A blast of energy radiated outward from the witch like a vicious gust of wind that blew everything in all directions. Her small table and mug fell over, the rocking chair slid backward, an armchair tilted alarmingly before thudding down, books went fluttering and crashing, ornaments and trinkets rattled and skidded off the mantelpiece, drapes whipped about. Scarlett, who had just climbed to her feet, went flying against the wall again. Her papa looked like he'd been punched by a giant-sized fist. He was knocked flat on his back, where he lay stunned and gasping. The witch, with black robes flapping in a kind of random afterdraft, stood over him. The more powerful I become, the smaller you shrink. You're an irritation, and you're in my way. I'm tired of holding back on my spellcasting just to appease your sensitive nature. I'm not the same innocent girl you met all those years ago. I don't simply dabble in magic anymore, my dear. When you met me, I was conjuring daisies and healing broken wings. Exactly, Scarlett's papa groaned as he eased himself up onto elbows. That's why I fell in love with you. We were so good together. What happened? She cackled. I found true love, the dark arts. She sighed and shook her head. I'm done tiptoeing around my own home, my own woods, trying not to wake you at night with my moonlight incantations. I'm over your constant complaining about my potions. I need you to leave. For good, I mean, not just retreat to that shack of yours. And Scarlett stays here. She has greatness in her, but that greatness needs to be nurtured, not forced. It's too soon for her to be yanking fire glands from dragons. She wouldn't even know how to use magic of that magnitude. Raising her voice, she screamed, "Get out! Do you hear me? Leave!" The man slowly climbed to his feet and went to help a sobbing Scarlett to hers. She didn't seem to know whether to accept his hand or shake him off. Papa headed for the door. Before he left, he glowered at the witch and said quietly, "I ain't no match for your magic, but I'm a soldier, and I have friends. I'll be back for me daughter. You mark me words, you evil old crone." The ghostly Madame Frost suddenly grabbed Hal's elbow, and he jumped. "Watch." Hal was already watching, but something in her tone gave him the chills. The small woman narrowed her eyes and stared after her husband as he stomped down the steps. Muttering under her breath, she closed her eyes for a second, then swept a hand toward the open doorway. Outside, Papa flinched as if someone had thrown a small rock at him. He paused, glanced up and around, then shook his head and continued on his way. "You see?" Madame Frost urged. "That was a curse. This day is not just about the fire gland. It's about my life. My papa was horribly sick the very next morning. Whatever ailed him festered in his body and soul until he died a week later." Hal heard his friends gasp. He died?" Young Scarlett went to the door, but the small woman gently steered her away and closed it behind her. "Forget about him. He tried to use you, dear, as a weapon against me. Against me, your poor old mamma. I'll bet he poisoned your mind every time you went to that stinking shack in the woods. Well, no more. If you want a fire gland, then you have to keep practicing your magic like I told you. No shortcuts. The power of fire will overwhelm you if you take it too early. Come, we'll talk about this over a cup of hot cocoa." She went on like that, putting her arm around Scarlett's shoulders and talking in a soothing voice as they headed toward the kitchen. Madame Frost ground her teeth. "My mamma wanted me to herself, to groom me to be a truly great witch, without my papa getting in her way and causing unrest, as she put it. It wasn't until years later she told me about the curse she put on my papa." "That's awful," Emily said. "Who would do that?" Darcy added. Hal felt a little sorry for Madame Frost, but he was suspicious too. How much of this was true? Was she manipulating him? He could easily find out, though, simply by zooming forward to the next morning, and she knew that, which made him think perhaps she was telling the truth. Still, Something nagged him. "So you see, I need that fire gland," Madame Frost said, turning to face him again. "To prevent this mess, to save my father." "And to make you a better witch," Hal muttered. He glanced past her to Abigail, who was shaking her head, her eyes filled with anger. He knew why, too. He glared at Madame Frost. "See, here's the problem. If you wanted to save your papa, you should have stopped your mama cursing him. We could have helped with that. And if we'd stopped her, maybe you could have left with him instead of staying here with your evil mother." "She's not—" Madame Frost snapped. She broke off, biting her lip. "Right, she's not evil. Maybe a bit stern then, but rather than do the right thing and save your dad, you just wanted to come back here and steal that fire gland to somehow prove your mom wrong and become a more powerful witch. Do you even care about your papa?" Madame Frost launched herself at Hal, gripping his shirt and shouting in his face. "Do not dare to judge me, young man!" The phantom shapeshifters leapt in to drag her off, with her screaming in his face and the others yelling at her and everyone pushing and shoving. It had to be an odd sight for anyone able to see ghosts, an angry mob jostling in mid-air above the living room floor in a witch's cottage. Hal was about to pull them out of the vision when he spotted Scarlett's mama standing in the kitchen doorway. She was staring directly at Hal. He shuddered and left the vision behind. It spun away into blackness, and suddenly he and everyone else were back in the tower room, still shouting and jostling as they staggered across the hard floor. Chapter 14. Seeking Answers. Everyone froze and blinked, looking around. "Oh," Dewey mumbled, "we're here again." "So we are," Darcy agreed. They all appeared a little dazed. Hal felt it too. It was getting harder to adjust to the real world after being in a vision, especially as they seemed to be immersing themselves deeper and deeper each time. Hal pondered the mechanics of it. They'd actually transformed while fighting scrags, but all of it had been safely contained within the vision. Otherwise, there would have been scorch marks and structural damage to the tower room, as though a dragon, ogre, and naga had been sleepwalking. In the woods just now, they'd gone deeper still, actually walking the trail by the river while their real physical selves stood motionless, gazing into the kraken's eyeball. Yet by the time they'd arrived at the cottage, they'd loosened up and deliberately made themselves ghosts again, and because of that, their physical squabbling had spilled from the vision into the tower room. Hal vowed to keep that in mind. Only transform if we're deep enough. What happened when they were mere ghosts and tried to separate from one another? Did they physically move apart in the real world? Or was that just an illusion? Hal had an image of someone sleepwalking straight through the open window. We really could do with someone keeping watch, he thought. Someone strong, like Fenton, who can grab hold and turn us around if we go wandering away. But surely if anyone broke eye contact with the kraken's eye, they'd snap out of the vision anyway. "Hal," Abigail said, "are you still in a trance?" "Nah, just thinking." He looked across at Madame Frost, who stood trembling with anger by the barred window overlooking the rear of the tower. "Okay, so we're done with her past," he said, lowering his voice. "Honestly, I think we should just grab the eye and take it home." She stared at him for a moment, then sighed. "We can do that if you prefer, but if we do, I still think we should keep it to ourselves until we're finished with it. You know how Miss Simone is. She'll take the eye back to the lab and forbid anyone to use it." For good reason, Hal thought. Let's bag it up again. It's getting dark. I don't mind flying at night, but it'll be easier if I can see where I'm going. When he let the others know what he intended, they seemed pleased to be leaving at last, especially with the plan to keep the eye hidden a while. Even though Abigail's unresolved situation hung ominously over their heads, there was still a lot to see, endless past events to witness, both personal and public, good and bad. As far as educational tools go, Lauren said, as they arranged the netting across the floor, this eyeball is priceless. My mom will go crazy when she finds out what it can do. Maybe it could be a permanent part of the classroom. Every day we can go back to— What a waste of enormous power, Madame Frost snarled, spinning around. You're nothing but children. This eyeball is mine, and its power belongs to me. Oh yeah? Hal challenged. You hired a ship's crew to gouge out an eyeball, but you never paid them, and they all died. You then broke in and stole the eye from a lab. Doesn't sound like you own anything. Then you cursed some strawberries and tricked us into bringing you here, and all because you wanted a dragon's fire gland? I'm not listening to you anymore. The witch glared at him. I could cast a spell on you. I have ways of making you do my bidding. Do you have any idea how accomplished I am with spellcasting? And do you have any idea how hard it is to keep from letting my inner dragon take over? Hal growled. Go ahead and test me. While she fumed, he turned to help Robbie roll the kraken's giant eye across the room and on top of the netting. Once there, others joined in to lift the netting up and secure it at the top. It won't work, Madame Frost muttered. Hal ignored her and watched as Robbie finished tying it off. Try it and see, the witch added, sounding smug now. Now that the thought was in his head, Hal sighed and stepped back so he could peer into the inky black pupil. Of course it would work. Why wouldn't it? He frowned. Guys? They all stopped and looked at him. I think Madame Frost might be right. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. The woman by the window gave a soft cackle. What do you mean you're not seeing anything? Darcy asked. Is it broken? Maybe it's tired, Thomas suggested. Maybe you're tired. Hal shook his head. No, it's more like misaligned. Abigail was the first to speak after the silence. Misaligned? Like a telescope? Yeah, Hal nodded and gently turned the eyeball so its backside pointed toward the main window. As he did so, he caught a glimmer of something. See? Yeah, it's like it has to be aimed. Madame Frost gave an exasperated snort. I told you that ages ago, you silly children. No matter how hard he tried, Hal couldn't get the eyeball to show him a vision. Each time he moved and twisted it, he saw a flash of something, the hint of a picture. Just like a telescope, he said to Abigail, like if you were trying to aim it at the moon and you keep missing the target and get nothing but space. With some help, he rolled it back to the window. As he stared into it, Robbie and Abigail gently twisted the eyeball and angled it down a little, so the back end was aimed at the canyon, specifically the splintered eye. It was only then the picture returned, as clear as a bell, filling the blackness. Hal hung his head, realizing they weren't going anywhere, not if they wanted to see a few more things first. Abigail gently untied the net and let it fall across the windowsill. I guess we're staying then? Yep. So, Abigail said quietly, giving him a meaningful look. Can we go back to the Scraggs? He frantically sought an excuse. Being tired wouldn't cut it with her. Don't you want to see if the others want to go at it first? Her expression suggested she had zero interest in letting their friends have a turn. In the end, nobody had a particular place and time they wanted to visit, at least not right now. They all stood there frowning at the floor or staring at the wall, trying to think of something. Anyone could suggest popping back to see themselves as small kids, or going back further to spy on their parents when they were younger. But as for something truly meaningful, everyone came up short. Nobody? Hal demanded. Aware that Abigail was still staring at him, Hal avoided her gaze and moved closer to the eyeball. Well, I want to finish what I started earlier. The giant brain again? Thomas said with a groan. I swear that thing doesn't exist. Come and see, Hal snapped. Then he sighed. Not that you'll remember afterward. Yeah, that's so convenient. A thought popped into his head. What about the Lady of Light? You all remember her, right? He looked around at their blank faces. Oh, come on. Lauren, you saw her as the fairy godmother, Darcy, the boogeyman, Robbie, the giant bug. Really, guys, you don't remember? They all slowly shook their heads. Thomas chortled. Darcy saw the boogeyman? Seriously? Hal felt anger stirring. Why don't you believe me? You've seen how that ball fell from the sky and drilled down into the ground. You know there was something inside. It's not my fault it doesn't want you to remember it. What about the Earth splitting into 2 layers? You saw that, right? They all nodded. There! See, it's all real! Robbie shot Thomas a glare. Yeah, doofus. With all that going on, a giant brain that only Hal can remember is no big deal. So who's with me? Hal said, stepping up to the eyeball. I'm going to see what the brain's doing and where it went. Since nobody would remember it anyway, enthusiasm wasn't exactly sky-high. In the end, they all decided to go down to the wildebeest carcass to see if the meat was still warm. We'll be back in a bit, Emily told Hal. She lowered her voice. What about her, though? Hal glanced over his shoulder at the witch. Take her with you. You can't leave her here while I'm in a vision. Thomas had a better idea. Lock her in the storeroom. Madame Frost overheard and raised an eyebrow. I'd like to see you try. When nobody moved, she sighed and shrugged. You don't want me left alone with Hal? Fine, I'll come down with you. But I'll warn you again. It'll be dark soon, and you don't want to be here then. So whatever you're planning to do, you'd better be quick. Hal watched his friends and the witch traipse down the staircase, their voices and footfalls fading. Abigail was the last to go, and she lingered on the top step to peer over her shoulder. Go see your brain, she said, and then it's my turn again. All right? Hal nodded and grinned. Sure. The moment she vanished from sight, he let his grin drop. He had no idea how he was going to stop her from getting disappointed and upset again. Even though it was possible to immerse themselves deep enough in the vision to cause a change, Hal knew it still wouldn't make a difference. So they'd beat up the Scraggs a little more, or warn the parents early, perhaps steer them away. But nothing would change the fact that Abigail's dad was doomed to die one way or another. It had already happened. He focused on the kraken's eye. Brain, brain, wherever you are. The blackness brightened a little, and in the new vision, Hal discovered underground tunnels that humans would find very difficult to traverse. They had no floors. Instead, a catacomb of narrow fissures riddled the earth, almost like the rock had cracked in numerous places and split apart. That's probably what happened, he thought. Earthquakes and such. In any case, he found himself in one such fissure, floating through the darkness above a whitish glow. The massive, otherworldly organism oozed along, sticking easily to one vertical surface and spreading flat wherever the walls narrowed. The weird feelers projecting from its back twitched every time the brain surged forward. Was it bigger? Hal thought it was. And it wasn't so much moving through the catacombs as... He ghosted through the rock, heading back to its source. As expected, he found that the monster wasn't moving at all. It was growing. Astonished, he explored the underground network in phantom form and concluded the giant brain was still centered around the splintered eye, where it had arrived. It had descended beyond the base of the shaft, sliding down and down through various gaps in the rock until it could go no further, then started spreading in all directions. It sought huge subterranean tunnels and oozed into them. Splits in the passages didn't faze it. The brain just divided itself and kept oozing. Overall, it remained in one huge mass, but it had many, many offshoots, like a highly viscous river of slime trickling its way through every possible route, creeping horizontally outward from its center. Like a mold, Hal thought. A white fungus. It had taken 2 hours for Hal to fly from Carter to the broken cliffs. Considering one of the brain's feelers stuck up from the ground behind the prison of despair back home, that meant the creature had stretched at least that far north. And if the splintered eye was at its center, that meant the brain had stretched an equal distance south, as well as to the east and west. So it would take Hal at least 4 hours to fly from one end to the other. He shook his head in amazement. He'd always known the brain was big, but this blew his mind. Then again, it had been growing for thousands of years, limited only by the length and breadth of the subterranean tunnels it squeezed through, unless, of course, it could eat rock. "Hey!" he called. Not quite knowing why he'd done that, he paused and floated there in the near darkness, a few yards above the pulsing, lurching organism. He wasn't sure exactly when he was in history, or how quickly he'd sped through the years to witness the brain's growth, but right now it felt like time was moving at a normal pace. Electrical discharges zapped across its smooth, slick-looking surface. Feelers twisted this way and that, each now as thick as his wrist, bending double where the passages narrowed. He figured this part of the brain had to be young, freshly grown. Those feelers would later be thicker than tree trunks. When nobody answered, he continued onward, eager to find the creature's leading edge. It wasn't difficult. He only had to think about it, and he arrived there in an instant. The organism reached outward with hundreds of finger-like appendages, lengthening, feeling, jerking, retracting again, and the same again, over and over as the mass oozed its way through the darkness. The catacomb of tunnels it had first set off in had dead-ended long ago. Now it made its own way through the earth. The appendages weren't just for feeling the way, they dissolved the rock. Open-mouthed, Hal watched the process with a sense of numbness. It was eating its way through solid rock. It didn't even seem to be absorbing the mineral into its mass. The rock just vanished like it wasn't there. And the brain kept growing. "Hey!" he called again. "What are you doing here?" The shimmering lady in white appeared, standing quite still before him, floating just as he was.
Change.
Right, Hal said. 2 separate worlds, the old and the new. But why?
You know why.
She spoke so softly, so calmly, that Hal imagined her as a soothing mother. But this was a creature from somewhere unimaginable, somewhere beyond the stars. It was a gibbering mass of pulsing white brain matter, and its only way to communicate to a mere human was through a figure he saw as a woman. He recalled what she'd said the first time he'd met her. Yeah, an experiment, starting over with a new version of Earth that has tons of smart creatures alongside humans, just to see how things turn out. Hal couldn't contain his bitterness. "Because we're like lab rats to you. So how are we doing? Better than old Earth? Did we pass the test yet? When is the test over anyway?" The thought chilled him. What if the brain did end the experiment? Would New Earth be ripped from existence like a page in a book? He couldn't even begin to imagine where that would leave him and his friends. Possibly nowhere. The lady in white stared at him with her head tilted.
There is a lot of data yet to collect. We shall continue another few hundred years, perhaps less.
Again, Hal wondered when in time he was right now. He'd speeded forward from the brain's arrival, zipping through hundreds or perhaps 1,000 years. But what if he'd stopped short of the present? If so, by how many years? Decades? A few hundred years?
We will not end the experiment in your lifetime.
The shimmering woman reassured him. Clearly she, the brain, could read his mind.
Nor your sons.
He sucked in a breath. His son. Hearing it said by such an all-knowing, all-powerful creature spoke volumes. He and Abigail would one day have a son, just as she kept insisting. The boy and the girl they'd seen in a gemstone projection had indeed been from the future. Who was the girl, though? He had 100 questions, but his mind had gone blank. Maybe humans weren't equipped to ask such questions. Maybe their minds couldn't take all the answers, so they blanked and acted stupid in an effort to avoid mind-obliterating truths. He certainly felt stupid right now. "So why me?" he asked at last. "Why do you let me remember you, but you make everyone else forget? It would be kind of nice if my friends could remember seeing you, so I didn't have to keep explaining that you're not imaginary."
You helped me.
He frowned. "When I visited the Chamber of Ghosts and blew up the mines for you?" Still, he was confused. "Okay, but you acted like you knew me, back when you first arrived on Earth. How? You hadn't met me yet." The Lady of Light tilted her head again.
But we have met now, and your memories of this meeting and others are being passed back to me at this very moment.
"Wait, what?" Hal shut his eyes. Another one of those weird paradoxes that hurt his head. He changed the subject. "My girlfriend Abby, she wants to rescue her dad from the past. He was killed by Scrags before she was even born. So is that even possible? Can we rescue him? And if we did, how does that affect everything that's happened all the years he's been gone?"
You cannot change time.
Hal felt a strange sensation, like one huge weight lifting just as another was added. You cannot change time. There you have it, Abby. The word of the alien goddess who created our world. She said you can't change time, so that's that. Yet he already feared for the crushing, heart-wrenching disappointment she faced.
Is there anything else?
The Lady of Light asked, as though she were a polite tour guide fencing endless questions. Hal struggled to find something useful to ask. This was a golden opportunity, perhaps his last chance. He wanted to ask about the future, but sensed that would be dangerous knowledge, assuming she even knew the answers herself. What did he really need to know? "Where are you from?" he thought. "Why are you here? How are you so powerful? What are your plans for Earth?" So many questions, yet he felt unable to ask them.
You already did.
The lady said softly. "Huh? Did what?"
Ask those questions.
"What? When?"
Just now. You asked all those questions and many more.
Hal gaped. "What are you talking about?"
I answered everything in detail, but some answers are too much for limited perceptions to comprehend. You asked me and I answered, and your mind began to slip. So I made you forget.
"You made me—" He gaped some more.
Your son will ask me too one day.
Voices echoed around him, a boy first saying, "But where did it come from?" Then another, a woman's, "Why didn't you ask the Grim Reaper?" "Oh man, I never thought to." "You were busy." Hal was so confused. His son? So those voices were somehow a sneak peek of the future? He was sure the woman sounded like Dr. Porter, but that didn't make a lot of sense, and his head was beginning to hurt again. Maybe she was Abigail as a grown-up. But the Grim Reaper, for heaven's sake, why in the world would his son be meeting the— Maybe the ache in his skull came from asking too many questions and having his memory wiped. "I need to get back," he said. "I need to tell Abby the news about her dad, that there's no way to change the past, and then we need to go home." Without fanfare, the Lady of Light, the one known as the Gatekeeper, faded away. Hal gently withdrew from the vision. Blinking in the reality of the tower room, he stepped backward and reeled. That actually had been quite a tiring experience, and quite a long one, apparently. Outside, the sun was setting. He felt someone grab his shoulder and turned to find Abigail glaring at him. "Hey," he said with a smile. She continued to glare at him. "Who are you talking to in there?" she demanded, nodding toward the kraken's eye. "And what do you mean? There's no way to change the past?" Hal groaned. Chapter 15. The Deadly Nighttime. Before Hal had a chance to answer Abigail's question, he became aware of footsteps on the stairs. He used the distraction to its fullest, even feigning annoyance at being interrupted. His friends appeared one by one, followed at the rear by Madame Frost, who looked thoroughly fed up. "Hal?" Abigail demanded, poking him so hard he winced. "Spill it." "What did you hear?" he asked her, aware that everyone had already pricked up their ears to listen. They formed a semicircle around him, clearly interested in whatever had caused Abigail to poke and interrogate him so intensely. "When I came up the stairs just now, I heard a lot of mumbling," she said. "You stood there with a glazed look on your face, nodding like an idiot and saying uh-huh and other nonsense. Then you said really clearly, 'You cannot change time.' And I know you were talking about me because you mentioned my name." He sighed and faced her squarely. "That's what the Lady of Light told me. So, Abby, I'm sorry, but there's no way to save your dad." Her glare hardened. "We're still going to try." Hal swallowed and wilted. "Sure." The moment he said that, he kicked himself. Too late now. He'd basically just agreed to give it another go, futile though it was. Still, all that mattered was making an effort, giving it his all, and letting her know he was there for her. He would do his absolute best to save her dad. It was important she never had cause to blame him for not trying hard enough. "How long is this going to take?" Madame Frost asked, sounding a little less bored now. "As long as it takes," Abigail told her in no uncertain terms. Madame Frost drew herself up and started wagging her finger. "Oh, no, 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 young missy, you're dead wrong. If you stand there by the window much longer, the Naga will come and take you away." Thomas rolled his eyes. "What's this? A scare tactic? Can't get your own way, so you're trying to hurry things up and go home?" "I told you earlier we shouldn't be here after dark," the witch snapped. She moved toward the window, muttering under her breath. A moment later, she stormed toward the storeroom. "Never mind. Do as you wish. I'll see you in the morning, if you're still here." She entered the room and slammed the door so hard that dust trickled down from the wooden frame. A second later, a resounding clunk suggested she'd just locked herself in. A silence fell as everyone stared in amazement. Then Dewey said, "Why's the lock on the inside of the storeroom?" His simple question struck them all as strange and chilling. Darcy rubbed her arms as if suddenly cold. "Guys, he's right. And why are there bunks? We thought earlier how weird it was to have beds in a storeroom. Maybe it's because it's not just a storeroom." "So it's—" "What?" Fenton asked her. "Somewhere to hide as well?" "Like a panic room," Emily exclaimed. She looked around with wide eyes. "A room designed to keep you safe when intruders break into your home." "We know what a panic room is," Robbie said scornfully. "I didn't," Thomas muttered. Lauren lowered her voice. "Question is, why would anyone need a panic room here?" As one, they all turned back to the window and studied the darkening evening. The splintered eye had faded into the gloom. Robbie cleared his throat. "I mean, Madame Frost kept going on about the Naga, but they're only short like Hal." "Hey, like Dewey then. Anyway, we can deal with them. How many are there?" "I've only seen one in real life," Hal said, "but maybe 10 or 15 in visions from the past. So I guess we should expect a bit of trouble if they're supposed to come out at night and attack us." Emily huffed with annoyance. "Why would they, though? I wish the witch would just tell us these things." "She said 1,000, Thomas muttered, "and an infinity snake. But she was exaggerating, right?" Robbie waved a hand dismissively and turned away from the window. "Doesn't matter. We can handle them. Hal, why don't you and Abby go back inside the eye and do what you need to do?" "No," Abigail said. "We all need to be in there." "But we need someone strong to fight off any attacking Naga," Robbie argued, "so I'll stay here on my own. I can deal with this. He returned to the window and stood there with one foot on the sill, staring down into the shadowy canyon. Sounds good to me, Thomas said. If he needs help, he can shout. Abigail looked uncertain, probably weighing the odds of saving her dad without the huge phantom ogre to help fight off Scrags. But Hal thought his plan was sound, and as Thomas said, it would take but a moment to withdraw from the kraken's eyeball if necessary. Okay, he agreed. Let's go in. Ready? They all crowded around, shoulder to shoulder, all except Robbie, who remained by the window. Hal spoke quietly. Now remember, we have to go in deep, even deeper than we did in Madame Frost's vision, all right? And when the Scrags attack, we give 'em all we have. As he concentrated on the scene, the blackness brightened, revealing the mainland once more, or out there, as they'd once called it. The sea glittered in the sunshine as the group landed softly on the beach, right behind 3 men in biosuits. I'm getting good at this, Hal thought. Let's warn them ahead of time, Darcy suggested. What can we do? Whisper in their ears or something? She dashed ahead to try, her feet not quite sinking into the sand. Hey! Darcy yelled, inches from the man on the far right. From behind, it was hard to tell who wore which biosuit, but Hal was sure it was Mr. Bridges. Let's get in front, Hal said. We need to make them see us, even if it means scaring them. The group hurried to intercept the 3 men, who continued trudging up the sand to the steps set into the concrete wall ahead. That's my dad, Fenton exclaimed softly. We know, Emily said. You weren't here earlier. We watched him leave your old house. We saw your mum, too. He looks so young. Abigail sighed with impatience. Guys, make some noise. They all jumped up and down, waving their hands and yelling as loud as they could at the approaching men, even clapping their hands. Darcy screamed at them, while Thomas attempted to slap at their masked faces. His hand passed through, but the motion, perhaps a slight draft, caused Hal's dad to blink and cast his gaze sideways. But that was all. They kept trudging, their feet sinking into the soft sand. Hal glanced down. His own feet, and those of his friends, had left almost no indentations at all, no more than a slight scuffling. We're not deep enough, he called, silencing them. This scene is just too weird for us. We know they're our dads, and they're all young, so we know it's from a long time ago. It's just too much like a dream, and we can't immerse ourselves like we did with Madame Frost. Try harder, Abigail urged, growing angry. She stepped up to Mr. Porter and gripped the fabric on the front of his biosuit, or tried to. Her hands couldn't get purchase, and the man kept walking unabated. She swung around to Hal with a desperate look on her face. Do something, she pleaded. He was at a loss. How should a bunch of ghosts make themselves known to 3 men in the real world? Robbie appeared by his side. Hey! Hal blinked in surprise. Wait a minute. How come you're here? I need you, his friend said grimly. Can you hear me? All of you, wake up now. It took a moment for Hal to register what was happening. When he did, he pulled out of the vision and dragged the rest of the group with him. Abigail wailed in frustration as they all came awake in the tower room. Robbie's frantic, wide-eyed expression was clear to see even in the dying light. Come see this. They all hurried to the window. The darkness of the canyon had been replaced by a teeming mass of silvery gray movement. Hal immediately thought of hundreds of maggots writhing on something dead and rotten. In this case, the carcass was the entire canyon floor surrounding the splintered eye, and the creatures were fast-moving Naga. Even the air was filled with them. They zipped about like angry, oversized bugs. The hum of their wings echoed through the night, so loud that Hal could barely hear his friend's exclamations. Well, Fenton said, I can see why there's a panic room. I'm feeling a bit panicky myself, Darcy announced. As some of the flying Naga darted toward the tower and snarled at the sight of the shapeshifters in the window, Lauren said, "The witch needs to let us in." She rushed over to the storeroom door and pounded on it. "Madame Frost, open this door!" A cackle came from inside, then a voice. "Not a chance. Now please keep the noise down, will you? I'm trying to sleep." Lauren pounded some more, then screeched in rage. Robbie stomped over. "Bet I could open the door." "Yeah, but then we'd have no door to lock behind us." Lauren shook her head in disgust. "Then again, she doesn't deserve to be all safe and sound while we're out here, so maybe you should smash it down." "Whoa!" Hal yelled as a Naga suddenly shot in through the window and attacked whoever was standing closest, Thomas. The female Naga sank her fangs into his shoulder before he managed to throw her off and stagger backwards. He transformed as he went, then launched himself at her before she recovered from her obvious surprise. The two went down in a tangle of serpentine coils and a scorpion tail. A few jabs later, and the hissing Naga toppled out of the window and half flew, half fell to safety. She was clutching her neck, and if Thomas had given her a full dose of poison, she wouldn't last very long. Two more Naga flew in, and everyone yelled and scrambled. Robbie transformed, becoming a 15-foot ogre. Fenton switched to his lizard form and began whipping his long tail about. Lauren ended up crouching with Darcy against the wall amid a flurry of buzzing wings, swishing tails, and shaggy fists. Dewey shifted to centaur form and reared up as a third Naga zipped into the room. Emily morphed into Naga form, the forest-dwelling variety, something familiar and distinguishable from the rest. Hal gently pushed Abigail aside and approached the window. The eyeball worried him, being so close to the edge. What if it got knocked? What if it fell to the rocks below? It would be a giant mess, no good to anyone. He kept that in mind as he weighed up whether he had room to transform. He didn't, but he could still breathe fire. He did so, turning his head from left to right as more Naga flew toward him. They veered off at the last second, their wide eyes betraying their shock. The three already in the room had been knocked from the air by flailing hooves and fists. They writhed on the floor, stunned, as Robbie and Dewey stood over them. "There's too many!" Abigail shouted. Her warning came too late. Half a dozen of the creatures swarmed into the room and latched onto the shapeshifters regardless of their form. Robbie had two clinging to his back as he stumbled about, and both Thomas and Emily went down under the weight of their attackers. No amount of fire would keep these creatures at bay for long. Hal sucked in a breath and blasted a few more of the sinister serpents. To his side, Abigail shrank to fairy form and darted away to hide. He caught her frantic look over her shoulder and knew she felt guilty about leaving him, but they both knew it was pointless for her to hang around, unable to help. The onslaught of Naga magnified tenfold. Dozens flew in at once, and the room was suddenly a thriving mass of silver bodies and blurred wings. The noise rose until Hal could barely hear his friends shouting. He ducked and swung his arms, but was knocked first one way then the other as airborne Naga blundered past. He staggered and fell, and then another dropped onto him and pinned him down. Flailing and panting hard, Hal caught glimpses of his friends stumbling, falling, crawling, but the Naga filled the room so utterly that even they had no space to fly. The weight on Hal's back was terrible. He guessed 3 of the creatures had him pressed against the floor. But even though he desperately wanted to transform, he fought the urge. In tight quarters like this, he was liable to flatten everyone in the room as well as crush his own wings against the walls. He thought everything would go quiet once the Naga had overpowered them. Instead, he saw Emily and Lauren held securely and carried away, screaming, by a determined group. A second later, Dewey was lofted skyward, held by a couple more, of the silvery serpents. Then it was Hal's turn. He yelped as they yanked him off the floor, past the ever-watchful kraken's eye, and out into the night. At least the ear-ripping buzzing of wings softened a little once free of the tower room. Hal tried to twist around, but they gripped him with 2 pairs of hands, and every way he swung his head, all he saw was shimmering scales and scrawny muscles. The sky was black by now. Above and all around, the air was thick with the Naga, a swarm in the moonlight. No words, no shouted commands in a foreign language, just a grim determination amid a rattling din. Transform, Hal thought. There's room now. Just shift and scatter these creatures to the wind. But he held back, scared that in the confusion they'd take his friends off to some secret place and he'd never find them, and worried that he was too low to arrest his fall and would smash down. And perhaps just a little bit curious as well, intrigued as to what plans they had for 9 shapeshifters. 8, he thought. Abby's safe. As the swarm swung about in the air, he caught a glimpse of Robbie still in full ogre form, gripped by countless hands and held aloft by just as many powerful wings. A flash of white feathers nearby suggested Lauren was in harpy form, struggling to get loose. Thomas roared and thrashed, his red fur vivid against the night sky. The Naga had a tight grip on his tail, but that didn't stop him ejecting poison-tipped quills in all directions. When a Naga fell away with a face full of needles, more of the flying creatures flew in and took her place. The swarm dove into the splintered eye. The blackness was overwhelming. Hal could do nothing except wait as the Naga dropped straight down. Well, he could transform. But that now seemed an even worse idea than before. Above, he saw a mass of bodies descending after him, their silhouettes blocking out the stars. He expected to arrive at the great slab spanning the shaft, but to his surprise, his captors suddenly shot sideways toward the wall. There was no collision. Instead, the noise of the buzzing wings broadened, the echo bouncing off distant walls. What was this? Oh, the passage in the shaft wall, the one he and Abigail had discovered just above their heads on their first trip down. The darkness was suffocating. He opened his mouth to blast some fire, but it promptly blew back in his face. His captors hissed and leapt away in opposite directions, nearly wrenching his limbs off. He tried to relax. None of his friends were being harmed at this moment. This was an abduction. There would be time to escape later. Madame Frost, he thought with growing anger. You're going to pay for this. It didn't matter that she'd warned them of the nighttime danger. What mattered was how she'd locked herself in the panic room and shut the rest of them out. Was she in there cackling her head off right now? What about when the coast was clear? Would she make off with the kraken's eyeball? She won't get far with it. And even if she does, it just means I won't have to face those scrags again. It won't be my fault. We can all just blame the witch. So why did that scenario fill him with so much guilt? Because it was Abigail. He didn't want to find excuses to avoid helping her. He wanted to do everything in his power for her. And that meant getting back to the tower as soon as possible. He struggled, and his captors hissed. Transform? He asked himself yet again. Was this a good time? How large was this cavern anyway? He was dumped onto a surface of cold, hard rock, and he winced. His captors released him, and he found he could rub his arms and rise up onto his elbows. In the almost black darkness, he made out flickers of light from wings and scaly bodies, as though they somehow captured moonlight and stored it like energy. He heard his friends being dumped alongside, their groans and exclamations within arm's reach. Lauren, Darcy, Dewey, he thought, as he identified their voices. Thomas for sure, and Emily. That's Robbie complaining. And Fenton? Was that his low moaning I just heard? Something landed on his shoulder. He almost brushed it away in a panic, but then a shrill voice spoke to him. "Hal, this place is huge, and the Naga are everywhere." "Abby," he said, carefully sitting up, "why are you here? I thought you got away." He could see her dim shape as she grew. "I did, but there's no point being the only one left alive. I can escape any time, so I figured I'd join you guys down here for a while." Hal sighed. Great rescue plan. Chapter 16. The Underworld. The shapeshifters ended up huddled together in the darkness. All around, the sound of slithering and hissing made it very clear the Naga had them well and truly surrounded. Above, constant buzzing reminded Hal, Lauren, and Emily that taking flight wasn't an option. Abigail whispered in Hal's ear that she could slip away any time. She also mentioned that Emily could perhaps mimic this breed of Naga and lose herself in the masses. "Let's see what they want first," Hal urged in a low voice. He felt one of the Naga nudge up against him as it slid past. They weren't just surrounding the prisoners, they were hemming them in like sheep. "What are they saying, Em?" Abigail asked. "Yeah, Snake Girl, what's the deal here?" Thomas demanded. Emily huffed with annoyance. "How should I know? I only speak one Naga language." Hal frowned. "Do you, though? You didn't just pick that up when you met the Naga in the forest that time. You already knew it. It was built in, like a memory." "Yeah, but—" She fell silent and transformed, and as she did so, her scaly body took on a soft glow. "I can't see very much. I guess you have to live down here for your eyes to adjust to this constant darkness." "Then just listen," Hal urged. Everyone went quiet, trying to pick up on the slightest hint of words they recognized. But it was all the same, a constant, whispery hiss. "Still," Emily gasped. "Wait, I think... no. Although... maybe..." "Spill it, girl," Darcy said. "I think I heard them say something like we're guests for dinner." After another silence, Robbie blurted, "What are we eating? Nothing gross, I hope." Fenton must have elbowed him in the darkness just then, judging by the strangled oof noise. "If we're guests, I'd hate to see how they treat their enemies." "Are we supposed to eat in the dark?" Lauren wondered aloud. "How do these Naga see so well?" Abigail spoke up. "I can see too, at least when I'm in fairy mode like now." She gave her wings a quick buzz. "But all I see is a giant cavern. There are Naga everywhere, and I mean everywhere. The place is swarming with them." "Yeah, we can hear," Thomas muttered. "Wait." Hal detected a change in her voice. She went from intrigued to suspicious, and then to alarmed. "Uh-oh." "What?" Hal said, straining to see. He literally saw nothing but faint black smudges against a not-quite-so-black backdrop. "What do you see?" "Nothing good," Abigail mumbled. As everyone clamored for more information, Emily suddenly groaned and said, "I might be wrong in my translation. We're not dinner guests." "Then what are we?" Dewey squeaked. "We're dinner." Abigail gripped Hal's arm. "I see it. Something really, really big moving across the cavern. It's hard to—" "I'm not sure, but I think it's the giant snake Madame Frost mentioned." "The Ouroboros?" Thomas repeated in a monotone. He sighed. "Figures." "So we're on the menu?" Robbie exclaimed. "I don't know," Abigail said slowly. "Seems like it's just passing by. Fenton, your night vision is better than mine. What can you see?" They all heard a brief scuffling as Fenton transformed. A second later, his bright red, glowing eyes stared back at them. "Behind you," Abigail whispered. The red eyes swung around and faded from sight. Then Fenton gasped. Hal squinted, trying to figure out what Fenton and Abigail were gawking at. The trouble was, even though Fenton could see it, now he couldn't tell anyone. "Change back," Darcy urged. "Fenton, talk to us. What do you see?" but Fenton remained in lizard form, obviously fixated on the giant snake. It seemed the Naga had gone quiet. Hal reached out and felt around, and his fingers brushed against a surprisingly warm, scaly body. He snatched his hand back. They were still there, surrounding them. Not flying overhead anymore, though. They'd settled down. In the stillness, he became aware of a new sound. It came from perhaps 20 feet away, slow, creaking, scraping, like something huge being dragged across rock. The giant snake. "Okay," Robbie barked. "Time to go, right?" Everyone murmured their agreement. As if overhearing and understanding their words, the Naga grew agitated and started hissing again. Hal heard bat-like wings making that raspy buzzing sound. A hand clamped down on his shoulder and claws dug into his flesh. He squirmed from under it, angrily batting at the Naga's hand. From the exclamations all around, his friends had been similarly warned. "Hal," Lauren murmured, "we'll try and move over and give you some space." That just irked the Naga even more. A serpentine body pressed against Hal's back, and Robbie growled, "Get off!" to another. "Breathe some fire in their faces," Thomas suggested. Hal steeled himself, ready to transform. The next few minutes would be hectic. Shift into dragon form, breathe fire to light the place up, sweep my tail around, flap my wings a lot, and give the others a chance to make a run for it. A simple plan, but effective. "Guys," Emily said. Something in her voice caused everyone to hush. "I'm seeing a bit better now." "And?" Thomas barked. "And the snake is huge. I mean as big as a sea serpent." Lauren gasped. "What?" "But don't worry, it's moving past us." Abigail sighed. "That's what I thought. It's like a huge wall just kind of sliding by." "That's exactly what it is," Emily agreed. "Can you hear it? It's creaking. I don't know how long it is, but it's still going, moving at maybe a walking pace. I see no end in sight." All around, the Naga had simmered down again. They continued to make their presence known to the group, nudging up against them, occasionally touching shoulders and the tops of heads. They didn't seem to mind the talking. It was only when the topic turned to escape that they grew agitated. They can understand us, Hal thought. That's not fair. "Has it gone yet?" Thomas asked. Nobody could see Emily in the darkness, except perhaps Abigail and Fenton, but she probably shook her head. "Nope, still going. This cavern is like an intersection. There are 4 giant tunnels, one at each corner, plus the tiny gap we came in through over at one side." "4 ways to escape, then," Thomas said, "plus our shaft exit." Once again, the nearest Naga hissed their disapproval. "Oh, shut up!" Thomas growled. "Actually, there aren't 4 ways to escape," Emily corrected him. "The giant snake is sliding diagonally from one tunnel to another, corner to corner. Can you see?" Hal leaned closer to Abigail and lowered his voice. "Is she making this up?" He heard her swallow before answering. "No, she's right. I can't see in the dark as well as her, but I can see this wall of a snake's body moving past." "It's an Ouroboros," Emily said. "A giant snake going around in circles. No, not circles, a figure 8. Yes, that's it. Guys, the figure 8 is the symbol for infinity, and that's what the Ouroboros is supposed to be, an infinity snake. That's why there are 4 tunnels. It's going around in a figure 8, in and out, around and around. This cavern is the crossover point." They all fell silent again after that. If the Naga were respectful of the passing giant, then maybe the prisoners should be too. Only... He leaned close to Abigail again. "What are the Naga doing?" "Just watching. Waiting." "But I mean, are they scared? Excited?" A pause. I would say they're both." "Well, I'm not sure why we're waiting then. Obviously that giant snake is no threat to us if both ends are lost in the tunnels somewhere. We should go now." Thomas overheard his whisper. "About time. Do it, Hal. Breathe fire and make a big noise while the rest of us run back the way they brought us in." And then what? Hal thought, as he tensed in preparation. It's going to be a really awkward and dangerous flight up the shaft with everyone on my back, especially with 1,000 Naga flying after us. Still, he'd been in worse situations. "There's the tail!" Emily suddenly cried. At the same time, a ripple of excitement spread throughout the cavern as Naga hissed and whispered and fluttered their wings. Once again, Hal felt one bump against his back, reminding him how close they were. "Oh!" Emily's exclamation caused the shapeshifters to freeze. "What?" Darcy demanded. "Spit it out." "And there's the head right behind it!" Hal was so taken aback by her statement that he forgot everything else and tried to picture a massive serpent traveling through the underworld following its own tail. The idea of it was ridiculous. "It's so strange," Emily went on, breathless with excitement and fear. "Its mouth is just a little way behind the tip of the tail in front, like one snake is following another, only it's the same snake." Thomas sighed. "Does it matter? Can we go now?" The Naga's incessant hissing had again risen in volume and intensity. Their excitement was different from Emily's, not so much fearful as brimming with anticipation. Guys," Emily said, "it's time to go." "That's what I've been saying all along," Thomas complained. "What's happening?" Lauren urged. Keep us in the loop here." Emily let out a strangled laugh. "Keep us in the loop? I think that's the plan. It's just changed direction. The head is coming this way. Its mouth is opening. If this is an Ouroboros and it goes around in a figure 8, then eating us is exactly like keeping us in the loop." "Yeah, we get it," Robbie yelled. "It's coming this way?" Abigail exclaimed. "Then let's go." Suddenly realizing the jostling Naga had slipped away and left the shapeshifters alone to be eaten, Hal quickly rolled and crawled to a safe distance from his friends and transformed. When he gave a blast of roaring fire that lit up the cavern, the entire scene flashed before his eyes in an instant. His friends already scrambling to their feet and transforming. Literally hundreds of silver-skinned Naga all around. The massive tail end of a shiny black serpent easing into a tunnel on the far left side of the cavern, while an equally giant head moved toward them from another tunnel on the right. Hal kept his fire going, aiming it toward the oncoming monster. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a centaur, a shambling ogre, a fast-moving manticore, and a slithering lizard heading toward the shaft exit, along with a harpy and a lone Naga flying overhead. Hal couldn't see Abigail, but he assumed she was with them. He had to break off his blast of fire to catch a breath, but in that moment, he knew his friends wouldn't get past the throng of Naga blocking the way to the exit. When he next lit up the cavern with a sheet of flames, he saw the shapeshifters spinning around and rushing back. Hal lowered himself to the ground, allowing them to climb on. But even as he did so, he realized a terrible flaw in their plan. The shaft exit was too narrow for him to fit through. He couldn't escape that way and remain in dragon form. Seeing the Ouroboros opening its jaws wide and bearing down on him, he realized it wasn't too perturbed by his flames. He breathed harder, blasting it fully across the mouth, surely burning its tongue and the back of its throat. But still it came, fangs gleaming, the bottom jaw almost scraping on the rock, while the top jaw reached high above. Hoping everyone was aboard, Hal turned and lumbered away from the head, away from the disappearing tail, away from the bulk of the Naga, and sadly away from the shaft exit. He blundered through a rapidly scattering wall of silver-skinned serpents and toward one of 2 empty tunnels. Behind him, the Naga swarmed like angry hornets. Hal kept breathing fire over his shoulder, swinging his head from side to side in an attempt to guard his back. He could hear Thomas yelling and knew the boy was shooting poison-tipped quills. Robbie roared, Fenton hissed, and Lauren screeched. Once inside the huge rounded tunnel, its walls prevented the Naga from darting at him from all directions. They could only fly in from behind. He thrashed his tail back and forth, catching quite a few of his assailants in the process. He beat his wings, knocking out a few more. Since he could no longer safely breathe fire behind him, he had to hope his friends could fight off the rest of the attacking Naga. He thumped along the tunnel, blasting ahead to light the way. There was nothing interesting to see except a steady, very gentle curve to the left. He'd already guessed the Ouroboros' tunnel wound around in a huge circle and ended up back at the cavern, but he'd hoped there would be offshoots, cracks, a dozen small ways to veer to safety. But what if there weren't? He pictured the creature waiting for him as he emerged like an idiot in the same cavern. In fact, he could imagine its giant jaws stretching across the exit as he blundered straight down its throat. He heard a scream from his back. Moments later, Lauren shot overhead and flapped into a fast-moving backward hover right in front of his face. "It's coming after us! The giant snake! It's catching up!" A jolt of terror galvanized Hal into picking up his pace. Dragons weren't meant to run, and it pounded his muscles and joints in ways he wasn't used to, but he had to move it. Otherwise, he and his friends would spend their last hour being digested inside a giant snake's stomach. Panting and breathing sporadic bursts of fire, he listened to his friends as they shouted warnings about how close the Ouroboros was, how it was still gaining on them, how its eyes gleamed in the darkness and its jaws hung open and dripped saliva. He couldn't believe how detailed Robbie got with some of that stuff. A terrible feeling settled inside Hal. If he wanted to attack, there was probably just enough room for him to stop and turn around, but his fire was useless on the Ouroboros. Yet he couldn't keep running. Dragons were built for flying, not sprinting. The tunnel wound on, the arc so long and slow that it would be ages before he ended up back at the cavern. Too long. He knew he wouldn't make it, and even if he did, they'd face hundreds of angry Naga again. But if he stopped, if he gave up. For the first time in ages, Hal felt real despair settling in the pit of his stomach. This was worse than jumping off a cliff with all his friends and 24 goblins on his back, knowing he might not be able to fly out of a chasm and escape a giant skeleton. That had been terrifying, but he'd managed it. This, though, knowing he'd given it his all and was about to fail. Lauren screeched in his face, "Keep going, Hal! It's right behind you!" The cries and yells of his friends told him the Ouroboros had to be snapping at his tail by now. The irony wasn't lost on him. Then, a flash of inspiration. With no time to lose, he reverted to human form and crouched there, listening to the abrupt yelps of his passengers as they tumbled to the ground. In an instant, he was up and yelling at them, "Move it! Run straight at it!" He breathed fire the best he could, a pitiful effort compared to his dragon blasts, and saw the monster's gaping mouth and gleaming teeth looming over him. He just had time to throw himself aside, then spun around and looked for his friends, hoping and praying they'd acted quickly. It appeared so. The serpent's bottom jaw scraped past. Dewey and Fenton bounced off the sides of the massive scaly lip and tumbled away. The rest of the shapeshifters either darted or leapt toward the walls, flattening themselves against the rock as the monstrous head rumbled by. The Ouroboros knew in an instant it had lost its prey. It took a few yards to grind to a halt, then tried to back up. No easy task for such a colossal beast. "Run!" Hal panted. "Back the other way, towards its tail." The friends had been split into two groups. Hal was pretty sure Robbie, Dewey, Abigail, and probably Emily were right behind him. That meant Thomas, Fenton, Darcy, and Lauren were escaping on the other side of the serpent. He found he had a shoulder-width gap to squeeze through, made more difficult, because the wall angled toward him at the bottom, dramatically narrowing the space. The tunnel wasn't much wider than the Ouroboros. Hal hurried the best he could, scraping the rock wall on his left and the sloping underside of the scaly body on his right. When the Ouroboros shifted suddenly, wriggling its massive girth, Hal and the others paused in horror. A new fear struck him, the very real danger of being crushed. Chapter 17. Around and Around. "You all right over there?" Hal called. The tunnel was surprisingly quiet, and Darcy's response echoed noisily back at him. "Yeah, as long as we don't get flattened." The Ouroboros leaned toward him again. Hal sucked in a breath and plastered himself against the wall, angling his feet to avoid them being squashed. Then the monster rolled away to a full arm's length. "Get on top!" he yelled. He scrambled to find something to hold on to. There was nothing but slick, smooth scales. He had to stop fumbling when the serpent shifted toward him. "I can help," Abigail said. "I'll lift us up one by one." "And I'll hold it off," Robbie said grimly. Hal glanced back, wishing he could see. The darkness bugged the heck out of him. He breathed a bit of fire just in time to witness Robbie growing into his ogre form, filling the gap between the rock wall and the serpent's body. But the ogre moaned in pain as the Ouroboros rocked again. As strong as an ogre was, he was still nothing more than flesh and bone, and the giant serpent far outweighed him. Robbie rapidly shrank down to avoid being flattened. Abigail was already buzzing into the air and gripping Hal's hand. Somehow, she managed to yank him up onto the top of the Ouroboros. He got seated and reached even higher, searching for the tunnel ceiling. He couldn't feel it, but he knew it had to be close. As Abigail buzzed about, panting and struggling and listening to the others' calls for help, Hal breathed fire again to shed some light on the situation. He couldn't help thinking what a crazy predicament this was. He'd never ridden a serpent before. His friends had, but this was new to him. It wasn't comfortable sitting with legs so wide apart, and all he could do was lean forward, perhaps get his knees under him as if to crawl. The Ouroboros lurched forward. He almost toppled off, but he bumped into someone behind him, and they clutched each other. He had no idea who it was, but he listened carefully for voices, trying to figure out what was happening. When he breathed fire again, he saw Thomas in Manticore form, clawing his way up the scaly body. Fenton's eyes glowed red. He was already firmly situated farther back. In the flickering light, Hal spotted Robbie, Dewey, and Lauren, blinking at him. So just Darcy and Emily left, and both appeared at once, with Abigail's wings buzzing furiously as she gripped their hands and dragged them both on board. The three collapsed, gasping, as the Ouroboros resumed its journey through the tunnel. "Keep your heads down," Abigail said. "The ceiling's just above." "We're just going to end up back in the cavern," Robbie moaned from somewhere farther back. "We're going around in one big circle. The Naga will be waiting. Then what? They'll swarm all over us and—" "Stop your whining," Thomas snapped in his Manticore voice. "He's right, though," Lauren said. "Ideas? Anyone?" Hal had never been on a train, but he'd seen plenty of pictures and learned about them from his parents. They ran along tracks and sometimes through tunnels. He felt like he was sitting on top of one, and it wasn't planning to stop until it reached the station. "Can't you talk to this thing, Emily?" Darcy asked. "You're a Naga. Convince it to let us go." "I can barely understand the Naga. Never mind this giant," she replied. Before anyone could refute her logic, she added, "Yeah, I know it's not the same thing. I can speak to snakes just fine, but still—" "Try," Thomas yelled. With a lot of grunting and complaining, Emily clambered past them all and crawled on toward the Ouroboros's head. There, she settled down to begin a weird one-sided conversation consisting of low hissing and other noises. "We don't have time," Hal murmured. He didn't expect Emily could persuade this giant one way or the other, but even if she could, the tunnel continued to curve around, and they'd all be emerging into the cavern any moment. He raised his voice. "We need another plan. Anyone?" "Tear through its scales and burn it," Thomas suggested. Hal didn't care for that at all. "Run along its back toward its tail," Robbie said. "Maybe we can jump off the thin end before we reach the cavern." "There's no room to run," Dewey argued. "The ceiling's too low." Thomas tried again. "Tear up some scales and let me sting the flesh underneath." "What if we come out fighting?" Lauren mused. "The moment we get to the cavern, we all jump off and split up, and we just, I don't know, somehow find our way to the shaft." "Lame," Thomas retorted. "If we're going to get through this, we have to kill this monster right now." "No time for that either," Hal said, thinking hard. An idea was sparking in his mind. "Hang on, though. What if we—" "What?" they all chorused. Seeing no other option, Hal called Emily back to them. She broke off from her weird hissing and crawled over. "It's useless. I don't know if it can understand me or not. I think—" "Shh," Hal urged. He breathed fire briefly and peered up at the ceiling, which slid by at a rapid pace. Plunging them back into darkness, he said, "Okay, listen. Robbie, get up here. I need you nearest to the front." "Why?" "We're all going to make a chain. We have to hold on tight. Nobody lets go, okay? One weak link, and everyone on the end dies." "What the heck?" Darcy muttered. Hal outlined his simple plan. "The walls and ceiling are smooth but not perfect. There are lumps and cracks. Robbie needs to grab hold of something." Lauren gasped. "Grab the ceiling? While we're moving?" Abigail sighed. "Yes, he grabs the ceiling, which means he instantly stops moving and the snake slides on under him. And we stop moving because we'll be hanging on to Robbie. We'll all just slide along the snake's back until it's gone past, and then we jump down." "Wait," Thomas said. "For that to work, Robbie has to be at this end, you idiot." Hal gave himself a mental smack on the head. Thomas was right. "Robbie, lie down and be an ogre," Thomas ordered. "Fenton and me will be next, then Emily, because we can hang on better. Then maybe Hal, Dewey, and the other girls." Complaints filled the air. "Enough!" Hal yelled. "We don't have time to argue. Do as he says." Thomas was in his element. Abigail should be last because she can shrink down small. She doesn't need to hang on at all. Despite the frantic urgency, Hal had to admit he was making sense. Quickly, they all grunted their agreement and changed places, a crazy half-minute of fumbling and elbowing until they got organized. Then they linked. Robbie lay down on his back and, in ogre form, offered Fenton his shaggy ankle, which Fenton wrapped his long lizard tail around before offering Thomas his front paws. Thomas locked claws with him and stuck out his tail. Emily coiled her own Naga tail around his and reached for Hal, who in turn offered a foot each to Darcy and Dewey. "Crazy," he muttered. But then, in the darkness, and lit only by Hal's periodic bursts of fire, Robbie reached for the ceiling. His long arms stuck upward, and his fat fingers trailed along the rock, seeking a handhold. "Tight grip," Thomas warned. "When he gets a hold of some—" Robbie's fingers obviously caught at that very moment, because his journey through the tunnel halted abruptly, and that caused everyone else to halt too. They all hung on for dear life, as the Ouroboros kept on moving under them. "Actually, it's not so bad," Hal commented. "Pretty slick." It was weird how quiet everything seemed. They heard only the serpents' continued creaking and scraping, and the gasps of the shapeshifters as they hung tight to one another. The monster's scaly back, being relatively smooth, barely caused any friction under their 9 daisy-chained bodies, so it took very little effort to maintain a grip and keep the chain intact. "Ah," Robbie said. "What's his problem?" Darcy gasped from Hal's left foot. "Tell him not to let go yet," Dewey called from his other. The two had interlocked their legs with each other to prevent them from sliding off the sides. Hal breathed fire, and in that instant spotted Abigail buzzing alongside, a 6-inch fairy giving him a thumbs up and grinning. The serpent's body went on and on. It would have taken forever to crawl along. There was no way they could have done that and jumped off before reaching the cavern. And trying to run alongside would have been deadly, because it seemed the snake's body was growing thicker and thicker. "Uh-oh," Hal said, suddenly realizing what Robbie had been moaning about. He could sense he was steadily rising as the serpent's girth began to fill the tunnel more fully. Robbie had to be even more acutely aware of this, since he had a firm grip on the ceiling. Snakes were always thicker toward the middle, and this giant was no different, thin at the neck where they'd climbed on, very fat in the middle, then slimming toward the tail end. The tunnel was tightening around them. Hal heard grunts and gasps as his friends realized the same. No doubt Robbie was feeling the pinch by now. But abruptly, the gap started widening again. The Ouroboros continued sliding by, its body thinning. Soon, the tip of the tail would pass under them, and it would be gone. They all hung on, silent and waiting. It was a good thing Darcy and Dewey had tangled their legs together for a more secure perch, otherwise they'd slip off the narrowing sides. Hal imagined them to be like saddlebags slung over a horse's back. "Robbie, let go!" Hal shouted, a new thought occurring to him. "Huh? Let go now!" Abruptly, without an ogre holding onto the ceiling, they were all suddenly on the move again, this time clinging awkwardly to a much narrower section of the Ouroboros's body very close to the tail end. "What are we doing, Hal?" Thomas demanded. "We were so close. Another few seconds, and it would have completely passed by." Hal had to fight from sliding off. "And then what? We'll still be in this tunnel, and the Ouroboros will be back at us again. The moment its tail has passed by, its head will be right there behind it. In fact, it's probably there already, following us." Everyone gasped. "Good point," Thomas muttered. "Jumping ship will be like leaping straight into its mouth." Fenton hissed loudly, and in the darkness, Emily let out a cry. "I see it! Oh my gosh, yes, it's right behind us!" "What?" Darcy shouted. "I swear it's right behind us. It's dark, but I can just about see the head in the distance, just beyond the end of its tail. It's chasing itself. It's chasing us." The situation just kept getting worse. Or maybe not worse, but certainly not much better. Thomas gave a heavy sigh. "So now what? Keep going around in circles forever?" "No." Hal raised his voice. "Fenton, Emily, we need your eyes. Look to the front this time. Can you see where this tunnel ends? We need to jump off as soon as we get to the cavern." He tried to run it through in his mind, but he couldn't predict how it would play out. Still, no matter what happened, it was better to face hundreds of Naga than tackle the giant serpent in a confined tunnel again. Hal had trouble processing the situation. The Ouroboros was already after them. It had literally re-entered the same tunnel before leaving it in the first place, like some kind of weird time paradox that he hated so much. Jumping off its tail was the same as leaping in front of its jaws. Both would occur at the same time. Fenton hissed at them half a minute later. "I think he sees it," Darcy clarified. "He does," Emily said. "I do too. Are you guys ready?" The end of the tunnel, Hal thought, his chest heaving. "Time to depart the Ouroboros Express," he announced. He wanted to light up the air with fire to see what he was doing, but that would alert the Naga. He relied instead on his friend's eyesight. They all jumped the very moment Emily hissed, "Now!" as a wan, subdued light suggested the tunnel had just opened up into the cavern. Hal tripped and stumbled and rolled. In a panic, he and the others somehow clustered together and allowed Emily to guide them to the cavern wall. It would be impossible for the Ouroboros to twist around and snatch them if they were just to one side of the tunnel when it emerged after them. He imagined the rest of the tail passing by, then a gap, and then the serpent's head with gaping jaws. "There's no Naga," Emily whispered. "Well, not many. Let's go." She didn't elaborate, but Hal distinctly heard the buzzing of wings. As they hurried through the darkness, feeling for the wall, angry whispers washed across the vast cavern, and the buzzing increased dramatically. At the same time, the serpent's head must have shot from the tunnel because it let out a terrible roar, a cross between a hiss and a wail that drowned every other noise. "It can't reach us," Emily shouted. "It can't turn its head far enough." Hal had to see. He breathed fire, but the flames were too weak to light up anything except the monstrous fangs as the snake tried to swing around. It couldn't manage it, though. A creature that large and cumbersome would have to re-enter an opposite tunnel and slither around the underworld once more, completing the figure 8 until it was facing the way it wanted to go. The Naga had no such limitations. He heard them coming, and he groaned in despair. Would this never end? "We're close," Emily panted. "Our exit is just there." "There's not enough time," Abigail cried, apparently at full size again. She nudged roughly Hal from behind. "Hal—" "I'm on it," he said shortly, and transformed. He felt like he was back at square one, standing there in the cavern, breathing fire toward the Naga as his friends made their escape. But this time, the shaft exit was clear. They shot toward it, and in the firelight, he watched them disappear through the gap. As soon as they were gone, he stood in front of the exit, turned around, and blasted fire from side to side so the Naga had no choice but to steer clear. He owned the shaft exit right now, and the giant Ouroboros had already plunged into the tunnel ahead on its way around once more, so it was no longer a threat. Hal backed toward the exit, sticking his tail through it. He knew it would be a quick run on 2 legs through the narrow part, then back to the shaft where he could transform again and fly to safety. Well, safe-ish. The Naga would still be after them. Was this the only way to the surface? He doubted it. Blocking it would only hinder them for a short while. He waited until some of the Naga dared to close in, then blasted them with fire again. This time, quite a few ignited and went spinning away in clouds of smoke. The rest recoiled, snarling and snapping, half in the air and the rest slithering about on the ground. Hal reverted to human form and dashed into the narrow opening. Blind again, he reached ahead, stumbling, and then Emily grabbed him from behind, locked her arms around his chest, picked him up, and made a speedy, slithery dash for the shaft. "Let's get out of here," she said, as she dumped him at the shaft's edge where moonlight filtered down. After the pitch-black cavern and tunnels, even the most feeble glow was welcome. "Lauren will take Robbie and Dewey, and I'll take Darcy. Abby's good on her own, but Fenton and Thomas need you, okay?" Beyond the crack in the wall, Lauren was already flapping about in the shaft, with 2 shadowy figures clamped in her talons. Robbie and Dewey, their legs swinging helplessly as she picked up momentum and began her ascent. Darcy rushed to Emily and clung on around her neck. With wings buzzing noisily, the shimmering Naga launched herself backward into the shaft, curled her tail, and went off after Lauren. Both Fenton and Thomas stared at him, one a sleek black lizard with red eyes, the other a red-furred manticore. Abigail was there too. "I'm right behind you," she said. "I'll make sure they jump on your back, okay? And if not, I'll see if I can help." Before the hissing of approaching Naga drew too near, Hal brushed past his friends and threw himself into the shaft. There was no time to worry about the drop, and as he fell, he transformed and wondered briefly if he would have time to... He roared in pain as he crashed down on the ledge and twisted one of his huge front paws. Spreading his wings, he carefully breathed fire to light the way, and in that flash of orange, he saw to his right Thomas and Fenton preparing to jump. All he could do was turn a bit more, so they had a broader target. Feeling two gentle thuds on his lower back, he had to assume they were aboard, and he leapt upward, fighting to get airborne. He finally made progress and doubled his efforts to escape the shaft. "Stay with me, Abby," he thought, wishing she'd gone ahead instead of lagging behind. The moonlit sky beckoned. For a moment, he saw a couple of silhouettes far above. Then they were gone, and the shaft was clear. He shot out into the night and soared, a feeling of exuberance washing over him. Sweeping around, he realized Lauren and Emily were struggling under the weight of their passengers, but they seemed to be waiting for him rather than rushing for cover. He swooped around and got under them, and they dropped onto his back with their loads. At the same time, Abigail buzzed into his view, and his heart leapt. As she settled on his neck and yelled for him to get moving, he tore away from the broken cliffs. Behind them, hundreds of silver bodies streamed from the shaft and pursued them. "They're relentless," Hal thought, with a touch of admiration. "But they'll never catch me." He climbed, spiraling up and up, watching to see how high the Naga could reach. They came after him for a while. But then they spilled outward in all directions and began circling like vultures, perhaps waiting in vain for him to come back down. "Oh, I'll come back down, miles from here." They were free. Hal could already hear the cries of relief and triumph. They'd gone from abject terror and despair to this, a valiant escape. And it had taken teamwork, all of them pooling their resources and sticking together. Together, there was nothing they couldn't do. "Hal," Abigail called to him as she clung to his neck, "I have a plan." All he could do was grunt in question. "Plan? We don't need a plan. We escaped already." "I know you're thinking we're free and clear," she said, her voice soft, barely audible over the yells and whoops of the others. Apparently she didn't want them to hear. "And we are. The thing is, we still have to face the Scrags, right? And for that, I have an idea." He grunted again. Right now, they had to get away from the broken cliffs and evade the Naga. Facing the Scrags was a problem for the morning. "You're still with me on this, right, Hal?" She sounded worried. Hal glanced sideways, but he couldn't see her back there. He nodded anyway. Not a weak, "yeah, sure, whatever" kind of nod, but a definite, absolute, no question whatsoever affirmation. And he meant it. After a moment, he heard a sigh. "Thank you." Chapter 18. The Manticore, the Witch, and the Storeroom. They slept outside that night. Nobody expected to fall asleep in the cool night air without comfortable beds, but Hal remained in dragon form, and when he curled up on his side in the middle of a grassy field, the others claimed that his chest and belly generated quite a lot of heat. He lay still, bemused at the sight of the shapeshifters fidgeting about and complaining about this and that. Robbie ended up back in ogre form, and Lauren snuggled close with one of his shaggy, warm arms wrapped around her. The rest of them finally settled and went quiet, and not long after, the sounds of gentle snores drifted through the night. Hal stayed awake a bit longer, watching for predators. He spotted a griffin passing overhead and a couple of unicorns in the distance and heard the sound of barking, probably a Cerberus. But mostly all he saw was an empty field and a clear, star-studded night. He eventually fell asleep. When the first warm rays of dawn touched his face, he blinked awake and almost rolled onto his belly to stretch. He stopped himself just in time when he remembered his friends were sleeping there. He didn't want to disturb them, but he needed to change position or stand up. One of his front ankles throbbed, and he peered at it, thinking it might be sprained or perhaps broken. He'd landed on it pretty hard. Finally, the entire group rose and yawned, and Hal was able to get to his feet and hobble about. It would heal when he next reverted to human form. For now, though, he put up with it while they all found private places for a potty break. Soon after, everyone climbed onto his back. He'd flown quite away from the broken cliffs the night before, and it took 15 minutes to return. Assuming the Naga were nocturnal, as the witch suggested, he didn't expect to run into them again. The tower loomed ahead. Down in the canyon, the wildebeest carcass was gone. Either the Naga or a passing griffin had taken it. A shame, as Hal had entertained the idea of chomping down on that meat for breakfast. All seemed quiet as he landed at the backside of the tower. At last, he was able to revert to human form and join the group as they filed along the narrow walkway between rocky walls. Entering the tower at its base, they climbed the spiral steps and spilled into the circular room. Hal was almost surprised to see the kraken's eyeball standing exactly where they'd left it. He'd half thought the irate Naga might have returned and destroyed it as some kind of punishment, or perhaps more likely that Madame Frost had made off with it. But it stood there, gazing over their heads as they clustered before it. It didn't smell as strongly of formaldehyde anymore. It looked even more sorry for itself as a result, a little deflated. The storeroom door was still shut. Thomas marched over and rapped his knuckles on it. "Witch!" he yelled. "Wakey, wakey! Time to get up!" They heard no sound from within. "Maybe she's suffocated in there," Thomas muttered, turning away with an angry look on his face. "Serves her right." "There's a small window," Dewey reminded him. "Just ignore her," Emily said. "Let's get this done and go home." Abigail had made it pretty clear the night before that they were returning to deal with the Scraggs. Nobody had argued, though some muttered their misgivings about the whole thing. Hal, in dragon form, had waited for her plan of action, but she'd said nothing. Now was the time. "Abby," he asked, "you said you had an idea?" With all eyes on her, she chewed her lip and nodded. "Okay. So the problem we had last time was that we didn't really believe we were there. We couldn't believe it because we were staring at our parents." She looked at Hal. "You saw your dad younger than you've ever seen him, which had to be strange. And you too, Fenton. As for me, well." Emily patted Abigail's shoulder. "Go on." "So I figured, what if we put ourselves into a different scene? Like, sometime before the part where the Scraggs attack our dads? Maybe if we arrive early, we can do something a bit more subtle, like lead the Scraggs away. We can cause a distraction." "Oh yeah, that's brilliant," Robbie said with a grin. "Lay traps and take them prisoner. Or just divert them down a different road. Or kill all those Scraggs while they sleep," Thomas said. Fenton rolled his eyes and elbowed him. "Dude, you gotta stop threatening to kill people. There are other ways." "I'd be happy to unleash Thomas on them," Abigail said, with her lip curled up on one side. As everyone looked at her, she shrugged. "But none of this is possible unless we truly believe we're there. We have to go deep, as Hal said, really immerse ourselves in the vision. I think we can do that by spending a bit more time there, especially if it's a place we're not so familiar with and where our dads aren't wandering about, to remind us it's not real." Everyone nodded. Thankfully, nobody stated the obvious, that the entire mission was futile because Abigail's dad had died all those years ago. Nothing would change that. Nothing could change that. "What about her?" Darcy said, pointing to the storeroom door. "I'm not sure I want to leave her alone while we're all deep inside the eyeball. She might stab us or something." "Yeah, she could literally murder us while we're standing there gawking," Robbie agreed. We need to deal with her first. Hal doubted the witch would do something quite so vicious. It wasn't that she couldn't, more that she had no good reason to. Still, it made sense to take precautions. Block the door somehow, he suggested. Stop her from getting loose. Emily nodded. Sure, but first, can we check that she's actually in there still? We'd feel pretty stupid blocking the door and then discovering later that she left ages ago. Or worse, she's hiding just outside. Yeah, she might come in and stab us, Robbie said, apparently hung up on the idea. Fine. Hal gestured toward the storeroom. Robbie, go ahead. Break the door down, but carefully. Once we know she's in there, we'll have to put it back and block it. Maybe we can drag those bunk beds out here and pile them up. Thomas scoffed. The door opens inwards, you ninny. Hal felt pretty foolish, but he took it in stride. Well, we'll pile up the beds on the inside then. He smiled at Thomas's confused frown. Don't worry, we'll think of something. Robbie partially transformed and, ducking to avoid the ceiling, marched over to the door. He studied it. Carefully, Hal warned. The half-size ogre first rattled the doorknob, which broke off. Then he lashed out with his fist. The entire doorframe wrenched free of the stone wall, and the door toppled inward, landing with a terrible crash and sending up a cloud of dust. Hal groaned. I said... But then he and the others gasped. They'd already considered the possibility the witch had left, or that she was sound asleep, or simply hiding. Nobody expected her to still be there with company. Everyone stared in amazement at the sight of Madame Frost, perched on the edge of a table with her arms folded and an eyebrow raised. Nearby, two silver-skinned Naga lurked, not quite as relaxed as the witch, their fingers curled into claws and their faces twisted into snarls. They squinted in the daylight, obviously unused to being up and about in the daytime. "Traitor!" Thomas yelled. "You just couldn't resist, could you?" Madame Frost said with a sigh. "Had to poke your nose into my affairs. Why didn't you just get on with whatever you were doing and leave me be?" "What the heck?" Abigail managed at last. Thomas transformed and leapt forward, his tail arcing high and the stinger protruding. Both Naga hissed and recoiled, and the witch leapt in front of them, waving her hands from side to side. Stop it, you ridiculous boy!" "Give me one good reason," Thomas snarled. "They nearly got us killed last night, eaten by a giant snake." Madame Frost sighed and nodded. "Yes, the Ouroboros, I know. I did warn you not to be here after dark." As Thomas took another couple of steps forward, she raised her voice and spoke quickly. "Now just listen for a moment. I've made a deal." "We're not interested in your deals," Emily said with scorn. "Well, you should be, young lady." The witch put her hands on her hips. "Are you going to listen, or what?" Thomas swung his tail from side to side. "Make it quick." She nodded. "After your escape last night, this tower room was filled with angry Naga. They pounded on this door and woke me up. Of course, I didn't answer. They knew someone was in here, though. Someone always is when the door is locked. So they threatened to break in and feed me to the Ouroboros, along with the dead wildebeest down there." "Sounds fair so far," Abigail said with a shrug. "Yes, well, they also knew better than to meddle with a witch. Besides, I had an idea and freely emerged to outline my deal." "So you had a nice little chat," Fenton said suspiciously. "Not even Emily could understand them completely, and she's a Naga. How'd you manage to make a deal? With sign language?" Madame Frost rolled her eyes. "The Naga understand humans just fine. Always have. It took a simple translation spell for me to understand them." She gestured over her shoulder to the Naga. "These two were most accommodating. I said I would deliver the whole lot of you to the Ouroboros, all nicely sound asleep and gift-wrapped, if they helped me transport the kraken's eye to my home afterward." She stopped and beamed, as if expecting a round of applause. When nobody spoke, she said, "No? Not a fan of that deal? It's a pretty good arrangement. We just had to hide and wait for you to enter the kraken's eye, and then, when you were deep inside, I would quietly step out and cast a temporary sleep spell on you. That would make it very easy for the Naga to feed you to the Ouroboros a second time." Thomas looked over his shoulder at Hal and the others. "Can I sting her? Can I?" Madame Frost cackled and held up her hands. "Wait, you haven't heard the rest. Since you broke in here and spoiled our little plan, I have a second deal to make. But first, I need to do something." She closed her eyes and began to mutter. Hal couldn't believe the gall of the woman. He looked around at his friends and found them equally dumbfounded. "All right," he said. "Enough of this. Let's—" Before he could finish, the witch spun around and stuck her hand out toward the Naga as though shoving them hard in the chest. Both froze, blinked, and promptly collapsed like deadweights on the hard floor. In the silence that followed, only the sounds of their harsh breathing could be heard. "There! They should be asleep at this hour of the day anyway." Madame Frost shot a grin toward the shapeshifters. "You see? I'm on your side, really." Nobody said anything. "However," she went on, beginning to pace around the room, "in return for my kindness, I need you to do something for me. When you're finished with the eye, I want you, young Hal, to bring it back to my house in the woods. All right? Maybe we can get it to work away from the tower. And it would be really nice if you could show me how you're able to conjure up visions so easily. But that's an optional extra." Thomas again raised his stinger. "How about now?" he muttered. "Easy, Tiger," Abigail said. She frowned and closed her eyes, as if clearing her head of confusion. When she spoke to the witch next, Hal could hear the sarcasm oozing from her voice. "So let me get this straight. You locked us out of the panic room last night and left us to die. After we barely escaped with our lives, we come back here to find you've made a deal with the Naga. They let you live if you arrange for our deaths. Then, because we broke the door down and found you in cahoots with the enemy, you betrayed them and now expect us to help you." She raised her eyebrows. "Did I miss anything?" Madame Frost put her hand on her hips and stared down at Abigail. "Yes, my dear, you did. You forget that I'm a witch." With that, she shoved the palm of her hand toward Abigail. A powerful wind blasted into the room, and instead of slumping to the floor as the Naga had, Abigail rose and hung there as though an invisible giant had reached through the window and grabbed her. Hal immediately raced toward the witch, but before he could take 2 steps, she swept her other hand toward him and performed the same levitating trick. He gasped as his feet left the floor. His throat felt tight, and he struggled to breathe. Thomas pounced and froze in mid-air. Emily transformed into her more familiar dark brown forest Naga form, and also froze. Robbie, Dewey, Lauren, Darcy, and Fenton all stopped dead with one foot raised in their effort to attack the witch. The wind howled. Madame Frost's robes billowed, and her grey hair streamed in all directions. The look on her face was one of malice and determination as she turned in a slow circle with her head tilted forward and her arms straight. The shapeshifters rotated with her, suspended above the floor and floating around the room. Only the 2 sleeping Naga remained oblivious and unmoving. "I believe you may have taken me for granted," she said calmly above the howling wind. "I am Scarlett Frost, the greatest witch since my mother, may her body rest in pieces." She cackled, throwing her head back in true witch fashion. For a second, it seemed thunder rumbled outside and lightning flickered across the canyon, although that might have been an added effect. "Now," she said, returning everyone to the floor and allowing the wind to die a little. Hal still felt firmly in her grasp, though. I will allow you to finish what you started. One last trip, if you like. I won't come with you. I'll remain here and watch over you, and I'll make sure the Naga don't do anything to you. I'll be your guardian, and it's in my own interest to guard you, because I need you, or the Naga, if you betray me, to bring the eye back to my house. The wind faded, and Hal felt the pressure in his throat easing. Abigail gasped, and Robbie started coughing. "Are we agreed?" Madame Frost asked. "Or more to the point, do you understand? Work with me, or don't. It's up to you." "We understand," Abigail said, rubbing her throat. "Please don't hurt us. Let us go in one last time, and then we'll all go home together." Hal glanced at her. So did the others. Everyone knew she was faking. "Very good," the old woman said, dropping her hands to her sides. "I knew we could come to an arrangement. Be quick now. Those two Naga will be awake in about 30 minutes. Thomas padded over to the woman and glared at her. She eyed him warily. "Slight alteration to the deal," he growled. "I'm staying right here with you." The witch rolled her eyes. "There's really no need—" "Good idea," Hal said. "Thomas stays. In fact, Dewey and Darcy can stay too. The rest of you are coming with me." "We're going to miss Thomas in there," Hal thought. Well, his stinger and poison quills anyway. If they could immerse themselves deep enough to physically attack the Scrags, they would need every strong fighter they could get. But the boy was right to stay with the witch. Dewey and Darcy weren't so good in a fight. It made sense for them to stay put as well. 3 shapeshifters against the witch had to be better odds than Thomas on his own. Still, Abigail looked irritated. "I need everyone in there," she whispered as the group gathered around the giant eyeball. "I know, but I feel better with Thomas keeping guard. We should just throw her in the storeroom and—" She trailed off and shook her head. Hal took her hand. "Do we have time to fix the door? Anyway, she just reminded us she's a pretty powerful witch. Best to pretend we're on the same side for as long as we can." "Enough talk," Fenton said grumpily. "Are we doing this or what?" He gave Abigail a sideways glance. "Gotta say, I don't think this is a good idea. It can't work, Abby. We already know this doesn't work." Hal winced, expecting her to blow up at him. Instead, she patted his arm. "I'm sure you're right. All I ask is that you give it everything you have." "Okay?" They all muttered their agreement. Hal nodded and glanced over his shoulder. Thomas stood there, still in Manticore form, with Darcy and Dewey at his side. The witch lurked behind them, tall and sinister. "Bring him back," Darcy called. She gave Abigail a smile. "Can't wait to meet him." Dewey gave a thumbs up. "If anyone can do this, it's us." Even Thomas had something to say. "Kill a few Scrags for me?" As bloodthirsty as ever, Hal thought with an inward chuckle. Then he focused on the task at hand. The 2 sleeping Naga would be waking in 30 minutes, so perhaps that should be the deadline. Yes, be done by then, otherwise there might be real-world distractions at a crucial moment in the vision. 30 minutes should be plenty anyway. So arrive half an hour early and a little farther away from the dads. Got it. Maybe cause a distraction and bring Scrags running? Yes, a fire or just a lot of noise. Anything to attract attention and get them away from the beach. And then our dads will have the place to themselves for a while. Hal closed his eyes. Chapter 19. Distractions. The streets of the mainland city were deserted. Hal turned slowly, unable to suppress a shudder at the memory of running across Queen Bee and her swarm. A truly horrible woman. But even though he'd been here before, walking these abandoned streets with Emily, Robbie, and Abigail, he recognized the difference. Last time, it had been 13 years since the virus had struck the world. This time, less than a year. Perhaps Less than 6 months. Everything looked newer, a little less derelict and hopeless, marginally cleaner. Yellow dust coated the windows, spores from a fungus that had spread across the atmosphere. That was what carried the virus. It coated everything, the tops of fences, handrails on concrete steps, signs of all shapes and sizes, even the ground itself. Though much of the dust was smeared with handprints or scuffed by multiple pairs of boots, a surprising amount lay untouched, giving the surreal sense that nobody had passed by in months. He couldn't see it, but the spores were still falling from the sky, and would be for more than a decade. Hal found himself floating above the dust, which wasn't good. He needed to go deeper and immerse himself in this world, be a part of it. Fenton was a different story. He stood looking about with a sense of wonder, and as he turned, he left faint footprints. Lauren, too, seemed a little more grounded. They haven't been here before, Hal thought. It's a new place to them. They're too distracted to realize it's a vision. He glanced over at Robbie, Emily, and Abigail, all of whom floated a few inches above the paved road surface. Yup, they, like Hal, had been here before, and all they could think about was how much newer everything appeared. "Let's blow stuff up," Hal said loudly. They all jumped and spun to face him. "Shh," Lauren said, putting a finger to her lips. "Oh, wait, we want them to hear us." Raising her voice, she added, "Yeah, sure, let's blow stuff up." Nobody can hear us, Hal thought. Yet. Already he was realizing what a paradox that was. If he blew stuff up right now, then the buildings would already have been destroyed when he'd last visited. And he didn't recall any burnt-out buildings. Or did he? He frowned, trying to remember. "Why can't you just fly around, breathe fire, and make a lot of dragon noise?" Fenton demanded. "That'll bring people running." "Because nobody can see me," Hal thought. "And as soon as you realize that, you'll forget to be immersed, and then we'll be even more ghostly." The mind was a funny thing. His dad had once laughed about cartoons on the TV in old Earth. When a wily coyote accidentally ran off a cliff in a cloud of smoke, he was perfectly safe until he realized he was miles in the air. He tried to whistle and act nonchalant, as if he hadn't noticed, and it would work for a short while. But then he'd plummet to the ground. Hal felt that Fenton and Lauren had the best chance of forgetting they were in a vision. He just had to keep his own doubts to himself. "Maybe we'll start a big fire in the middle of the road," he suggested, thinking a small blaze might be doable even for a phantom shapeshifter dragon. A few flames should be enough to get it started. Start small, work up. Like, see that car? Let's set fire to it. "How about that wooden bench over there?" Fenton suggested. "Wood's easier to burn than metal." "Not when there's gasoline inside," Hal insisted, thinking of the time his dad had poured some of the old, foul-smelling liquid on a pile of brush and logs and set fire to it. It had gone up pretty rapidly. They hurried over to the car in question, a dark blue hatchback with a thick coat of yellow dust all over. Its tires were half flat. The front door on the passenger side stood open, and the driver's door window was smashed. "Shame we can't drive it like that van we borrowed," Robbie said, sounding wistful. "Remember that? I did okay, right?" "It was terrifying," Abigail said. Hal took another look at his friend's feet. Again, Fenton and Lauren were scuffing the yellow dust on the road. Robbie was too now. Abigail and Emily both floated like ghosts. "We're getting there," Hal thought. Then again, his own feet left no traces in the dust. He didn't truly believe he was there. And why should he? The more he doubted his presence, the harder it would be to really immerse himself in the vision. He had to do better. He had to make himself forget where he was, just for a while. "We need gasoline," he said. If we're going to make a fire, it needs to be big and smoky. Let's see if we can suck gas out of the fuel tank." "Fuel tank?" Emily repeated. "How do we even know where to find such a thing?" Hal shot her a mock disgusted look and strode over to the car's fuel cap just behind the rear wheel on the driver's side. He reached for it, and before he remembered he was a ghost, his fingers made some kind of spongy contact and the lid popped open. It was almost like Emily's silly question had distracted him just enough to forget he wasn't really there. But that weird, spongy feeling was all it took to remind him he was indeed a phantom, and he failed miserably to unscrew the cap. "I need to believe. I need to believe." He kept his back to the others and thought quickly. Maybe he could fool them into thinking he'd opened the gas tank without a problem. "Wow, this gas stinks," he called over his shoulder. "We need a rag or something. Then we can let it hang half inside the tank and half out, and set fire to it, like the fuse on a stick of dynamite." He moved away from the car, peering off into the distance. "Did you get it open?" Robbie asked. Hal nodded and spoke as casually as possible. "Yeah, and it stinks," he lied. "That's why I closed it again. What about that shop over there? It probably has something we can make a fuse from." "Why can't you just breathe some fire straight down into the tank?" Robbie asked. "Because I'd explode into a million pieces," he said. Whatever doubts the others had about making their physical presence known in this dream world would be magnified tenfold if he breathed fire without scorching the car's body even a tiny bit. A delay would be good, but not too long. "We just need some paper or a bit of cloth or something. Let's go look." He pointed to a blue-painted shop front with a sign over the window that read, "Beach Gear." He caught his breath and narrowed his eyes. The place was familiar. Robbie snorted. "Or maybe you could just stop messing about and blow this car up." Abigail spoke up just then. "Robbie, let's just do as he says. Come on." She set off across the road toward the shop Hal had indicated. With a sigh, Robbie followed, then Lauren, Emily, and Fenton. Hal trailed behind them all, his eye on their feet. Abigail still floated, though she pretended to walk so it wasn't so obvious. It seemed Emily was beginning to buy into it, while the others walked firmly on the ground and caused faint scuff marks in the dust. Keep it going, Hal thought. Take their minds off being ghosts. "Hurry," he called in an urgent whisper. "I think someone's watching us." The group instinctively ran for the shop's wide-open door. As they raced inside, Robbie hung back and turned to Hal with a frown. "Hang on. Nobody can see us, can they?" Hal brushed past him. "Can now. I made us real. So hurry up." He didn't look back. Instead, he joined the others and scoured the dark, dingy place for something suitable. There was plenty of merchandise, a multitude of swimming goggles and sunglasses on rotating stands, an assortment of hats, caps, snorkel kits, and beach toys on freestanding racks, beach chairs and umbrellas a little farther in, and several shelves of T-shirts, shorts, and blankets adorning the wall on the left. Emily drifted deeper into the store, and Hal suddenly realized where she was headed. He followed and watched as she stopped before a display hammock near the back of the store. Boxes and other things stood in the way, but she was able to reach the stretched rope contraption. "This is mine," she said. "It is. The same one you slept in when you were sick. The place is much cleaner than we remember it. We're about 13 years earlier." The weirdness of it all gave Hal the chills, but what gave him the chills even more was the sight of her pointing finger now passing through the hammock as she tried to strum the rope. Even in this moment, she was too ghostly to make a difference. She noticed it too and let her arm drop away. "This isn't going to work." Hal left her there and returned to the others. "What are you standing around for? Lauren, grab one of those thin T-shirts." She moved toward the shelf with an outstretched hand. "Don't be a ghost! Don't be a ghost!" he thought nervously. He shared a glance with Abigail and knew she understood what he was trying to do. "And hurry up about it," Abigail snapped. Lauren froze and shot her a mildly hurt look. "What are you getting annoyed at me for?" "Because you move so slowly," Abigail said, sounding exasperated. She rolled her eyes and headed for the door. "I'll be outside." Hal muttered, "She's not wrong." Lauren put her hands on her hips, her face turning red. "What the heck? When have I ever been slow?" Hal took a deep breath. "You and Robbie are in your own world half the time. The rest of us are busy getting on with it while you two are staring into each other's eyes like sappy lovebirds." It pained him to say such untrue things, but he knew he could apologize later. Right now, the mission came first. Robbie's mouth fell open. Anger crossed his face and he grew as red as Lauren. "Since when did—" But Lauren snatched up a t-shirt and stormed past him. "Forget it, Robbie. He's being an idiot." She paused long enough to glare at Hal. "And you think we're sappy lovebirds? Seriously?" She stomped away, the t-shirt swinging in her hand. "Yes!" Robbie shouldered past. As Hal smiled and punched the air, he realized Fenton and Emily were staring at him. "What the heck, Hal?" Emily said. He spread his hands. "Sorry, it's just... we had to pick on them." Seeing their confused expressions, he added, "To make them forget." "Forget what?" "Forget they're ghosts, because ghosts can't touch hammocks or pick up t-shirts." With that, he shot them a grin and headed for the door. As he left, he heard Emily saying, "Oh, she did! She picked it up!" Across the road, Abigail stood there with her hands on her hips, tapping a foot in an exaggerated manner. Lauren marched up to her and flung the shirt in her direction. Abigail swung sideways so it missed and flew on past, a good thing too, or it might have flown through her and ruined the illusion. Hal heard Lauren's angry voice as he hurried back across the road to the car. When he arrived, she was saying, "Don't know why you're having a go at me all of a sudden." "Robbie," Hal called to his friend. Robbie turned with a scowl. "What?" "We have company. Quick, rip the shirt up and stuff a strip in the gas tank." Though Robbie obviously saw no sign of company, he made haste and picked up the t-shirt. Still glancing this way and that, he grappled with the material as best as he could. After a moment of struggling, Abigail laughed. "Come on, Robbie. It's just a t-shirt. You can do better than that." That caused him to partially shift into ogre form, growing a head taller and much wider in the shoulders, so he had ample strength to tear the shirt into several strips. Hal tried not to let his amazement show. He was really doing it, affecting change to a scene in a vision, actually altering the past. Lauren shuffled off to sulk, so Robbie became Abigail's unfortunate target, and she didn't let up. "Very good, Robbie, very good. Now let me do the rest, or you'll end up soaking yourself in gasoline and blowing us up with your temper." The partial ogre growled and snatched the shreds away from her. He shot her a glare, unscrewed the gas cap, and stuffed half a strip of material inside, while mumbling about a stupid metal inner cap that kept springing shut. Then he stood back with a scowl and gestured. "There. All yours." Suddenly, all eyes were on Hal. His insides shriveled up. Though Robbie and Lauren were clearly grounded in the vision, deeply immersed, he was not, and he became acutely aware how insubstantial he felt. And the more he worried about it, the more he faded into ghost form. "Burn it!" Robbie barked. "What are you waiting for? And you call us slow?" Hal approached. Abigail nodded at him. Fenton and Emily crowded in behind. "You got this, buddy," Fenton whispered. "Unless you're completely useless and screw this up, in which case Abby's going to be mad at you for years." "Yep," Emily agreed in his ear. "She'll never forgive you. Imagine Every single day she'll look at you with disappointment. And disgust, Fenton added. Hal knew what they were doing, and though he tried not to analyze it, he had a feeling their goading statements were actually working to some extent. Genuine or not, they'd managed to conjure up an unwelcome image of Abigail's disappointed and disgusted expression after his complete failure to set fire to a rag. He kept that in mind when he breathed fire. It came out as expected, but the rag barely moved in the flaming hot draft. For a horrible second, he knew he'd failed. If he couldn't get it right the first time, he'd never get it the second time. But to his shock and amazement, he saw a wisp of smoke, and suddenly the rag burst into flame. "Run!" Abigail screamed. They all jumped and broke into a frantic sprint, running in all directions while laughing uncontrollably. "It's gonna blow," Hal thought in triumph, as he darted behind a trash can and crouched. "The black smoke will bring scrags for miles." But nothing happened. Nothing spectacular, anyway. The flames roared for a short while, then died away, leaving nothing but a blackened smudge on the car's side, along with peeling paint and a wisp of smoke. Hal slowly stood. I guess that didn't work. His friends had scattered far and wide, and Hal suddenly thought that might be significant. If they were that far apart, then he must be deeply immersed in the vision. Otherwise they'd... He blinked. Just like that, his friends were clustered near him, surprised at their sudden teleportation. "That was weird," Fenton said, looking around. "I was standing over there just a second ago." Hal sighed. "Yeah, sorry, my fault. I almost forgot we were—" He clammed up. No sense undoing the work he'd already done. "I thought setting fire to a gas tank would blow the car sky high," Robbie grumbled. "I wanted to see wheels and bits of metal flying everywhere, and smoke going up." Abigail had a frown on her face as she gazed at Hal, but she said nothing. "Let's try something else," Emily said. "Something a bit simpler." She headed back to the car, and the others followed behind. Hal watched her feet again. She barely left a scuffle in the dust. But there was something, at least. Even knowing they were ghosts, it didn't take a lot to become immersed once the excitement of a new idea struck. "It just occurred to me," Abigail whispered as she walked alongside Hal, "that we couldn't have blown up that car anyway." Hal studied the charred smudge just below the gas tank as they approached. "Why?" "Because we'd have noticed it." She jabbed a finger toward the beach gear shopfront. "That's the place we brought Emily to rest up when we visited this place in the real world, 13 years after this vision. If this car were a burnt-out wreck when we visited, we'd have noticed," Hal agreed, nodding. "Gotcha. And that proves my point," he wanted to add. "You can't change history." She eyed him. "And in case you think I can't change history, I'm still going to try." Feeling guilty, he focused on what Emily was doing. She was poking her head in the driver's window. Like many cars, the glass lay in fragments inside and out from where somebody had broken in to steal something or simply been in a vandalizing mood. "Where's the horn?" she said, her voice muffled. Robbie snorted and went around to join her. He pointed. "Right there, middle of the steering wheel." He leaned in and pressed it. The horn sounded, making them all jump. Lauren clapped her hands over her ears. Robbie pressed it again, this time holding it down. The noise was deafening, and it sent birds fluttering away. For a second, Hal felt jubilant. Not only had Robbie unthinkingly ceased being a ghost just enough to press the horn, Emily's idea was brilliant in its simplicity. Scrags would hear the blaring and come running. They'd probably hear it for several blocks. He could imagine them stopping dead in the street, or waking from a nap, or pausing in the middle of chewing something, and all of them turning toward the sound. Then they'd drop what they were doing, snatch up their weapons, and start running. Only... The horn grew quieter, and died. Robbie pounded the steering wheel and then gave up. "Battery's dead." "Good idea, though," Hal said, grinning at Emily. "How about we all split up and sound every horn we can find?" They did that, and the mission, small as it was, helped to focus their minds and ground themselves in reality. There weren't many cars, though, so it meant spreading out along the street. Hal gritted his teeth and tried to clear his mind. The last thing he wanted was to dwell on the fact they weren't really there. If he did, he'd yank them all back toward him in no time. "So many abandoned cars," he said aloud, shielding his eyes against the sun. "All those people trying to escape the city, getting stuck in lines of traffic, circling back and trying to find other ways through. And maybe others who ignored the virus and stayed home." A car door creaked open. Hal spotted Fenton trying to maintain a grip on it with his ghostly hands. He'd got so far but seemed unable to push it any further, so he squeezed through the impossibly small gap and reached inside. A second later, the horn blared. Hal rambled quietly to himself, trying to imagine how it must have been when the virus swept across the country. How many had locked themselves in their homes? They must have raided stores first, grabbing supplies to last for as long as possible. How much food had they hoarded? Bottles of water? Heck, even toilet rolls. To stay home and shun the world for weeks or even months had to take a lot of very quick planning. Not that it had helped. The virus had seeped in anyway. One thing that struck Hal was how many shops and houses stood wide open, their front doors smashed. Scrags? Or had that been a military operation to find and remove bodies? He shuddered. What a horrible thought. But he knew it to be true. A massive city-wide cleanup operation in the early weeks of the virus to find survivors or bury the dead. Several horns were echoing down the street by now. Robbie, Lauren, and Emily darted from one car to another, and as they set more going, the first few died away, their already depleted batteries now thoroughly spent. Hal sucked in a breath at the sight of a scrag. Finally, it was working. The Raggedy Man stepped from the shadows of an alley and peered up and down the street at the commotion. Then, farther along, 3 more scrags emerged from a shop. The last time Hal, Abigail, Emily, and Robbie had visited these roads, they'd had no magic and no ability to shapeshift. It had been extremely dangerous for them to run into scrags. Now they had no such handicap. In fact, shifting into dragons, harpies, ogres, and the like would draw more attention, a good strategy this time around. The bigger the distraction, the better. "Hey, guys!" he yelled. "We're being watched!" His friends couldn't hear him over the horns. It worried him a little to see Emily leaning into a car while a scrag limped across the road toward her. If she was real enough to break into a car, she was real enough to be attacked and harmed. "It's time." Hal transformed and spread his wings. Scrags spun to face him, completely forgetting about Emily and the others. Hal felt a surge of joy. They'd seen him. They stood there with their mouths wide open, staring up at him as he stomped about, giving his wings a few violent flaps. He let out a roar and breathed fire. That sent scrags yelling and scurrying. He figured that was okay. The point was not necessarily to draw them into the street, but simply to distract them, and right now they were more distracted than they'd ever been in their lives. They could watch from the safety of the shops, and they could scarper down alleyways as long as they were intrigued enough to investigate. Spread the word, Hal thought with excitement. Tell everyone there's a dragon in the middle of the street. They won't believe it, but they'll hear the roars and maybe come to see for themselves. Chapter 20. The Rescue Mission. With scrags peeking around corners and pointing, Hal knew he and his friends were fairly immersed in the vision now. He could almost feel the ground under his feet, and when he flapped his wings, yellow dust blew up. Robbie whooped and transformed into an ogre. Suddenly 3 times taller, he began beating his chest and charging down the street. Scrags vanished with frightened yells. Emily shifted too, and her undulating serpent body left squiggly marks wherever dust had collected on the sidewalks. Lauren flapped into the sky in a burst of white feathers that shone in the sunlight. Fenton went slithering up an alley, and Abigail buzzed around to Hal's left. From the Scrag's point of view, he imagined the shapeshifters flitted between ghostly and real, but real enough to cause panic. "Keep 'em busy!" Abigail called to Lauren as the harpy flapped past. "Hal and I will check things out near the beach." With monsters rampaging around the streets, Scrags everywhere emerged from hiding to see, then promptly went back in. As Hal launched with Abigail perched on his neck, he lifted above the rooftops to see Robbie smashing a window, Emily harassing a couple of knife-wielding teenagers, Fenton going after a whole group of Scrags, and Lauren dive-bombing some upper windows where shadowy figures lurked. If these Scrags ever spread news of the event to other gangs, nobody would believe them. They were known by many as crazies, but not even they could be that delusional. A few streets across, a small band of figures trotted toward the noise, baseball bats and hammers at the ready. Hal stared hard, wondering if he would recognize any of them as Queen Bee's gang. It was probably too early for that. At this point in time, he guessed she hadn't formed the swarm yet. The main thing was that the commotion was definitely drawing gangs away from the coast road. In an abandoned city like this, any noise carried across the rooftops and bounced off concrete walls. And rather than be wary, it seemed Scrags craved the action. Someone new in the area. The possibility of food. Perhaps just something vaguely interesting to do. Hal flew a few streets to the coast road. Even here, Scrags had stopped to listen to Robbie's booming ogre voice, Lauren's constant screeching, and Emily's jeering, all coupled with car horns, bangs and crashes, and Scrags hollering. "I think it's working," Abigail said, her voice shaky with excitement. "Look, that group down there. 6 of them, heading for the beach. Weren't they the last to attack our dads? Now they're changing direction." Hal circled in the air above and watched as the scruffy, scarred group, 4 men and 2 women, spun around and started back toward the shops. Like others across the city, they broke into a trot, eager to see what all the ruckus was about. They didn't spot Hal. Maybe he was too ghostly to be noticed now, which worried him a little. He widened his circle and thought back to the scene they'd witnessed earlier. Their dads would walk up the beach, climb the stone steps, and... He gasped. There they were. Abigail saw them at the same time. 3 biosuited men were dragging a boat onto the sand. As Hal flew toward them, he suddenly realized he'd better not let them see him, so he veered off and climbed high. Wearing clumsy biosuits, they weren't likely to glance directly upward and spot him anyway. The 3 men started up the beach. "Let's get rid of the last few Scrags," Abigail called from his back. "There's only 6 more, isn't there? We can do this!" For the first time, Hal believed it might actually be feasible to change history. He still had no clue how that would affect everything they knew, everything that had happened over the past 13 years. But suddenly, saving Mr. Porter seemed a real possibility. Hal was a dragon, after all. He just had to deal with a handful of Scrags. In fact, now that he was on the verge of being physically real and not just a useless ghost, he could take them all on. He dropped toward the rooftops, then balked, wondering what would happen if the dads saw him. And they would see him. But how else was he to save Abigail's dad? If it meant being spotted, then so be it. If they rescued Mr. Porter, then history would be well and truly altered, and the presence of a dragon seemed like an unimportant detail in comparison. In fact, He almost slapped his head with the realization that they'd missed the obvious solution. They'd been intent on dealing with this situation quietly, trying to fix it so the three dads could have their walk in safety and return to the island in one piece. A subtle nudge with one huge difference. But if Hal and Abigail were about to change history so dramatically, why worry how it was done? Why not go big and bold? Our dads don't even need to reach the road, he thought as he began his descent. I'll just thump down on the sand in front of them and roar my head off. They'll be back in that boat and rowing home in no time. The plan was so obvious that he kicked himself for all the time wasted trying to set a fire and breaking into cars to sound their horns. But as he dropped into plain sight and swooped toward the three bio-suited men, he worried how even that would change history. He could imagine the three dads rushing home and blabbering about a dragon landing on the beach. They'd call Miss Simone, who would be puzzled but perhaps not quite as shocked as the others. Just then, something jostled him. Confused, he glanced sideways and saw, falling at the same rate as his swooping descent, a silver-skinned Naga grappling with a Manticore. Then the random flash was gone. Thomas? A split second later, with the memory of Madame Frost, Thomas, Dewey, and Darcy waiting for him back in the tower, he remembered the two Naga sleeping on the floor. Had they woken? Was that what he'd just seen? Deal with it later. Shaking the image from his mind, he thudded down on the sand and roared, "Go home, Dad! Go home, Mr. Bridges! And you too, Mr. Porter." The men continued walking toward him up the beach. Hal stared in amazement. "Huh?" he said, his single word coming out as a growl. He roared again to show he really meant it, and for good measure he breathed fire over their heads. They never blinked. He could see their eyes as they gazed straight ahead toward the coast road and the rooftops. Straight through Hal. He reverted to human form, and both he and Abigail started shouting and waving their hands. They practically screamed in their faces, all to no avail, and when he glanced down at his feet, he realized he hadn't sunk into the sand at all. He floated just inches above, as insubstantial as a ghost. "Whoa," Robbie said. "What the heck?" Emily exclaimed. Fenton and Lauren were there too, all four of them, floating nearby. Hal groaned. The illusion was shattered. He shook his head and focused. "We're here in old Earth. We're on the beach." He willed his feet to sink deep into the sand as he braced himself in front of the approaching men. For a second, he stared his dad in the eye, but the bearded man marched on, straight through Hal as he gasped and shuddered. "Hal," Abigail called to him, "what's happened? Why are we ghosts again?" Hal shrugged, feeling awful about it. The men had passed all of the shapeshifters by now, on their way up the sand to the stone steps. "I was distracted. Thomas and a Naga are fighting back in the tower." Unable to stop himself, he turned his head just a little, glancing over his shoulder. The ocean background fuzzed, and he saw another reality bleeding through, one of a tower room and his friends struggling with a couple of silver-skinned Naga, and Madame Frost shouting something. Her words suddenly echoed in his head. "Wait until they're finished." He wrenched himself away from the outside world. Whatever was going on there, Thomas would have to deal with it. Still, it unnerved him to think of the Manticore battling two dangerous Naga in the tower room, literally right behind, where Hal and his eye-gazing friends stood. One stray claw or bite, or even a poison-tipped quill. "Man, I'll never be able to focus now." Shaking himself, he looked around at the group. All floated before him. Abigail was stricken, ashen-faced, terrified. "New plan," Hal said. "Let's get ahead of our dads and deal with the scrags." Getting ahead was easy in ghost form. He flew across the sand and up to the road, aware that the bio-suited men were halfway up the steps already. Hal, Emily said. "Do we have time to, get immersed again? I mean, it was a bit tricky convincing Lauren she was real enough to pick up that T-shirt and for Robbie to rip it up." "I know, but I have a plan." Abigail grabbed Hal's arm, somehow quite a painful grip considering they were phantoms. "You do? You have an idea?" He swallowed and winked. "I want to try something." As they floated high above the road to the place the attack would occur, Lauren said, "Wait a minute. You convinced me to pick up that shirt?" Abigail reached for her hand. "Sorry I was so mean. I just had to take your mind off being a ghost." After a silence, Lauren laughed. "Abby, you're so conniving." Abigail offered a smile, but it was short-lived. She had worry etched across her face. "Uh-oh," Hal whispered. "Those scrags have come back." The half-dozen raggedy men and women sauntered into view 2 streets across. It appeared they'd lost interest in whatever had been happening in the city earlier, and no wonder, since the shapeshifters no longer wreaked havoc there. Quiet streets were boring. The gang had resumed their original plan, whatever that was, and were headed toward the beach road. "So we're back to the start," Fenton muttered. "Everything's the same. Our dads are coming this way, and there's a bunch of scrags waiting for them exactly as before." Hal drifted down to land on the road surface as best as he could. The others floated with him. "What's your idea, Hal?" Abigail asked, wringing her hands. "Hal?" He wasn't sure he wanted to explain it. He felt explaining it would somehow jinx it. He didn't even see how it could work, or how it would affect history if it did. He was terrified this was their last chance, and it would go wrong. So he reached out and gently squeezed her shoulder while indicating that they should wait. The biosuited dads approached. Hal and his friends stood back to watch them clomping past, their boots kicking up dust. "Better make sure you wash that off when you get back to the island," he thought. They would. Standard procedure was to scrub any garments that might be infected. The boat as well, for that matter. "Hal," Abigail said again. A long-haired scrag came running across the road toward the men. They stopped and pointed. Then they ran. When the fight broke loose, Abigail covered her face, then spun fiercely around. "Hal!" He nodded. "Robbie, I need you." His friend turned to him. "For what?" "I'm going to dump you out of this vision. The moment you're back in the tower, grab those 2 Naga and turn them to face the Kraken's eye." "Huh? Do as I say, okay? I need the Naga in here, now." With that, he made a shoving gesture. It didn't mean anything other than send an obvious signal that Robbie was being ejected from the vision. His eyes widened, and he tumbled backward and vanished. Abigail, Fenton, Lauren, and Emily stared at him for a moment. Then they all turned to watch the fight. It played out exactly as before. While the 3 dads fought to throw off the single crazy attacker, 5 more scrags came running across the street from various directions. Except, to Hal's surprise, he saw a ghostly, fiery image that engulfed one of the newcomers and caused the man to flinch and duck. Then he saw another ghostly image, this time an ogreish figure swinging fists. And when the gang of 6 arrived on the scene, doubling the attackers to 12, more phantoms darted about among the fighting, squabbling men and women. Hal was so amazed that he forgot about his plan for a moment. He and his friends were witnessing their earlier ghostly selves. Apparently, whatever actions they took in these visions stuck around and became part of history. Abigail turned away, trying to stifle her sobs. Hal reached for her again, but she shook him off. "It's all the same," Emily whispered. "Nothing's changed." As before, the scrags overpowered the 3 dads, and they had to break off and make a run for it. Their anguish was plain even through their masks. Once again, they staggered away from the gang, casting horrified looks back at their fallen friend, Mr. Porter, lying still on the ground as Scrags danced over him, yelling and laughing at their prize. Hal's dad and Mr. Bridges briefly made a return attempt, but when at least 5 Scrags dashed toward them brandishing weapons, they stumbled and fled. "Help him!" Abigail screamed at Hal. He broke from his paralysis. What's taking Robbie so long? Just to appear like he was doing something useful while he waited, Hal ran toward the triumphant gang, dragging his shapeshifter friends with him like the phantoms they were. The Scrags hoisted the motionless man onto their shoulders. They'd pulled his mask off by now, and if he wasn't dead already, the virus would kill him soon enough. Not all the Scrags were part of the same gang, though. The loner that had arrived first on the scene shouted something about first dibs, like poor Mr. Porter was a useful object found in the trash, and some of the others argued over him too. But the half-dozen group reigned supreme and simply walked off with the bio-suited man. A vicious snarl to Hal's right caused him and some of the others to exclaim in surprise. Robbie had appeared, towering over them with a silver-skinned Naga wriggling under each arm. Their wings fluttered and flapped uselessly, and their long tails thrashed back and forth. But Robbie's ogre grip was impossible to shift. Hal swung to face both the furious Naga. He almost recoiled at the sheer hate on their scaly faces as they hissed and bared their fangs at him. "Listen to me," he said quickly. "You're in another world, and it's not safe here. We barely escaped with our lives. See those people over there?" He pointed, but the Naga ignored him and continued hissing and spitting in his direction. Robbie roared at them and squeezed, and both winced and gasped at the pressure on their chests. "Listen!" Hal yelled. When they quit hissing, he continued in an urgent, deadly serious manner, lying through his teeth the whole time. "Those people over there, they're taking one of ours prisoner. Rescue him, or you'll die here in this world. You only have a minute before the portal collapses. After that, you'll be stuck here. Go get him." Robbie dropped the Naga, and they thudded to the ground, and then sprang up, fists and claws slashing at the air as they twisted out of the ogre's reach. They showed their fangs again, but Hal pointed to the gang. "They're getting away. Save our man, or we'll leave you here. Be quick." The silver Naga swayed and whispered to each other. They darted their gaze toward the gang, then back at Robbie. The Scrags had made it down an alley, and in less than a minute would disappear from sight around the corner, possibly gone for good. Seeing his friends' frantic expressions, and especially Abigail's, Hal ran toward the Naga and yelled at them, "Go now! They're getting away!" Robbie roared in their faces for good measure. Still, they dithered. Hal leaned toward them. "If you want to feed us to the Ouroboros, you'd better hurry." Clearly confused, the Naga started slithering, and then launched with a buzz of wings, sounding like giant dragonflies and looking utterly out of place in the streets of an old Earth city. They whipped across the road and pursued the gang. "But Hal," Emily said in a low voice, "how is this going to help us?" "Yeah, they can't do anything," Fenton agreed, sounding annoyed. He glared at Hal. "Seriously, this is your big idea." Abigail turned away from the disappearing Naga and frowned. She said nothing, though. It seemed she'd cottoned to his plan. In the alley, some of the Scrags heard the sinister buzz of wings and swung around. The Naga were almost upon them by now. The Scrags stared in abject horror, then began screaming as the serpents tore into them. Mr. Porter tumbled to the ground, and Abigail winced, but after that, he lay there perfectly still and untouched as the two Naga slashed and bit and whipped their tails about while buzzing back and forth in the air. They dispatched the Scrags shockingly fast. 3 lay as motionless as Abigail's dad. 2 limped away. The 3rd ran screaming. "What?" Lauren whispered. The Naga grabbed the bio-suited man, hoisted him up, and came buzzing back. Hal smiled and said in a shaky voice, "The Naga don't understand what the Kraken's eye is. They don't know this is a vision." Abigail had both her hands over her mouth. "They think they went through a portal to old Earth. They think this is real." Emily clapped and squealed in delight. "Hal!" "Shh," he said, as the Naga rapidly approached. They rather roughly dumped the man on the ground, and he rolled over onto his back, his head lolling. Luckily, his eyes were shut. Hal had feared seeing a pair of sightless eyes staring at the sky. At least with his eyes shut, there was a vague possibility he was merely unconscious. Abigail was frozen in place, so Emily knelt to check for a pulse. Hal nodded at the angry Naga. He had a new respect for them now. They were vicious fighters, and they were fully immersed in this reality, a serious threat to the Scrags. Their total lack of doubt about being physically present far outweighed the truth of the matter. They'd even gone off on their own without Hal, even though he'd been floating around like a ghost the whole time, with his equally ghostly friends clustered nearby. "He's alive." Emily's words caused Abigail to suck in a breath and give a strangled cry. Her eyes filled with tears. Chapter 21. No Way Back. "You've got to be kidding," Fenton muttered, running a hand through his short hair. He nudged Robbie hard enough to send him staggering sideways. "Hear that, Beanpole? Abby's dad is alive." The Naga hissed. Hal gestured impatiently at them. "Look, just give us a minute, will you? We have to... We have to what?" he wondered to himself. "What exactly do we do now?" Wiping away her tears, Abigail took charge. "Robbie, I need you to... Wait, no." She turned to the Naga. "We need your help again." Hal immediately understood. Right, because Robbie's just a ghost. "Please help," Abigail implored them. "Pick him up again. Let's take him to the beach. There's a boat there and—" They hissed again. Hal's anger quickly boiled up. He turned and said, "Hey, just help us. A few more minutes, and then we're out of here, okay?" The Naga kept glancing around, clearly very puzzled. Hal could imagine them wondering where the portal was. Where was their exit from this strange place? How had they even arrived? If they questioned things too much, they might cotton to the fact that the shapeshifters were ghosts floating around uselessly. Emily transformed into a silver-skinned Naga and rose from the ground with her wings buzzing. The two real Nagas recoiled in shock. Yes, I'm a shapeshifter," Emily said, hovering before them. "Now pick that man up and bring him. It's okay. I'm on your side. I'll make sure you get back to the canyon. Trust me." She started buzzing away, but glanced back and waited like a dog waiting for its master to follow. The two confused Naga paused, again whispering to each other. They had to be wondering by now why the shapeshifters couldn't carry the man, and why they couldn't have rescued him in the first place. They were part of a massive nest of Naga, and surely knew Hal and his friends were shifters. And of course, Robbie was an ogre, perfectly capable of smashing a gang of heads together. Suspicion was written all over their faces. "Come on," Emily insisted. "Just bring him. Then we'll go home, I promise." Everyone waited with bated breath. Hal could tell the shapeshifters were more ghostly than ever right now. Abigail, following Emily's lead, sprouted her wings and hovered so that her floating would go unnoticed. But Robbie, as big and powerful as he was, didn't quite touch the ground as he loomed over them all, and Fenton and Lauren had to hang back behind him. The Naga turned their gazes to Hal, and he suddenly felt sure he was transparent, maybe nothing more than a smoky wisp. Could they see through him? He stood there as boldly as he could, practically forcing himself to solidify, giving himself weight and substance, so he eased down to the ground and made physical contact. "Now!" Emily yelled at the Naga. They bared their fangs at her, then leaned down to pick up Mr. Porter. Hal let out a shuddering breath as they tucked him horizontally under their arms and once more took to the air, following Emily as she led the way to the beach. Hal hurried after them, aware that he needed to stay close to Emily. She moved pretty fast, and he had to jog to keep up, with the others in tow. This is so weird. When they reached the beach, Hal's dad and Mr. Bridges were already running for the boat, with Scraggs after them. It seemed the loner who'd first attacked Mr. Porter was not happy with giving up his prize to the gang of 6, and he was leading the charge to nab one of the others instead. He ran barefoot down the sand with 3 others. Hal felt his stomach knot up. While he and his friends had stood there trying to coax the Naga into helping, events continued to proceed as already fated. His dad and Mr. Bridges were already pushing the boat into the water as the Scraggs yelled in anger. "It's too late," Lauren cried. "No, it's not," Abigail said firmly. She buzzed ahead of the Naga and pointed. "After them! Drop my dad into the boat. There's still time." The Naga flew right off the side of the road and headed down onto the sand, carrying their load. By now, the 2 bio-suited men were splashing about in the water, waist-deep, intent on shoving the boat over the waves as Scraggs raced closer. Frantic, Hal shouted at the Naga, "Help them! You have to save them!" Images of Scraggs overrunning the boat came to mind. 4 half-crazy virus survivors with makeshift weapons like hammers and knives against 2 unarmed men. It was a wonder any of them had made it home alive. The Naga paused, looking at each other once more. They hissed and whispered, then promptly turned around and brought Mr. Porter back to the road. "No!" Abigail screamed. "What are you doing? Go after the boat. Put him in the boat and fight the Scraggs. You can do this so easily." One of the Naga lurched toward her with frightening speed, baring his fangs. She reared back, and Hal saw spittle flying as the silver creature roared in her face. The words he uttered were unintelligible, but the gist was pretty clear. "We are done with this nonsense." With Robbie stomping closer and raising his fist, Fenton pointing his finger and threatening to hurt them if they didn't help, Emily emitting hisses of her own, Lauren screeching as she flew in a tight circle above their heads, and Abigail breaking down into frantic sobs, the noise was piercing and chaotic, and Hal closed his eyes and clamped his hands to his head, trying to figure out what he could do. Think. Think, think, think. We're ghosts. We can't do anything. The Naga have had enough. Maybe the witch, maybe Thomas. There has to be something I can do instead of standing here like an idiot doing nothing. The 2 dads clambered into the boat. Scraggs splashed after them, the water at chest height. The leading, long-haired attacker reached the boat and grabbed hold, and one of the men immediately clobbered him on the head with an oar, sending him reeling backward. After that, the Scraggs slowed and stopped. They stood there with waves hitting them as the boat pulled away. One of the Nagas swung around to Hal and hissed. Again, the words were lost on him, but the meaning seemed obvious. "Take us home." They still held Mr. Porter. Perhaps they assumed the next best thing was to bring the injured man through the portal to the safety of the tower. Yeah, right. That would be fantastic if there actually was a portal. Robbie slowly shrank down until he was human again. It seemed he wanted to console Abigail but hung back, while Lauren dropped to the ground and hugged her instead. Both girls floated. Fenton looked at Hal and spread his hands in a hopeless gesture. Emily, in tears, approached Hal and shook her head. "It's no good," she whispered. "Everything's the same. They've already gone. Nothing we did has made a difference. All we can do is take Abby's dad somewhere safe so he can maybe recover on his own. But the virus, I know, I know. Emily wiped her eyes. These two Naga are at the end of their patience. If we don't take him somewhere now, they're just going to drop him right here, and then the Scrags will come and get him. Her eyes went big and round. Hal, they can't take him. Think. Think. Hal swallowed and spoke to the Naga again. One last chance. Do this, or you're not going home. I need you to take this man to... Both Naga shrieked and threw Mr. Porter toward Hal. The man collapsed on top of him, and he went down under the weight as the silver serpents attacked with fangs and claws. He felt slashes to his chest and face, and even with a motionless man lying across him, he instinctively threw up his arms to protect himself. His friends piled on, and again their yelling and screaming filled the air as Hal squirmed and gasped and fought to keep those vicious claws from ripping into his eyes. Enough of this, he thought. He ended the vision, and they all wound up in a pile on the floor of the tower room. All he could see was a silver, scaly face inches from his, and claws sharper than a cat's. It took a second for all the noise to die down, and as he lay there buried under the weight of angry Nagas and friends, blood trickled into his eye from a slash on his forehead, and he squeezed his lids shut and rubbed at the sticky mess. Ow! He said, when somebody tripped over his ankle. Everybody up, Fenton ordered, sounding urgent. Robbie, move. Someone trod on Hal's knee, and the colossal weight of a serpent body slithered over his thighs. Even then, he remained pinned down. Get off! He shouted, pushing and struggling to climb out from under whoever it was. He was sweating and panting by the time he crawled away and wiped his eyes one more time. He blinked and stared at the blood on his fingers, then gently touched his forehead and winced. It stung. The Naga's claws really were like a cat's. Glancing down inside his shirt, he was amazed to see several other slashes across his chest. His smart clothing had already repaired itself, but he'd need to shift to heal the wounds. The room had gone very quiet. He was vaguely aware of Thomas and Madame Frost and Darcy and Dewey all standing there gobsmacked. He then turned a little more to see the two Naga and then his flustered travel companions who were slowly backing away. From the bio-suited man on the floor, he murmured. He blinked again and again, thinking he was still in the vision. He had to be, because Mr. Porter couldn't be here. He just couldn't. But he was. Abigail fell to her knees by his side. With shaking hands, she reached out and then stopped, poised over his motionless form, afraid to touch. Nobody said a word, not even the two angry Naga, not that anyone would have noticed. All the attention was on the man lying on the floor. Abby? Lauren whispered. Abigail swallowed and laid her shaking hands on the man's shoulder. He didn't move, and he didn't fade away either, as Hal half expected him to. She mumbled under her breath and began to shake him, gently at first, then a little harder, her voice rising. Dad? Dad? Daddy! Wake up! Madame Frost spoke softly. What did you do, Hal? How did you do this? This isn't possible. A hissing drew the witch's attention. She walked over to the Naga with her hands up and her voice low. Not now, please. You'll get what you want, but please just wait a little longer. When one spoke to her in a whispery voice, she nodded and said, I know, but you have to wait. This is too important. Hal remained frozen, sitting on the floor with his face and chest stinging, bruises probably developing on his arms and legs, and his mind spinning. What the heck? I brought Mr. Porter out of the vision? That doesn't even make sense. We have to get help, Abigail said tearfully. He's been exposed to the virus. The virus doesn't even exist anymore, Emily said. "This makes no sense." She suddenly looked fearful. "Does this mean we could all— Wait, no, we're shapeshifters, and we're immune. But he's not. And Madame Frost isn't either. We need to wash the spores off his biosuit." "Is that what's wrong with him?" Thomas asked. "The virus? Or did he get knocked on the head?" Abigail frowned and bent over her motionless father. She placed her hands on his face and gently turned him to one side, then felt around on the back of his head. "I'm not sure. He just went down and I guess he bumped his head, yeah." Her fingers came away with a tiny red spot. "Not too bad, but enough to knock him cold." Darcy found her voice. "This is nuts. But okay, let's fly him home. Miss Simone will know—" "Too far," Abigail interrupted. "You remember how quickly the virus affected our parents back on the island? He needs help now." At a loss, they all exchanged glances. They understood how to prevent the virus from spreading, and it involved washing or preferably burning clothes before contamination. But none of them had a clue how to deal with the virus after it had already kicked in. "The goblins had some medicine or something," Hal said, remembering when they'd first arrived in New Earth and brought their virus-stricken parents with them. How long ago that seemed now. "But they're back in Carter. We won't get there in time." Abigail had a fierce expression as she cradled her dad's head in her lap. "I'm not letting him die." "Then we should go now," Hal told her. "I'll fly as fast as I can." Madame Frost cleared her throat. "Or—" Everyone looked at her. She stood there with her arms folded and the two Naga by her sides. "Or what?" Thomas growled. "Or we trade. I can help with the virus. I have a spell I can use, but you have to trade me for it." Hal climbed to his feet and balled his fists. "Trade what?" She waited in silence for a painfully long time. When she spoke at last, her words chilled Hal to the bone. "Your fire gland." "What?" Emily gasped. Abigail stifled a cry. Then she shook her head. "Hal, take us home. Leave the witch here and take us home. Maybe there's time." Hal stared long and hard at the old woman, his mind whirling. His first thought had been horror. No way. Then he thought, "Okay, so I tell her we have a deal, and she heals Mr. Porter, and then I leave the witch behind, and we go home. She can't stop me." And then he thought, "She's too smart. She'll know I could easily betray her, and she'll have another plan up her sleeve." But time was of the essence here, and he knew he had no choice but to agree for now. He'd work his way out of the deal later. "Okay," he said. "Fine. But you have to heal him first. Right now." Everyone's gaze switched from him to Madame Frost. She raised an eyebrow. "Really? You think I'm that stupid?" "We don't have time for this," Hal shouted. "Heal him, then do what you want with me. I'm a shapeshifter. I can grow another fire gland." "Hal," Lauren whispered, "you don't know that." Hal wiggled the fingers of his right hand. "I grew these back, didn't I? Bitten clean off by a steamer dragon, and now they're good as new." He nodded at the witch. "Fine. Do it. Take my fire gland. But if Abby's dad dies because of the virus for any reason—" "Yes," the witch said. Fenton walked up and stood face to face, peering up at her. "You don't even want to know what we could do to you." Madame Frost glared at him for a long moment. Then she turned around to face the Naga, who had started hissing again. "Change of plan," she told them. "These children are no longer on the menu. I'm sorry, but they're offering me a ride home and a fire gland. It's a much better deal than just a ride home." The Naga burst into such a noisy tirade of hissing and snarls that even Madame Frost recoiled in surprise. As one of the Naga lurched toward her, she held up a hand and said, "Careful! Remember who you're dealing with." A gust of wind blew in, sweeping around her feet and curling up her body, causing her robes to twist and twirl. Her raised fingers twitched as though on the cusp of releasing a deadly force, and the Naga eyed her warily. They retreated, still snarling. Then, with a stream of gibberish that was obviously a stern warning, they swept past her and flew out the window, shielding their eyes against the sunlight. Hal couldn't help feeling impressed. "Well, that's the smartest thing you've done all day." The witch straightened her hair and smoothed her robes. "Don't be so sure. They're headed to their nest. Very soon they'll be back with the whole swarm. Trust me, a storeroom door won't stop them, especially one that's lying in pieces." "I thought they were only awake at night," Robbie said. "That's normally the case. The vast majority will be sound asleep at the moment, and it may take a while for those two to rouse an army strong enough to snatch you back. So we have a little time, but not long. Now, let me work." Madame Frost bustled about in the storeroom, apparently hunting for a bottle. She found one, emptied it of whatever grayish liquid it contained, and handed it to Emily. "Each of you spit in that." Hal watched, amazed and feeling a little lightheaded as his friends got over their disgust and one by one carefully spat into the bottle. When it was Hal's turn, he wiped the neck and found his mouth suddenly very dry. "What is this?" The witch gestured for him to hurry. "It's going to be a potion. All your immune systems infused into one powerful concoction. It'll smother the virus in no time. But be quick, because I see he's having trouble breathing." Abigail cried out and cradled her dad's head again. His throat was beginning to swell, and for the first time he showed signs of waking. His eyelids flickered, and he groaned, then started gagging and coughing. "Hurry!" Abigail urged, her eyes once more filling with tears. All the shapeshifters had seen the effects of the virus before, and it wasn't a pretty sight. The witch snatched the bottle and clasped it between her hands. She immediately started an invocation. After a few seconds, a draft sprang up, tugging at her robes. It turned into a strong wind that whipped her hair about, but somehow avoided everyone else in the room. Then her feet left the ground. Whatever she was doing, and however she was doing it, Hal couldn't help being impressed. Whether genuine or not, she certainly looked the part, a powerful witch casting a spell on a bottle of spit. Mr. Porter began to thrash. He clawed at his throat, and his eyes snapped wide open, but the flesh on his face was already puffing up and turning bright red. Hal tried to remember what it was called. Anaphylactic shock, if he recalled correctly. The virus caused multiple allergic reactions to occur at once, a simple weapon that had killed off a huge swath of the planet's population. "Help him!" Abigail yelled at the witch. "Help him now!" Madame Frost ended her impressive spellcasting and dropped lightly to the floor. The wind died, and she spun around with the potion held high. The cloudy spittle now shone crystal clear. "Ah, no time to lose," she said, suddenly haggard. She glanced at Hal. He stood, squaring his shoulders toward her. "Do it, but do it quick." Madame Frost swayed on her feet. "This is all happening so fast. That spell wore me down." With Mr. Porter gasping, Abigail screamed one more time. "Please help him!" The witch sighed and rushed over. She knelt and carefully poured the potion into the man's mouth, then gently coaxed him into swallowing. When he did, he convulsed, and Abigail fell back in horror. Mr. Porter thrashed from side to side, then stiffened and arched his back while releasing another of those awful, strangled cries. "You're killing him!" Abigail shouted. "Steady," Madame Frost said, reaching for the frantic girl's shoulder. "Give it a moment." Because of the witch's calm demeanor, everyone hung back and waited. What else was there to do anyway? Abigail dipped her head, not wanting to look. At last, with a long, gasping breath, Mr. Porter slowly loosened up and fell limp, deflating like a balloon with a leak. The swelling on his face and throat receded, and the fiery red faded. He lolled from side to side, and he groaned. And then he went quiet. Both Madame Frost and Abigail checked him over, feeling for a pulse and signs of breathing. "He'll be fine," the woman said to her. "Your father is cured of the virus. He still has it on his bio-suit, so I'd advise getting rid of that before we all go home. But he is now healed and entirely immune." Abigail knelt over her dad again, gently touching his face. He had very dark hair like her and her mom, but otherwise he seemed plain enough, clean-shaven and ordinary. He slept soundly. "Thank you," she whispered. Chapter 22. Attack of the Naga. "You owe me," Madame Frost said, as she climbed to her feet. She swayed a little and clutched her head. "My goodness, I've overexerted myself." Hal felt a little giddy too. He said nothing as he took stock of the situation. All his friends stood around the tower room, peering down at Abigail and her dad. Nobody knew what to say. Somehow, Mr. Porter had returned from the dead. Or been pulled out of his time stream? How would his wife deal with this? And the rest of the parents, who'd known him all those years ago and grieved his death? And what would Mr. Porter himself think about it when he woke? How would Abigail tell him he'd been missing for 13 years, that she was his daughter, all grown up? Hal couldn't process it all. He felt like they were on the verge of losing him again, that the universe would shortly realize a man had been snatched from time and needed to be put back. Mr. Porter shouldn't be here. It's impossible. He decided the best way forward was to say nothing for the moment. Maybe saying nothing, not even thinking too hard about it, would keep from drawing attention to the matter. All being well, Mr. Porter would wake up soon, and the shapeshifters could make their way home. Or they could leave right now. The sooner they left this place, the better. "I guess we should head back," Hal said. "No point waiting around with a swarm of Naga getting ready to attack." "You're bleeding," Emily said, peering at his forehead as she approached. "They got you good." He shrugged it off. "It'll heal the first time I shift. Are we ready? How about we carry Mr. Porter down the steps and out the back, and then load up and go?" He cast his gaze to Robbie. "Be an ogre again, buddy." Robbie nodded and started to grow. He paused his transformation when his head reached the ceiling, then grunted and stomped over to where Abigail knelt by her dad. When he leaned down to pick him up, she wagged a finger at him. "Be careful. That's my dad." She said it with such vehemence and pride that Hal felt a chill. Despite the impossible odds, she'd fought to bring him back to the world, to make him a part of her life for the first time, and woe betide anyone who stood in her way now. Hal thought of the waking Naga swarm and the witch and other serious threats, and he was suddenly anxious to be well on their way. He felt that Mr. Porter's presence in this place and time was tentative at best, a precarious grasp on a second chance at life, hanging on by his fingertips. If the universe got wind he was here, Hal felt the slightest incident could take him back. He shuddered, unsure why such morbid thoughts swept through him. "Get his biosuit off before we leave," Dewey said. Everyone murmured their agreement, and the next minute was spent carefully extracting the unconscious man from the suit. When they eventually got it off, Hal rolled it up and tucked it under his arm. He'd burn it when they got outside. Mr. Porter wore ordinary clothes underneath, faded blue jeans, a muted dark green sweater, and rather clunky work boots. He appeared so normal, like he'd just arrived from old Earth or from the past. With Robbie carrying the limp man on his shoulder and Hal carrying the rolled-up biosuit, the shapeshifters began their trek down the steps. But before half of them got started, Madame Frost cleared her throat very loudly. "Are we forgetting something?" Hal, his foot poised over the top step, glanced back to see her nodding toward the kraken's eye. "We are not leaving this behind," she insisted. Lauren was already on her way down the steps, but Emily was at the rear. She sighed. "I guess I can bring it." She shifted to her silver Naga form and rose off the floor with her wings flapping and buzzing. Madame Frost busied herself wrapping the giant eye in the net so Emily could grip it. Hal carried on down the steps with the rest of the group. He suddenly remembered the witch had made a deal with him. She'd saved Mr. Porter from the virus in return for his fire gland. Shuddering, he tried not to think too hard about it. Maybe she'd forget. Not likely. Well, maybe she wouldn't get the chance then. He imagined them flying home. She couldn't take his fire gland mid-flight. That would be dangerous, wouldn't it? He might become woozy, faint, and crash. And they couldn't hang around the broken cliffs for long because there was a swarm of Naga on the way. So he just needed to get them all moving. Once they were airborne, he'd be back in Carter before he landed again. And then he could worm his way out of the unfair deal he'd made with her. Feeling a little more confident, he hurried into the sunshine and along the narrow pathway to the open ground. The shapeshifters gathered on the clifftop over the splintered eye. Emily flew rather erratically toward them, carrying the enormous eyeball. It wasn't terribly heavy, but clearly she struggled with it. "Don't drop it," he thought, as her flight path jerked and sputtered. He glimpsed Madame Frost in the open window of the tower. Then she disappeared, heading for the stairs. Hal suddenly realized they had an opportunity. He swung around to the others. "We should go, right now, before Madame Frost gets here." Abigail, on her knees cradling her dad's head, nodded with vigor. "Yes, let's go." Nobody seemed to have a problem with that except perhaps Darcy. "Isn't that kind of cowardly, just running off and leaving her?" "She nearly handed us over to the Ouroboros for dinner," Fenton reminded her. "If it suited her, she'd dump us in a heartbeat." "True. And honestly," Hal said, swallowing, "I'd sort of like to keep my fire gland." Darcy's eyes widened. "I'd forgotten about that. Okay, let's go." Emily had arrived by this time. She tried to put the eyeball down gently, but her landing was rough, and it squished a little bit on the bottom. "Oops," Emily said, as she reverted to human form. "You'll have to carry it home, Hal. It's a bit heavy." "Sure," he said absently, briefly seeing the witch as she emerged from the back door of the tower and disappeared into the narrow, rocky passage. "All right, we have to go." He transformed and hunkered low, then waited as the others clambered aboard. Robbie, still in ogre form, dutifully carried Mr. Porter under Abigail's strict direction. Hal kept an eye on the witch as she left the passage behind and hurried toward them. "We're on!" Lauren called. Hal promptly took off. He flapped his wings hard and leapt into the air, and as he did so, the witch abruptly stopped with an expression he couldn't fathom. Dismay? Disgust? Rage? Maybe all of those. He returned only to grasp the eyeball, not an easy task, since he had to be very careful not to squash it in his claws. It would have been safer to let it hang within the net from one paw, but he had no time to mess about trying to get hold of it in such a precise way, so he gripped it with both paws, possibly digging in here and there, but hopefully not damaging the large black pupil. "We're away!" Darcy cried with a soft laugh. "Oh, it feels so good to be heading home." "Especially without her," Thomas growled. Madame Frost stood quite still, her robes billowing in the draught from his beating wings as he lifted into the air. He didn't feel guilty as such. Her bargaining had been pretty foul and unfair after all. Still, he felt a pang of disappointment in himself that he was effectively running away instead of facing up to her more directly. Oh, well. She had it coming. Emily suddenly cried out, "Hal, behind you!" He glanced back and gasped. A swarm of silver bodies streamed from the splintered eye, glinting in the daylight, hundreds of dazzling, almost blinding flashes. For a second, they seemed to form the shape of a colossal king cobra looming over the cliffs, preparing to strike. And then the illusion was shattered as the flying Naga exploded outward and began their attack. Hal's first thought was, "No problem, I can fly faster than them." But then he saw Madame Frost spinning in a circle, obviously unsure which way to run. He saw genuine horror on her face, especially when at least a dozen Naga made a beeline for her, fangs bared and those awful claws reaching ahead. In a split second, Hal cursed his inner conscience and made a dive for her. "What are you doing?" Fenton roared. "They're coming!" Lauren screamed. Hal was well aware. He saw them from the corner of his eye as he swooped down to pick up the witch. She cowered on the rock as Hal let go of the kraken's eyeball and reached for her instead. The eye plummeted, hit the ground, and splattered far and wide. Hal thumped down on his hind legs a second or two later, and in one smooth motion, grabbed the cowering witch with one paw. He tried to keep his claws from puncturing her, but he was out of time. The Naga came streaming in from all directions. Hal roared and breathed fire, sweeping his head around while leaping into the air. He beat his wings hard, swinging his tail this way and that. Dozens of Naga pummeled him all over. Many of them tumbled away with black smoke pouring from their bodies. Others shot by in front of him, wings blurred, faces twisted with hate. On his back, his friends yelled and screamed at the barrage of attackers. Their numerous, silvery forms blotted out the sun, and Hal found himself engulfed within a living, pulsing, swirling sphere of bodies. The noise was deafening, a constant roar of Naga screeches. Hal continued blasting them with fire as he pumped his wings and fought to climb higher. He knew they couldn't match his altitude, but that would take time to achieve. With every passing second, his friends would be slashed by those nasty claws. They suddenly went quiet, and Hal felt a wave of panic. Were they all right, or had they been sliced to ribbons? Frantic, he flew higher and higher, imagining them all lying motionless on his back, bleeding from hundreds of claw marks, their sightless eyes gazing upward. "No!" he roared. He breathed fire over and over, sweeping his head around, seeing dozens of blackened bodies tumbling away, and yet more Naga filling their places and screeching even louder. He felt like he was flying through a cloud of jagged, razor-sharp metal fragments. The vicious Naga whacked against his underbelly, his flanks, his neck and head, his tail, and especially his wings. He felt them with every powerful downward beat, at least a few each time, whack, 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 and saw those same creatures falling from the sky, stunned from the brutal contact. But still they came, jabbing at him like airborne piranha fish. All he could do was keep flying higher, and higher, and higher. Suddenly, he broke free of them. The swarm fell away, the deadly sphere of glinting bodies dispersing to the wind. Hal kept climbing, fighting the exhaustion until the telltale flashes of light were far below. He'd left them far behind. Only then did he stop climbing. He had to fight the urge to land quickly and check on his friends. Instead, he angled his wings and began a very gradual descent toward the north, a course that would take him well away from the broken cliffs. He grunted and roared, trying to twist his head around to see what had happened back there. He couldn't see a thing, and he couldn't hear anything either. He roared again. "Are you all right? Talk to me!" Silence. With only the wind in his face, he listened for the slightest sounds as he angled downward a little steeper. He had to land and check on them. In his left paw, he suddenly realized the witch was struggling. He was gripping her pretty tight. He loosened up a bit, and she gasped with relief. Her hair and robes flapped wildly as she stared up at him. "You dropped the kraken's eye," she complained. "I should have left you behind," he wanted to say. "My friends would have been safe if I'd just flown away. Now." He kicked himself. Why had he gone back for the ungrateful witch? If any of his friends were dead? Don't think that. They're fine. Just a few cuts, that's all. They can all transform and heal, no problem. Hal landed in a field near a stand of trees. He let the witch roll loose, then shuffled closer to the shade. Very carefully, he reverted to human form, a slow, gradual shift where his dragon body shrank away and allowed his friends to climb off without tumbling. He felt a great weight as he neared the end of his transformation. They weren't climbing off. Too late to stop the change, Hal grew frantic as he ended up fully human and buried under a colossal weight of shaggy hair alongside numerous bodies. "Robbie!" someone called. It was Darcy. In the darkness, Hal could see glimmers of light here and there, but he was jammed in tight and couldn't crawl free. "Get off, you idiot!" Thomas yelled, his voice muffled. A sudden, familiar high-pitched buzzing whipped by Hal's ear and out through a gap, and then the buzzing deepened and grew louder. "Robbie," Abigail said, "are you awake? It's time to get up." The ogre groaned and began to move. Everyone yelled at once. "Robbie, be careful! Remember, you're lying on top of us!" "Oh, Robbie, you great big oaf! Hey, moron, wake up!" Slowly the ogre climbed off. As he did so, the darkness lifted away, along with the massive limbs and shaggy hair. Finally, Hal and his friends were able to disentangle themselves and sit up, groaning and wincing. Each looked as beaten and weary as the next, and not one of them had escaped being scratched and slashed. Thomas had it pretty bad, a gash on his shoulder where blood spread across his smart shirt, even though the silky material had repaired itself already. But Robbie had suffered the worst damage. He sat nearby, clearly confused. His arms, legs, and back were riddled with hacks and gouges, his thick hair matted and dark. Still, being an ogre, he saw the injuries as a mere nuisance. "You saved us, Robbie," Lauren said, getting up and limping over to him. She collapsed against his tree-trunk leg and rested her head on his knee. "You're my hero." "Yeah, Beanpole, you did good," Fenton said grumpily. The others chimed in. "Nice one." "Not bad, buddy. We'd be mincemeat if you hadn't thrown yourself on top of us." Robbie shrank down to his usual skinny self and ran a hand through his tousled hair. Though already healing, he still had a few light grazes to his face, and he winced when he climbed to his feet. "Glad I didn't break anyone in half," he said with a casual shrug. Dewey rubbed his shoulder. "You nearly did. We all lay down flat as soon as you told us to, but my hand caught something and I got all twisted up." "Yeah, that was my face," Darcy said, gently poking at her cheek. "Really?" Dewey exclaimed, mortified. "I'm sorry." The banter continued, but Hal's gaze drifted across to Abigail, who still cradled her dad's head in her lap. She peered down at him, her expression one of wonder and happiness. Hal moved closer, frowning. Mr. Porter looked different somehow. He wasn't sure why. Abigail smiled up at him, tears welling again. "Can you believe this? I have a dad. I have a dad. It's so strange and lovely and—" She swallowed and brushed her hair from her face. "Thank you, Hal. You did this for me. I'll never forget it. I know it was a crazy idea, but—" "I know," Hal said as he knelt by her side. "I keep thinking." "Well, it doesn't matter." "Keep thinking what?" "Nothing." He kicked himself, wishing he'd kept quiet. But she expected an answer now. I keep thinking it's too good to be true, like the universe is going to take him back." She leaned closer and hugged her dad's head tighter. Never. The man groaned. Abigail jerked back in surprise, her eyes wide. Dad? Are you okay? Mr. Porter, you're safe, Hal said loudly, putting his hand on Abigail's arm. He whispered, Let's save the dad thing for a minute, okay? Let him wake up first. Her eyes widened further. Then she nodded in agreement. Shadows fell across them as all the shapeshifters crowded around. A taller shadow appeared as well. Hal wished Madame Frost would go away. She was ruining what would otherwise be a perfect moment. The man groaned again, and this time came awake with a jerk. He winced and reached up to touch the back of his head. There was no blood now, but he probably had a bit of a lump where he'd hit the ground, or where a scrag had clobbered him. He blinked and shielded his eyes against the sun, then peered around, thoroughly confused. Eventually he realized he was lying with his head across Abigail's legs, and he struggled to sit up. After clearing his voice, he said, Where am I? Who are you? Because of the way he'd sat up, it was strangely ironic that the one shapeshifter not in his line of sight was his own daughter. She remained seated just behind him, apparently enthralled at hearing his voice for the first time, really hearing it, in the flesh. Now that he was upright, it was easier to study his face. Hal thought he seemed a little older than he had before, but still, he definitely had Abigail's chin. Or she had his, of course. Mostly, she resembled her mom. Mom, he said, speaking to the only other adult in the group. Who are you? Madame Frost opened her mouth to say something, but Thomas interrupted. Nobody cares about her. She's not one of us. Yeah, she's just some witch we know, Darcy agreed. Mr. Porter frowned. That's not very... He winced again, reaching for his head. It served as a reminder as to what had happened, and understanding crossed his face. This is the mainland. I remember we were attacked. Sucking in a breath, he glanced around. Where are... Safe, Hal said quickly. The others got away but had to leave you behind. Realizing that must sound cowardly, he added, They tried to come back for you, but you were already unconscious and looked dead, and they were being chased by more scrags, and only just made it to the boat in time. They were really, really sorry. Mr. Porter stared at him as he spoke. No, I understand. That was the agreement. And... Did you kids save me? He sounded doubtful. Fenton chuckled. Yep, just us kids. Well, in that case, thank you. But how? Emily giggled. It's a long story. A really long story. Ah, okay. Well, another time then. Mr. Porter frowned. You called them scrags? Hal smiled. Crazies, same thing. Ah, Mr. Porter took in his surroundings. So how far inland are we? Nobody answered directly. Instead, Darcy said, that's kind of hard to explain as well. Madame Frost suddenly huffed with exasperation. Oh, for goodness sake. To cut a long story short, these kids dragged you into the future, and now they're trying to figure out how to tell you that. Fenton swung around and clamped a hand over her mouth, shoving her backwards at the same time. Shut up! Shut your mouth! Get away from here and leave us alone! Her voice was muffled for a second, and she lost her balance and stumbled, but when she broke free of his grip, she snarled with anger. Immediately, a strong wind whipped around her and encircled the group. Fenton rose from the ground, hanging suspended in mid-air, gagging. Hal and a few others jumped up and ran to his rescue. Emily shifted into her favorite forest-dwelling Naga form. Robbie grew to about twice his normal height. Thomas morphed into a red-furred Manticore, and Dewey reared up on his centaur hind legs. There was pandemonium as the witch tried to keep everyone at bay, her expression turning from anger to worry in an instant. Transforming in a clear space, Hal just had time to see a centaur Manticore, half ogre, and a Naga rising off the ground, and Lauren suddenly sprouting her harpy wings before he launched himself at the witch. He was far too big and heavy for her, though he still felt the force of her levitating spell. He even felt a constriction in his throat, which angered him more than anything. Who did she think she was? With a leap, he snatched her up in his clawed paw and gripped her tight enough that she immediately forgot about her spell and started struggling to get free. Hal roared, then cast a look around at his friends. They were all angry, fed up with the witch and eager to see her gone. He glanced at Abigail, and she jerked her eyes sideways as if to say, "Get her away from here." The last face he saw before he took off was Mr. Porter's. His eyes bugged out, and he was trying to crawl backwards, or perhaps dig himself into the soil, his feet kicking and skidding in the grass. Oops! Hal flew away, taking the struggling witch with him. Chapter 23. Time catches up. "You can't just leave me here," Madame Frost stormed as Hal dumped her by the side of a small lake nestled among some hills. Hal flew up to the top of one of those hills and looked down on her. He felt safe for the moment. She would have to clamber up a steep path before she got anywhere close, by which time he would be long gone. He reverted to human form so he could talk to her. "We've had enough of you. If you'd kept your mouth shut, you might have had a ride home. But we're done. You can walk the rest of the way." "It'll take days," she yelled. "You should have brought a broomstick." She pointed up at him. "You owe me." Hal was about to say he didn't owe her a thing, but the words stuck in his throat, and he paused, feeling conflicted. It seemed Madame Frost picked up on his doubt. She pressed harder. "Yes, you owe me your fire gland. We made a deal. Are you not the kind of person who honors deals?" She sighed and put on a disappointed expression. "I honestly expected more of you, Hal." "Mr. Porter was dying," Hal protested. "That's not a deal. That's more like blackmail or extortion or something." "A deal is a deal no matter the circumstances." Hal felt his stomach knot up. Part of him wanted to just fly away and forget about her. Her deal was unfair and mean, and he shouldn't have to honor it. However, he had agreed on an exchange, and she'd saved Abigail's dad from the virus. Regardless of the circumstances, he owed her. He drew a deep breath, then exhaled and gave a nod. "Oh, okay." Madame Frost's eyes widened. Then she gave a curt nod. "Good boy." Hal waited there, his mind whirling. Would it hurt? Would she use magic like her younger self had tried to do? Now that she was older, she probably had a lot more power and control. "Come down here," the witch said. "It won't take long." Hal swallowed. "Not yet. I have to get my friends home first. If you take my fire gland here in the middle of nowhere, I might be too weak to fly. Let me get them to safety." The witch put her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes. Her hair blew gently, like she was gathering the energy for another spell. "And me too, of course." Hal shook his head. "No, you can find your own way home." Madame Frost sighed. "You destroyed the kraken's eye. You're refusing to give me a ride, and you're backing out of our very clear deal where I saved that man's life in return for your fire gland. Do you have any honor?" "I'm not backing out. I'm just delaying it." "Pah!" "Don't forget I saved you from the Naga," Hal argued. "I saved your life, and that's why I dropped the eye. You're not getting a ride back to your swamp because you're annoying. And you're not having my fire gland right now because I need to get my friends home first. Anyway, even if I did give it to you, right here and now, you'd have Miss Simone and my parents and half the goblin population banging on your door to arrest you, and you're already in trouble for stealing the eye from the lab and sending that ship's crew to their deaths." He stopped, panting, The witch had such a long list of wrongdoings that he couldn't fit them all into one breath. Also, he went on, you forget I'm a shapeshifter. Even if I were a dragon and you took my fire gland, what makes you think it will stay a fire gland? It might turn into a... Well, I don't know. He couldn't imagine what happened to it when he shifted back to human form. What happened to his wings? Where did they go? So let's deal with this another time, he finished. I agree that I owe you my fire gland in return for saving Mr. Porter, but not here. The witch merely glared at him. Heed my words, boy. Heed my words. She took a deep breath. You know who I am and what I can do. I will give you exactly 1 week from today, and then I will come for you. I expect to be paid. Understand? Hal felt a shiver, but he suppressed it and nodded. Well, it was nice meeting you. Don't get eaten by a Cerberus or anything on your journey home. Without another word, he turned his back, transformed, and flew off. The last thing he heard from the witch was her terrible screech of rage. When he landed in the field at a safe distance from his friends, Mr. Porter's eyes went wide again. But this time he remained still. Not exactly calm, but still. Hal shifted to his normal self and sauntered over. I dumped her miles from here. And your fire gland? Darcy asked. Hal thumped his chest, even though he knew the gland should be in his throat somewhere. Not today. As he approached, he stopped short and stared at Mr. Porter. There was definitely something off. Penny for your thoughts? The man asked, smiling. Nothing, I guess. They were all sitting in the grass, having formed a half-circle around him. Oddly, the scene reminded Hal of an old storyteller talking to a group of young children, only in this case, the adult wasn't the one with the story to tell. How much have you, he said, glancing around at his friends. Abigail patted the grass next to her, indicating that he should sit. We tried to wait for you. We were just explaining how we're all shapeshifters in New Earth. I told him about Miss Simone and Carter, all things he knows about already. What I don't understand, Mr. Porter said, is how I came to be in New Earth, as you call it. As far as I know, there are only a couple of portals left in the world. Is there a third? There are more than you know, Darcy said softly. A lot has changed since you've been away. Abigail's dad nodded and frowned. Okay, so that leads me to the big question. What was that woman talking about? She mentioned that you dragged me into the future? Everyone nodded. Mr. Porter closed his eyes for a moment. Look, I can accept the portal thing. I already know that's true. And I can deal with you kids being shapeshifters. He glanced around. You don't know this, but the people back on my island, my friends, we're all there for a reason, not just to escape the virus. That was more of a lucky break than anything. No, we're there because we're expecting. Our wives are pregnant. That wasn't possible until we met Simone. Thanks to her, we'll soon be parents. And when those children are about 8 years old, they'll be shapeshifters too. He winked. Just like you. After a silence, Emily giggled. Lauren smiled politely and said, exactly like us. With Fenton and Thomas guffawing quietly and the others grinning, a look of confusion spread across Mr. Porter's face. What? Hal tried to think of a way to explain. What the witch said about dragging you into the future. She was right. That's true. We reached into a special kind of portal and literally dragged you out. The Scrags were attacking you, and we saved you and brought you here, to New Earth. This is the future. You've been gone a long time. He felt quite proud of his concise explanation. Everyone waited for Mr. Porter to digest his words. As he did so, Hal glanced at Abigail and found her trembling and wringing her hands. He knew why. The next part of the conversation would lead toward the shapeshifters being the same children her dad spoke of. And then her. It took a while. Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit much. Mr. Porter, Emily said, what kind of creatures will the children on your island be one day? What kind? He rubbed his chin. Well, we know what the list is, but we don't know exactly who's who. So what's the list? He counted off on his fingers. Well, there's a dragon, an ogre, a centaur. He stopped and pointed to Hal, Robbie, and Dewey in turn. Just like you kids, actually. Then there's a troll, a manticore, a fairy, a dryad, a harpy, a naga, and, well, one other that nobody knows the name of. Some kind of lizard thing. Simone said, it's extremely rare. No trolls here, Hal thought, remembering the trouble with the soldiers when they'd first arrived in New Earth. They'd brought a so-called crazy man with them. The troll would have been Mr. and Mrs. Osborne's child if they'd stayed with the shapeshifter program instead of fleeing to the mainland and getting mixed up with the military. Emily smiled. You've seen the dragon, ogre, centaur, harpy, manticore, and me, the Naga. That's right, I have. Mr. Porter smiled. Darcy broke in. I'm a dryad. She promptly vanished, and Mr. Porter jerked and blinked. Good grief! Fenton transformed. His utterly black reptile body suddenly sprawled in front of them all. He swung his long tail around, then gazed at Mr. Porter with glowing red eyes. Whoa! Wait, so is this the kind of creature I thought we were to be the first to... Wow, that's quite impressive. Mr. Porter reached out to pat Fenton on the head, then thought better of it when the lizard bared his teeth and backed away. Good heavens! Well, I have to say we've all been a little leery about this one, and I admit I've always hoped my kid will be one of the others. But now, I don't know. That's pretty amazing. Beautiful, actually. The size of an alligator, but sleek. Fenton slowly reverted to human form and grinned, obviously pleased with himself. Just you now, Abby, Darcy said from nowhere. She blinked into existence and made Mr. Porter jump again. Abigail showed off her full transformation, shrinking to about 6 inches in height and zipping around with her wings, making a high-pitched whining sound. She zigzagged in front of her dad's face, and he went cross-eyed trying to keep up with her. When she was done, she dropped lightly to the grass and grew to her full height. She made sure Mr. Porter saw her wings vanish into her back before reclaiming her seat on the ground. Mr. Porter was silent for a long time. He kept looking around at them all, one by one, and frowning. For a moment he counted on his fingers, then studied the sea of faces once more. Hal could almost hear his brain ticking and whirring as he worked it through. Finally, the man swallowed and struggled to speak. Are you saying that? He peered around once more, his gaze pausing on Emily, then on Abigail. If I've somehow been dragged into the future, as you say, then that means... Yes, Darcy said, smiling. That means... He drew a long breath, held it, and let it out in a rush. Are you the kids I was talking about? Our kids? Emily burst into applause and laughed. Darcy smiled and said, Yep. Everyone else smiled and waited for the next revelation. Mr. Porter looked again at Emily and studied her. Then, apparently dismissing her as a possibility, he turned to Abigail. She swallowed and stared back, her eyes wide. The moment stretched, and it seemed everyone held their breath. Finally, at long last, Mr. Porter said to her, You? Are you... Hi, Daddy, Abigail said, her eyes suddenly welling up and her bottom lip trembling. Hal tried to ignore the fact that Darcy burst into tears, and once she started, some of the others did too. They tried to be quiet about it, stifling their noise and trying not to spoil the moment. But nothing would spoil the moment. It was perfect. Mr. Porter was utterly gobsmacked and overcome as he gazed at Abigail, his daughter all grown up, and she stared back, trying to hold it together. Her tears suddenly broke free, and once they started, they ran and dripped off her cheeks and chin, and she didn't even bother trying to wipe them away. Mr. Porter held out his arms, and she flew into them, almost knocking him over. After that, Hal wasn't sure any of them could hold back the tears. The sun felt warm on their shoulders, and a good thing too, since the air was fairly crisp. Though Abigail wanted to hang off her dad's neck the whole time, Mr. Porter looked a little awkward. It would take him some time to process that his wife's unborn child was not only a girl, which was news to him, but was already 13 years old, and a fairy shapeshifter. He suddenly laughed. "Wait, you're my daughter, right?" Abigail nodded. "I am." "So, what's your name?" After a moment, the entire group burst out laughing. Emily squealed and clapped, then started introducing them all. "And this one, your own daughter," she said at last, "is Abigail." Mr. Porter smiled. "Of course she is. My mother's name?" Yes, Abigail was one of a few options. A boy would have been Travis, after my father. There was nothing else to wait around for, and they were all hungry. Hal thought about the wildebeest carcass and almost wished the Naga hadn't snatched it as a consolation prize for the Ouroboros. Mind you, he had no intention of going back there any time soon. At least, not at night. Mr. Porter resisted the idea of climbing on the back of a dragon for a ride to Carter. In the end, seeing how everybody piled on and left him no choice, he clambered aboard and listened to all kinds of advice as to how to sit, what to hang on to, and even how to deal with the pressure change when Hal rose high in the sky. "Swallow a lot," Robbie said. "Maybe yawn if you can. Stretch your jaw." "Hold on to these ridges," Darcy told him. "And you can wedge your knees in here too, in case he does crazy stuff like flying upside down." "What?" "Don't worry, that's only when being pursued by giant skeletons and the like," Fenton added. Hal took off as gently as he could and flew low at first. The yells of terror and the ensuing laughter filled him with joy. He couldn't believe this had happened. Abigail's dad had come home. Now they just had to show up on Dr. Porter's doorstep and get ready to catch her as she fainted in shock. Hal rose higher and higher as Mr. Porter relaxed. He commented on the stunning beauty of it all. New Earth, he said, was in stark contrast to old Earth, and the sun and blue sky felt incredible. They saw a fleet of rocks on the way home, and Hal steered clear. He and his passengers had had enough aerobatics for one day. He spotted a procession of figures to the west and circled overhead, curious. Elves. They panicked at the sight of him, and he quickly moved on. And before they arrived in Carter, 3 harpies tore out of the forest, hauling bags of food and clothing, the usual plunder. "Huh," Lauren said from his back. "I hope they're not getting uppity again." They hadn't had harpy trouble in a year. Many had gone to Old Earth to plunder as much as they wanted from abandoned cities without repercussion, but it appeared they liked the thrill of stealing and being chased, and they'd come back to resume their old habits. Maybe it was time for Lauren to pay a visit again. Mr. Porter had a lot of questions. He asked, and the shapeshifters answered. Not one moment of the 2-hour journey passed without someone talking. Hal listened to every word, smiling at how Robbie exaggerated some of the tales. There was way too much to tell in one go, but between them they covered quite a lot. The frantic dash off the island to avoid the virus, their trip to the labyrinth to meet the dragons, the arrival of the military from the old world, Jolie from the lake, the time when magic was nullified, and some of them ended up stranded on the streets of the city dealing with scrags, the magical mines with the ghosts in the walls, the lichens and werewolves, the invasion of Queen Bee's swarm, and how they stole the secrets to the shapeshifter program and escaped to a castle in the east, the story of a faun turning people to dust. And more recently, a trip to the edge of the world where they'd met all manner of creatures, including the giant skeleton Fenton had mentioned earlier. To say Mr. Porter floundered under the wave of information was an understatement. He gasped and exclaimed repeatedly, which fed Robbie's habit of embellishing every detail, as if the stories weren't crazy enough already. If Abigail's dad had been doubtful before about being dragged into the future, he seemed to be well on the way to accepting it now. "I believe you," he told them all at some point. "My heart and brain says it's true. Everything you're saying, there's just too much for it not to be true. But still, it's hard to process. I traveled through time?" After a pause, he said, "I think it'd be easier to imagine I'd just been asleep. Now I've woken up." Hal landed just outside the village, in a clearing in the woods not far from his house. Abigail's house was on the same path, just a different fork. After so much talking, suddenly all fell silent. Once they disembarked, Hal reverted to human form. Mr. Porter stared in astonishment. "I will never get used to seeing that," he muttered. But Hal stared back in equal astonishment. There was no doubt about it now. "You look different," he said. Everyone turned to study Mr. Porter. Some tilted their heads, others rubbed their chins. Even Abigail frowned. "Can you see it?" Hal asked his friends. "Maybe you haven't noticed because you've been talking to him the whole time. But I noticed it before when I ditched Madame Frost and came back, and I've noticed it again now after 2 hours of flying." He stepped closer, peering up at Mr. Porter's face. "You're older." There were definitely a few wrinkles that weren't there before, and his hair had grey flecks in it. Mr. Porter touched his face. "Older? Well, I just rode on the back of a dragon, which might explain it, and—" He reached for Abigail's shoulder. "I have a teenage daughter now. That has to account for something." Abigail turned to Hal. "It's the universe." Though everyone said, "What?" At the same time, Hal alone nodded in agreement. His mind whirled. What had the Lady of Light said to Abigail before she'd had her memory wiped of the meeting? "What you do tomorrow will change your life. But be aware that time will catch up." "Yeah," he said, "the universe. I guess you can't drag a man into the future without time catching up to him." He studied Mr. Porter's face again. "I think the universe is letting you stay. But there's a small penalty. You don't get to be the same age." Inwardly, a small voice said, "There's an even bigger penalty." His stomach twisted and churned as he remembered Madame Frost's warning. "My fire gland, I have a week, and then I'd better pay up. Because if I don't, what will the witch do to me and my friends?" She might even pay a visit to Mr. Porter and curse him, make him get ill and die, the way her papa did. He kept his thoughts to himself for now. Fenton nodded. "Yep, that's got to be it, Mr. Porter. You'll be the same age as all our dads in no time." After a moment, Mr. Porter smiled. "Well, if that's the case, then—" "Okay. Better than the alternative, right? And anyway," he added, turning to Abigail, "your mother wouldn't be happy knowing I'd managed to avoid aging, and she hadn't." They walked along the path between the trees. A goblin passed by, and everyone said hello. The reply was a rude grunt, but the goblin had the sort of grimace that suggested he was being quite polite. Before long, they arrived at Abigail's house. Here, Mr. Porter paused, staring at the front door and then glancing all around before returning his gaze to the log cabin. "This is where you live?" he asked Abigail in a quiet voice. "It's fantastic. It's like a dream house." "It's where we live," Abigail said, taking his hand. "You, Mom, and me." She shot a look over her shoulder at the others that clearly meant, "See you later." They all nodded and gave a quick wave, but nobody moved, not even when she gently steered her dad up the path to the front door. He resisted slightly, taking a deep breath. She patted his hand, smiled up at him, and pushed the door open. They entered, and for just a second, Abigail peeked at the shapeshifters clustered on the trail. Her expression read, "Thank you." Then she gently closed the door. Hal slowly let out his breath. "Well, guys, I guess we don't get to see the grand reunion." "A good thing, too," Darcy said, wiping her eyes. "If I cry any more, I'll dissolve like a squonk." As one, they all turned away, but just then a scream sounded from within the cabin. Everyone swung back, alarmed. A second or two later, they all clearly heard Abigail's mom, Dr. Porter, through an open window. "But how? I thought you were dead. Oh, where have you been, you? We had your funeral. How dare you just show up and, oh, come here." After that, the shapeshifters heard crying and laughter, all rolled into one. The Island of Fog series. In the next book, Portal of Chaos, it's Friday the 13th. Something disturbing lurks on the 13th floor of a high-rise building in Old Earth. 13 people have vanished without a trace, and rescue teams can't get past a pack of deadly hellhounds. Only a group of 13-year-old shapeshifters can help. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.